ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome everybody to another day of the ESL StarCraft 2 Masters. I'm Wardy, joined by the beautiful Demu. How's it going, mate? We've not had you here yet, so how are you feeling lately?
Doing good. I'm doing good. It's getting a lot colder here in, snowy old Sweden. Not yet started snowing, mind you, but it's getting there. So I got a nice fire on downstairs and just been enjoying games. Just watched some GSL as well this morning. Won't do spoilers because that would be literally like minute after spoilers. But I've done it before. I've done it before just because I get excited. But yeah, genuinely excited to see how this tournament goes as well.
Yeah, no, it's been a fun day for StarCraft 2 so far. If you didn't watch GSL, then I'll let you guys go catch up while you kind of wait for these games to start. Although we're starting real soon, don't go too far. But yeah, I can only echo Ben. Like it's not snowing here, but it feels like it's cold enough to snow, and it's typical British grey skies. It's just grey outside, the beautiful British weather. So we're obviously going to be getting into our first matchup very soon. It is going to be some fun games today. We're going to be having all three regions, 11 best of threes, and of course we're here because of our wonderful sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. And of course, if you want to get involved, you can actually attend Atlanta as well. Our finals in Atlanta in December. Great Christmas present for yourself, early Christmas present for yourself. Get your tickets at dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. You get 20% off with the code StarCraft. Absolutely no reason not to. As we're going to kick the start of the day into Asia. Let's have a look at where the standings are at going into Swiss round 3. The entire round 3 of Swiss plays today for Asia. So, yeah, so far, Ben, I mean, Asia's a fun region because you have a lot of competitors, and a lot of the guys at 1-1, I think, are kind of exciting, like a MioM and a Nice and Cyan and Haas, Coffee as well. Like, these are all players I could see doing well and making playoffs, but currently not quite there. And even like a Maxed and a Silky, I feel like at 0-2 are players that we could, absolutely still expect more from.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like this region, I've always loved Oliva, right? Like he's the world champion. I thought he was the greatest Chinese player of all time before that. But then you've had new players like Firefly really step it up recently. Like a lot of people look at him as the next coming of Protoss in this region. Like Cyan and Nice, very solid and have been for a long time. But yeah, I'm excited about Firefly and players like XY as well. Seems to be doing really darn well over here.
Yeah, no, this region is just so much fun. It really is a bit unpredictable. Maybe we expect Oliveira to come out on top, but everything other than that really is just kind of up in the air. Let's have a look at how the matches line up for the day. Our first two matches will send players through to playoffs. Oliveira taking on XY, and then Yeshi taking on Firefly. And then MioM, Nice, and GoGoJoey Haas will happen in the middle of that group as well. There's also a B stream today, so as you can see, we have 11 full best of threes. There's also 11 best of threes happening on the B stream too, so 22 matches of StarCraft happening over the next 8 hours. Absolutely no reason to go anywhere. Just sit back, put those two streams on, and enjoy some ESL SC2 Masters Regionals as it is going to be. Everyone's ready, so we can basically get going. Oliveira XY to start us off. Ben, what do you think about this TVT?
I mean, I've got to give Oliveira the big up one here, right? Like he's very solid. But I've competed against XY before, and I remember, like back when I was decent, I thought, I'm gonna have this kid. I'm gonna own this guy. I think he had time, and I was like, what the hell just happened? Like, I didn't know really what I was getting myself into. But he's fast, he's quick. I think both these players are very quick, actually, when I think about it. This could be explosive. And given that this is a very fresh map pool, you got very different Cyclones, very different techs as well available, like Ravens having to get that tech to have interference matrix and stuff. It's a different ball game. I'm excited to see what the build orders are going to be here.
All right, well, let's just dive right on into it. I'm going to have in the bottom right-hand side the little bit of an underdog going into this match. 2-0, he's got a great season so far, but he's got kind of the odds up against him today. Let's see if he can give us a bit of a surprise from Invictus Gaming. It's XY.
And spawning over as on the other side, he was the most surprising world champion of all time from any esport, I do believe. It is Oliveira.
Yeah, it really is just a tale that kind of surpasses just StarCraft 2, right? Like, it's because in a game as difficult as StarCraft 2 to be an underdog, not even considered top 16 and become world champion. We will continue to talk about this one for the rest of days. Never mind when StarCraft is gone, if it ever goes. We are just going to be always mentioning this one, bringing it up because it was legendary what he did back in February.
Yeah, I don't think there'll ever be anything like it ever again. Like, StarCraft 2 is so set in stone in that you have plateaus and you have echelons of players and, caliber. And the fact that Oliveira, we all knew he was very good, but he literally went, without like over exaggerating, he went super sane with what he did at Katowice. Like, it was unbelievable. He went through Reino, Hero, then Maru. Like, arguably at the time, the best of their respective races, all in a row. And at every point, I counted him out. I absolutely did. And then his winner's speech, absolutely phenomenal. He cemented a place in my heart. And here, we do have different build orders to start things off straight away. So Oliveira is opting for that CC on the low ground, whereas XY has gone for the more safe approach in that he's gone for the double gas opening, but going for the reactor as well. Yeah, so they're both scattered each other out and both doing their builds.
Yeah, both doing their own thing, and obviously XY, he even sees it as an expansion, yet he's still going to give respect to Oliveira. He's not going to move that Reaper across. He's not going to try and find anything, even knowing that, maybe he would have the edge, but that's because he's just going to take the opportunity to say, cool, now I will go straight into my reactor. I can get that up immediately. While Oliveira had to build a safety marine, XY didn't have to, so he gets to go straight into that. A Cyclone as well. We have seen a fair amount of these Cyclones early on in TVT. They've not been, like, super game-defining, but it does seem tough to kind of get through the early game without them.
Yeah, they've been an interesting addition, because in my head I was like, oh, there's a Cyclone out, like, my 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion doesn't really do much against the 2 Reaper, 1 Cyclone, but these Cyclones are actually so much more brittle, and they actually deal damage a little bit slower. Like, they can change target a lot faster, but the actual damage itself is a little bit slower, that you can kind of catch them off guard and such. But so far, there's no massing of the Cyclones, very standard builds from both these guys. And so far, XY, he is going to be economically a little bit behind, just because his expo was a little bit later. But he looks like he's going to be launching some aggression here, because getting a tank this early, yeah, you want to do something with that bad boy.
Yeah, again, the tank, almost surprised not to see a medevac go along with this, right? I mean,
yeah,
going to be a tech lab on the starport, so I would have thought maybe, yeah, you get the medevac, you go push across a little bit, but it's just going to be the Raven. Still can lead to a deadly push, but maybe a minute down the line, sort of like in the immediate future, because if you're going to wait for the Raven, maybe you get Matrix, maybe then you do get like a good little 2-tank 2 Raven push or so on the go. You see Oliveira is going maybe a bit more what we expected from XY, that medevac on the way, and he will be able to take, a few Marines and a siege tank across the map very early, try and set up some positions and try and get some damage done early, or you can even walk across with even more, and he's going to begin doing that. So Oliveira trying to bring the pressure after being the economic opener. Now he's actually on an army supply lead as well, though.
That shows me that Oliveira is very tuned into his opponent here, because there's 2 ways that you can go about it from XY's position. A, deal some damage, which I absolutely jumped the gun thinking he was going to try and do, or leapfrog it and go for the 3rd base a lot faster, which is what he's actually done. And look at Oliveira. Look at this movement here. If he actually sieges at the bottom of that ramp, or rather the bottom of this cliff here, that 3rd CC, it's in a really bad spot here, Wardy, against all of this.
It's in an awful spot. Nothing's preemptively set up, so the only thing we can do is, move the tank into position, but you don't have Matrix, remember, because that has to be upgraded nowadays, so you can't just use it kind of like on the fly in a defense. He loses the tank because it's sieged up on location. This is an awful start. That 3rd CC is absolutely going to go down. There's just no stopping it. The tank of Oliveira may be low, but still alive is better than what XY has. Cancelled 3rd, and Oliveira is just going to build on a lead here in these early stages.
Even that last Marine that kind of waddled into the space here kind of gets a friendly fire attack over there, which is kind of funny. But honestly, this move out from Oliveira, this felt like he set out to do something. Like, we're playing a game of incomplete information, but it felt like Oliveira knew everything that was going on there. Like, he moved out, gets the damage done, gets the cancel, moves back, and now he's the one with a 3rd CC, very nearly complete here, and he's got himself into a decent position. Like, SCV count-wise, it's very close between them. Tank counts are very similar and all that. Similar Raven counts as well, but it looks like the infrastructure over on Oliveira's side of things, much better. He's already got 4 barracks on the way, 2 engineering bays done. And if we look at XY side of things, he's up to no good on his side of things, Wardy. 2nd starport in production here. He is feeling a little bit desperate.
Yeah, and I think desperate's a good word for it, because This can be a build, and it's nice that it's in the natural because it will avoid this scan. This is the kind of build where you can just use it as a timing in the first place, but now it's like, oh, I have no chance in the longer game, so I have to do something that makes this a timing. I have to do something that will give me a chance to just really get across and end this. Second starport is exactly that. You take air control. If you take air control and you get a Liberator or two out, you can essentially go for a push that Oliveira may really struggle to stop. I honestly think it's going to happen way too late. Oliveira is going to have stim anytime before XY fights. I think Oliveira is just going to meet him in an open field. And then this army of XY is actually kind of terrible. This fully relies on being set up and taking position. And I think he's going to have absolutely zero chance of doing that with how far along Oliveira is in his current tech and build order.
Yeah, XY's done a really good job of keeping up the tank production and stuff, and he is going to have massive air control here, but Oliveira, he's got stim done, 1-1 is about to come online as well, and XY's build is all about getting into a nice position where your opponent either doesn't have stim and combat shield done yet, either not sieged up or, you know, in a bad position. This could bite Oliveira in the butt, the fact that he's going for a dropout here, but it really comes down to reaction time, and he sees the army, gets to keep the medevac alive as well. But that is a large army, Wardy. Like, this really could get very spicy.
Yeah, I think I would have almost liked the drop just stopping, unloading, and then using it to flank, because then I actually think he's in an even better spot. As it goes right now, he matrixes double Raven. He is going to dive forward with his Marines, going to get rid of one tank, going to go for two, but this is going to sacrifice his Marines. And he doesn't get the second tank. His other tank's out of position. He will drop into the natural of XY, and he's going to do mega damage there. We know that. But he's going to take mega damage himself, so who comes out on top? Well, that's what we're going to find out.
I tell you what, all the energy is gone in those Ravens from XY, and these Marines dealt a lot of damage over here, and they're not getting cleaned up either, not just yet. And I mean, combat shield isn't on the way here. Third CC does fall, but second CCs fall from XY. I don't know how XY keeps on pushing. If he had a lot of energy, then absolutely, but look at this, Wardy. These SCVs, they're not going to cut it.
No, I think Oliveira just kind of holds him off while obviously he's just done more damage overall on this side. This is going to end now. Finally, he's going to get pushed back, but he kind of has a hold over here until the Liberator shows up, actually. That's going to break through the tank line, and that's the danger. Oliveira, down 14 army supply. The army of XY is strong. The question was, how would he move forward? Well, with the Liberator, he's actually able to do so once again.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the supplies. This is so much damage done on either side. And actually, Oliveira's lost more overall. He is producing a good amount of units, and it's hard for XY to get out the units he needs because he's so gas-starved at this point. Look at his mineral count.
Yeah, he has so many minerals. But what do you spend them on? There's nothing really great to spend them on here. Marines aren't exactly well upgraded or anything. And yeah, I think this has got to be what you do here as Oliveira, right? You're just going to set up, probably flank in. I mean, how long does he wait? Probably until combat shields. That's the ideal scenario if he can wait that long. 20, 30 seconds seems doable, but the way he's been approaching it thus far, I don't think he'll have too many issues waiting for that at least.
Oliveira's done a really good job. Few Marines walking in there of getting in a position where he can cut off reinforcements. Also, amidst all this madness, he has set up a base at the 12 o'clock here. And once combat shield comes online, gets off the Liberator. That's huge.
Oh, matrices go down though, so actually going to move forward, but this is where the Marines will come from the other side. SCVs will pull. The Marines on the flank will get forward to be able to get rid of a lot of the tanks very quickly, and that is huge. Knocking down that tank count is a big deal. And now the couple tanks defensively here from Oliveira are kind of holding on. One of the ramp is just about alive. There's one up in the main base. Marines on top of tanks that can no longer fire, and that looks as though Oliveira is going to get the full and complete cleanup. He will go Raven hunting as well.
What a close game. I mean, the supplies are still 2 apart here. In fact, they were bang on for a moment there. That is absolutely ridiculous. Resources lost still worse for Oliveira, but the worker count is a lot better for XY. It's just his tech is just not there, is it? It's like, what do you do from here? He's got 2 barracks up, no stim started, no combat shield, no engineering base, no armories, no extra factories. He is absolutely in the Stone Age still. So, despite the supply being okay for him, tech is not.
Yeah, look at this. Oliveira just going to go jump on top of these tanks as well. So there you go. You remove the defenses, and now you siege up your tanks on your opponent's natural. SCVs are pulling in. There's barely any SCVs to pull in, and Oliveira will just overrun XY in the end. It got very close, as there was definitely moments of opportunity there for XY, but Oliveira, finding a way in the end, was able to keep himself calm, collected, made the right choice. I do think it would have been easier if he just dropped those medevacs. Like, he knew it was coming. You know how committed that is at that point. I don't think there's need for you to get into your opponent's natural and to do all of that damage, because if you just unload, you actually have the perfect setup. You've caught him on the map, you have stim, you come in from 2 angles, and it's even better. Like, I liked it when he just maybe saw it coming and jumped on it. When you're coming in from 2 angles, I think I like that even more, so maybe made it more difficult, but you know what? Can't complain when he gets the win in the end anyways. Oliva goes up 1-0 to start off today's action.
Yeah, like, I've been in that position before, and you've definitely seen it, Wardy, with how much you cast, but there's moments where before you get combat shield, if you stim, those tanks one-shot your Marines. So it's like the difference between a one-shot and a two-shot with the combat shields, that sometimes you can enter a fight and you're like, yeah, I'm going to win here because he's caught off guard, but it goes totally against you, like, depending on how they target fire or how your Marines are split and stuff. So I kind of understand how he, juggled things about for himself. But yeah, it is definitely one of those situations where you make life a lot harder for yourself. But even at the end there, when he went for that big surround, he pulled all the SCVs, he's against tanks, Vikings, and it still got super damn close. It was 3 Marines dropping on those 2 tanks right at the end that really helped clear things up. But very nice first game between them. And I spoke about how I got bopped by XY one time. It was exactly one of those kind of games.
Yeah.
Exactly where he went double starport. Yeah, so it's nice to see players still doing what they love many, many years after.
No, it's XY's been at it for so long as well, right? And he's always had this sort of same style where, like, he's definitely the aggressive town. He's definitely like, oh, can I 1 or 2 base here or be like a little bit more aggro? He will absolutely take that opportunity. So yeah, definitely plays into his style, and he's been very good at it for a long time, and that's why he's able to put this man to the test. In the top right does take the 1-0 lead, our current world champion of StarCraft 2, Oliva.
And spawning over in the bottom left, as our blue Terran, being a bit spicy, it is XY. I like these new maps, Wardy. Like this, this one in particular, kind of reminds me a little bit of the old Golden Wall, just in the sense that, half the map is kind of unattainable unless you get through the minerals or, you fly, or in my case, somebody blink stalkers you. But I like this one quite a bit, just through some of the cheeky shenanigans, even the watchtower being so weird in the middle with those little, very weird paths to get there. It's just been a lot of fun to try out.
Yeah, it's actually, I wondered how long it was going to take for someone to be like, Golden Wall was kind of a good map, because it was weird, but it wasn't impossible to play on, right? And gave a lot more choice because you play around the bottom, and I feel like they've really nailed kind of a lot of the essence of Golden Wall on this map without maybe making it quite as straight up weird or crazy, because pretty much straight away I thought it would take a little while for people to like mine out the minerals and to see the bottom half of the map being used, but like people were using it from day one, and I think that's really cool because this is a great way to like mix up a map, right? And it's standard enough on the top half, and then you can play the bottom half fairly standard too, but it opens up opportunities, it opens up different ways of pathing, and it's just really cool kind of way of seeing just how these kind of maps can work, right? So yeah, absolutely love it. I think it's a cool one. I think we've got a few cool maps. I love that because we've got 9 maps in the map pool as well. Like, it's okay to be a bit more experimental, right? Like, sometimes experimental maps are really okay for like 1 or 2 matchups, and they're just dead on broken in like 1 matchup. And so in the past, it's like, no, we can't have this in the map pool. It's always an insta veto. But now with like 9 maps, you kind of can have 1 or 2 more of those maps. And like a Solaris, I feel like would have been quite controversial if it was in a 7 map pool. An Equilibrium as well, but in a 9 map pool, people are like, okay, well, yeah, that's kind of fine. We'll pick it in the matchups we want to, but we really do have the space to veto it most of the time as well. So yeah, really cool stuff.
Yeah, it's when you look at Radhuset and you're like, that is still controversial, though.
It gets played so much, actually. Like, it's actually surprising how much that one gets picked.
It does, yeah. After all my games on ladder, that is definitely the trickiest one for me, Wardy. Definitely the trickiest.
Especially
I play against pro. Oh, you play against a Protoss, it's like, hey, this is a nice 3-base setup, straight away without too much trouble. By the way, this game, very different to the first. Like, the first game, they were both very respectful of one another. And by that, I mean, like, they both SCV scouted. Oliva went for, like, the low ground expansion, which is, one of the more daring builds that you can do. But this game, neither one scouted. He went for reactor first of all builds, which that can instantly lose to a 2-rax, like a proxy 2-rax, but XY didn't do that. He went for his own expansion, but no scout either. So both of these players absolutely in the dark right now, but XY holds the tower.
Yeah, getting forward here. Cyclone's going to fire up a few shots, and that's actually really nice. This gets a Reaper. Yeah, so he can't be seen. Wow.
No, it can't be seen because he kind of held the tower just enough, and he was in the smoke. So instantly gets a Reaper pick off. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool little play. That's just one of those things. I've actually not seen that yet, so XY bringing the initiative in here, and that's going to be something we're probably going to start seeing a whole lot more. Once one person does something like that, it becomes something that gets done all the time. You know, it kind of reminds me of Zest when he first started hiding Zealots in the line of sight blockers, so you could like gain distance on units in the middle of the map. And like he was really the first person to do that. And then next month, every Protoss did it. It's like, oh yeah, we've been doing this since like Wings of Liberty. Yeah, but it was actually Zest, and he just one day he did it, and yeah, the next week everyone was doing it. And I feel like that's one of those things. Obviously, this time it's map specific, but yeah, cool little catch.
Yeah, that had to be planned by him because seeing how he moved the other units back and kept the Cyclone there, like he had to know that was going on. So very, very cool play out of him. And Oliveira again is all about getting that 2-base up and then getting a tank and medevac out and launching on the pressure. Like, this is very cool out of him, but it also does throw the current techs out of whack. Like that Raven that you start off with no longer immediately has interference matrix for this. So it does feel like it has buffed this immediate aggression maneuver, but no third CC to cancel on site this game, at least for XY.
Yep, Oliveira going to just take the depot that's on the edge, will back away, and that'll probably be about it for the moment unless he can reposition somewhere. I think it's a great point you make, you know, interference matrix. To me, I was like, oh, well, everyone's just going to get matrix, right? Like, who's not going to upgrade it? And, well, yeah, most of the time they do. Every now and then we still see someone not getting it. But it does still affect these first pushes, so it definitely means that, you know, when you're only reliant on one real tech unit, that cannot be shut down simply by a single Raven. So it does open the kind of the diversity throughout the first 5 minutes just a little bit more once again in TVT, which is nice to see.
Absolutely is. And both these players, in fact, has XY gone for his stim or anything yet? No, not just yet. He actually doesn't have like a second barracks or anything done. Whereas Oliveira, he is starting up his engineering base. He's already going for the stim and stuff. XY looks like he's just going for a massive army here, Wardy.
Yep, as XY is going to come in on this, and medevac will try and evacuate. Oh, he second-guessed himself. I feel like he was like, oh no, I'm going to have my medevac shot down. But then he went for it anyways after kind of, you know, going in and out, so he lost himself the tank. Maybe would have lost it if it had gone straight in the medevac. Maybe the medevac would have fallen, but XY at least able to catch there, and now he's done nothing but build army. So now he's going to have a pretty sizable one to move across the map with, and this is where you might have some opportunity. One Raven in favor of you as well, and well, Oliveira stays on the other side with the medevac at least, so you'll deny the third base on position, which is really nice. He needs to hold at home, though, and he just doesn't have that much right now. He doesn't have a single siege tank against 4 tanks of his opponent.
This is actually really bad. Like, Oliveira has not thought about how he's going to defend this, I don't believe. He does have a bunker, but that's from much earlier, and it will buy some time, but he skipped out making Vikings or anything. He used that reactor for a barracks, then made the reactor again on the starport. This is going to be really hard for him to hold.
Here we go. We're going to break out. A couple of auditors coming through. You can see him pre-pulling the SCVs. He knows he's in trouble. A couple of units from the back did absolutely nothing. And the one tank that Oliveira has gets a single shot off the auditor just to help a little further. These tanks need to just press forward from XY. This is the time to keep on pushing, to keep on getting closer, and to put yourself in real control of this game number 2. We got ourselves another tank from Oliveira showing up at least, but it's in range of the other tank, so it's going to go down way too easily. SCVs will try and repair. That ain't going to cut it, and that's another dead tank, and that's really going to put more or less the nail in the coffin, I think.
I don't know how he breaks out of this. I don't know, because right now he is behind in every feasible way. Even his little army that he had on the map, it got shut down by a cyclone. The medevac came with 3 Marines in, just got blown up. So right now Oliveira's doing his thing where he gets 2 medevacs out on the map to stop the reinforcements, but never mind the reinforcements. This army itself, in fact, he's going to drop on it.
Yep, he's just going to go straight on top. Tanks are going to be going down. GG is called, and that's going to be XY just able to hold on and just really came with power, man. Just gets across the map, goes in full strength, and yeah, I mean, Oliveira just didn't have tech. Like, he lost 1 tank across the map, but then he just didn't build tech to the same extent of his opponent. He built stim that never came up either. And that's going to be GG's. We get tied up 1 apiece in this best of 3. And Asia already going to deliver a little bit at the start of the day, Demu.
That is such a funny game. Like,
yeah.
the difference from game 1 to game 2, like the no scouting and stuff, and they both went for their builds. I like a lot of things that XY did this game. Like the Cyclone in the cloud and the Watchtower. That was just cool. And I didn't even think about that interaction before I saw it, so that was awesome.
Yeah.
But the fact that he didn't make any extra buildings, like no extra production. He was up to like 800 minerals when he plopped down that third on location, which was very safe. And even though it got cancelled, he moved out with an army against his opponent. 3 Ravens, like, didn't really... Had a lot of tanks. He was really good about his tank production, but really good about just producing. The 0 tech again, besides the Ravens and tanks. And then it was like, he got met by pretty much nothing by Oliveira. Oliveira was so greedy behind it all, like not making any Vikings, stopping at 2 Ravens, going for the engineering base straight away, going for the reactor again on a new starport kind of thing. Like, he had no ability to stop a push if it was to happen. Yeah, no ability whatsoever. So it's not that he played badly, it's just he was that lad at the casino that's just absolutely flipping, eyes closed, asking people for like what number they like and stuff, going full Rotterdam.
I was gonna say that lad at the casino sounds kind of familiar, Ben. Like,
yeah, full on Kev over there. Like, he was gambling like a crazy lad, and it did not pay off that game. So nice read by XY to go for something like that, because it was the perfect thing to really penetrate him.
Yeah, this is awesome, man. XY now going to be, tied up here, a map away from playoffs. And obviously, even if you fall here, these guys are 2-0. This is the first time we're getting a chance to play to get into playoffs. You lose here, you still have 2 more chances. And if XY is playing at this kind of level, I'm going to say he has a pretty good shot at making playoffs, even if it's not via this win over Oliveira today. So that's just really cool to see, because he has been a player that's been grinding for a very long time. The meme in the Chinese scene is that this guy has better mentality than any other production. Sorry, I'm reading chat sometimes. Than any other player. He has better mentality than any other player, because who else could play for so long and not see success and then still keep playing? That's the meme over in China. So, this guy's been playing a long time, and it's good to see him getting a bit of success. Having good runs in this Asia regionals as we dive on into Game 3, which is indeed going to be Golden Aura. What have you been thinking about this map, Ben?
Golden Aura? I find it a bit tricky to play, but I'm like, there's that weird spot outside your third where, like, you can take the triangular base, but it's a bit far forward, so you want to go for the more linear bases. But there's those rocks that you can break up and make extra pathways. It's just a bit tricky to go about. But I really like the tile set of the maps, honestly. Like, you can really tell that they're all very different just based on look, which is something that I felt has been missing for quite some time.
Yeah, these maps have a lot of individuality about them, as top left will be Dragon Kaiser's Oliveira, bottom right XY from Invictus Game. We'll just get through those intros because someone out there will be screaming for them. But yeah, no, I agree. These maps all look they just look individual, and I feel like Equilibrium's kind of a bit dark and grey, but like other than that, like, they're all quite bright, vibrant. Very excited. I'm actually really excited about the future maps. The next TLMC is going to be freestyle maps only, which means that we're probably going to see like a bunch of crazier maps, and then we already have like a pretty solid baseline of like standard maps to work from. And I kind of love that, because it feels like when we have standard maps, we kind of just rotate out one map and replace it with like a different skin set, and it still plays the same. So I kind of like that we're going to focus on trying to get like a bunch of more different maps and like experiment with that just fully for a season. Obviously, we're not going to have 9 maps of crazy. We're going to have like 7 maps of normal, and then we'll just have a few different kind of wilder maps to kind of put in each season. I think that's the idea. I think that's really exciting. That's something that could be very cool, because then maps like Al-Kaini, it's kind of standard, but it's got like its own little, fun jive to it as well. I feel like we'll see a lot more of that. So yeah, altogether, just loving where the maps are going right now.
Me too. Like, there's one thing that sticks in my head a lot because when StarCraft 2 first came out and I was playing Warcraft 3, I used to watch a lot of Brood War VODs. And I've always kept my eyes and ears like around and stuff, but I love how they have these weird freaking maps where they have like egg walls, like the larvae that spawn into eggs and stuff. Like, they'll have these weird things going on the map, and it just makes it cool, Like, we've really started implementing mineral wall-offs for certain areas, but I think if we just keep on doing little things, we've started having speed zones, slow zones, all that jazz. It just makes it nice and spicy and exciting. And yeah, this season in particular, I've enjoyed the maps a lot. I'm thinking I like Sight Delta, the Alcyone, Ocean Born with that massive freaking shark that flies flies around. That definitely shocked me at first.
Does it bother you now that it's there, or does it,
No. It was like the first. Yeah, I don't know why I have it like so instilled in my brain, like Blade Master from Warcraft 3 just pop out. So I like kind of had that like some proper PTSD while playing StarCraft. I was like, what the hell is that? And I was like, it's not an elephant, it's a freaking a whale or something. But yeah, this game so far we have the closest builds that we've had between them, pretty much. Like CCs are very close. We have the starports very close as well. Unit counts, it's Oliveira going for the more old standard here, the 3 Reaper and the 2 Hellion. But honestly, the new Cyclone it isn't as strong as you'd imagine against this army. This army is actually very good against it.
Yeah, no, the Cyclone it's surprising because you feel like it should be great, but then you see it against like Reapers and Hellions and like it does die sort of fast and it doesn't quite deal the damage as fast as you might like it to. As you can see here, Oliveira is not too afraid of attacking in. His micro could have been better, though. He could have saved both these Hellions, of course, and I think he'll be sad to lose 2 Hellions and a Reaper. He gets a Reaper and 2 Marines in return. I mean, I know these initial units don't typically move on to do much later in the game, but that feels like you try to get something then you don't really get what you're looking for. Probably just want to at least keep units alive, maybe shave off a Marine or so, and then you would have still had a more, comparable force on the map, maybe with 3 Reapers that are a real threat later to jump in the main base or so. 2 Reapers just feels very and now the Cyclone joins up and it's like, well, do we have enough to really support this Cyclone pushing in anywhere? Probably not. So, yeah, a little bit of, not the best micro, obviously, far from the end of the world, just, yeah, not going to be too exciting from here. I can't imagine this Cyclone finds a way to do anything, and the tank on sieges, but that still feels unlikely.
Yeah, the tank and sieging there at the most opportune time, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, Oliveira, ideally, you want to keep 3 Reapers alive. The kind of a magic 2-shot SCVs, so keeping them alive for that later stage. A, you get them to keep you safe early on and a bit of scouting. B, if you can deal any sort of damage later on by killing SCVs and economy, then great. So 2, definitely a little bit worse, ups the kill count by 1, and now they're both going into the textbook TBT here. They've got 3 gases on the go apiece that allows you to get out the Ravens and tank production very fluidly, non-stop production, and 3rd CC going down for Oliveira. And I dare say XY after being so successful in game 1, that was a nice rocket jump into blow up. That was Quake all over again. But yeah, I think XY probably, like, why not go for the same thing again? Because so far it worked so well in that game too.
Yeah, no, I mean, his aggression's been working out. I mean, he was honestly pretty well set in game 1 as well. It was very close with, obviously, 2nd starport, a bit more committed, but that was after he took, like, a bad chunk of damage as well, so I don't hate the idea of just staying on the aggressive kind of side of things. Oliveira's clearly had issues with them, but just 3rd down here, but he's not going to start moving onto the map, and to be fair, this time around, Oliveira does pop out a 3rd Raven. He's been much more about continuing to produce his tech units before going into those barracks. Still has a faster 3rd CC, still hits the barracks more quickly, but he has more baseline defense to work with here as XY now moves out.
His build here is far nicer for deflecting this sort of aggression. Like, I was also very thankful there that he learned and he evolved from game 2. The starport flew onto the reactor from the barracks, aka he's going to be able to get Vikings out against this, which really puts a clock on what these Ravens can achieve. But XY, he's coming in and he's very quick about going in as well.
Yeah, but he's not going to Matrix that first tank. He's just going to believe he can push on through. Finally, his other tank's beginning to siege, kind of. One of his tanks derping out in the back. Worried because those Matrixes are about to come out. All the turrets go down now from Oliveira, and this has been a crushing blow for XY. This was not what he was looking for, man. I feel like he really struggled to get his tanks where he wanted them to be. I mean, only 1 tank sieged at first, and that just felt like a mistake.
It definitely did. Like, if he got all those tanks sieged, I think it could have maybe gone his way. He put interference matrix on the high energy Raven there, and then on 2 tanks, so 1 tank was still firing from Oliveira, but honestly, Oliveira handled that pretty damn nicely. As soon as his Raven was clean, I suppose, of the interference matrix, it was like, boom, drop some turrets down, really clean that up, and all things said and done, he's got 3 Ravens alive and killed all 3 of his opponents, so very nicely done by him.
Yeah, no, this comes out in a great position for Oliveira, and of course he can't immediately be like, okay, from here now I'm ready to go, because he has been playing more slowly, but he'll take this edge and he'll take a slight army supply lead. He'll be on Stim already now, and he's already working on double upgrades versus his opponent was a little bit slow on +1 armor, for example, so just in general, slight edge from Oliveira, and we know that he's good enough to take advantage from that, so let's see where he takes it. Still producing Vikings on either side. They're both really prioritizing this air control here for this game number 3 now.
There's one push, or rather one moment in time here for XY that's going to be very scary, because if you've lost your Ravens and you know your opponent still has them, that means that your tanks are going to be, I don't want to say redundant, but you've got to be super careful about your opponent pushing you. So I wouldn't be surprised if he starts playing on the map with crazy drops or something like that, trying to negate a big-on fight in a centralized location. But it's easier said than done. Like, both these players are getting their Vikings out. Some medevacs are going to be starting to be made here for Oliveira, but XY, it looks like he's kind of forgotten the medevacs for now, just to make sure that those Ravens can't just go uncontested on top of his tanks or his army, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. That's gonna it definitely feels like you got to be the one that starts to do something, because if you just let your opponent begin to move out, and they just, it's always harder to be the defender than the aggressor in these scenarios a lot of the time, because the aggressor doesn't have to commit to anything. But the fact that if you miss an opening as the defender and then the aggressor's on top of you, then you're the one that gets punished real hard. So nice to be able to maybe just lift up, like you say, some medevacs or units, get on the map, be ready to punish yourself, because maybe with the main army you can't be the aggressor, but with little chunks and chips you can probably hold at home and then still maybe try and punish your opponent. So a good approach to take, because we do see a lot of Marine tank beginning to move forward here from Oliveira. As Ravens and Vikings as well, looks as though he is pretty happy to start moving forward, so he's going to go clean out the watchtower first. Looks as though in general he wants to work his way around the right-hand side, but immediately XY attack up the left with 2 medevacs and Marines, and he's going to find himself a chance maybe to get on top of this base. Planetary's just going to finish in time to defend.
Yeah, it was nice idea by XY trying to kind of slow this down and what have you, but Oliveira is here, and he's here with a very strong army here, Wardy. Those Ravens will get on top of these tanks. Ooh. The Vikings tried to stop this from happening, but look how much Oliveira has here, and this right on top of this third base. This is brutal.
Yep, those Marines really did not waste any time at all. This was an absolutely one-sided fight. The Raven spellcasting was just spot on from Oliveira. XY is missing some of the buffer that he might have used because the Marines are across the map with those couple of medevacs, and so he has no way to really absorb any of this damage. And so that's just going to do it, man. Oliveira absolutely shreds him in this Game 3, in what was kind of a competitive series. Game 1 and 2, very close, back and forth, cool times from XY. Oliveira in Game 3 says, no, change the build, defend very well. And when it came to him attacking, yeah, there wasn't much of a story to tell at all. It was just straight to the ending.
Absolutely. So keeping those Ravens alive is such a big deal, like, because, you know, one Raven is -2 tanks in a fight if you do it correctly. So having 3 -6, and I mean, you saw that XY had a lot of Vikings, but they do not kill the like having a good 8 Vikings or so alive. You can one-shot a Raven, but still stopping those interference matrices is so damn difficult. And Oliveira, he was all about the pounce. He knew what he had to do. Nice and clean from him in Game 3.
Alright, well, that's our first series of the day. Done and dusted. Oliveira makes playoffs here in the Asia Regionals. We'll be back with more StarCraft 2 from the Asia region. It's PvP, Yaeshi versus Firefly up next. Don't go far. We'll be right back straight after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have more StarCraft 2 on the way up. Apparently, my thing's getting an update, so give me just one sec, guys. And I should say that we have Firefly and Yeshi coming on board to play some StarCraft 2 action. And that should be very fun indeed, Ben. Some PvP between two players in the Chinese scene that I feel like have always been, pushing forward and looking very good and doing, just very well for themselves, especially recently. Yeshi's been on a bit of the up. Firefly especially has been skyrocketing upwards in the Chinese scene. Yeah,
like Jieshi is a name that I know a little bit more from the past. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's been around for quite a bit longer than Firefly. Yeah. But Firefly's really kind of burst open on the Asian scene. Like, he's a guy that if you see him go up against the really good Protoss players that we know, such as if he goes up against a Hero or something, you don't necessarily think like, oh yeah, Hero's going to stomp him like 3-0 or whatever. You actually know that Firefly can put up a fight. So a player that's getting that good, that a lot of Europeans very much respect, as well as, I'm not sure I want to play against this guy. You have to know he's cooking up some good stuff.
Yeah, especially when he pops into like the European server, ESL Open Cups, right? And he's just like, he takes some names in those, and you're like, oh man, like, he's playing with a ping disadvantage. He's looking good. He is absolutely one to watch out for. Definitely could be a contender to kind of make a deep run. And obviously looking to make playoffs today is in the top right from the Platinum Heroes. It is Firefly.
And spawning over here in the bottom left as our blue Protoss today, it is Jieshi. No low ground, one gate, fast expands going on here. Obviously, it's one of those maps that does not have a ramp up to the natural, but also, I've heard Protosses these days saying that it's kind of a suicide build unless your name is
Max Pax.
Well, starts with an M and it ends in a Axe Pax.
You can say his name, Ben. It's okay. He's not Voldemort.
I certainly can. I just wanted to say it cool. I mean, for all intents, but I mean, he could be. Anyway,
actually, yeah, you're right. He could be. But no, it's.
I mean, we don't know. We don't know.
It's very true though. Like, everyone else that tries to do this low ground stuff is kind of just dies. I've seen Astray mess with it a few times over, and he does okay. But like, the level of success is nowhere near as consistent as what MaxPax finds with it. And MaxPax just seems to have this understanding of the matchup and the ability to control at a very high level consistently. I think that's what it comes down to. Like, a lot of people have tried to copy what MaxPax does, but he just controls and makes the very small decisions that are very important very quickly and very often very correctly. And sometimes it still goes wrong. We saw MaxPax Skillers yesterday, like, Skillers took a game off him where he tried to expand quickly on Radoset, which even has a ramp. And just a couple things went slightly wrong, and, even MaxPax doesn't get it right every time. And then he was perfect in the games after, and that's the thing. It's just so hard to replicate that. I mean, that's why it's so impressive that MaxPax does what he does. And so, yeah, for a lot of the time, for everyone else, it is just 2-gate PvP. That's what we see here. And even 2 Adepts and 2 Adepts are completely mirrored for the first few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of losing to Skillers, I mean, saying like losing to Skillers, I mean, that's not exactly a bad thing these days. He's absolutely pushing it. Kind of similar to Firefly in a sense, like absolutely becoming one of the better/best players in those in their respective regions. But here we have very different tech options out of these dudes. Like the double adept from both of them at the start. It looks like Jieshi is kind of sitting back with his, maybe hoping that he can bait his opponent in or something like that. But Firefly really hunkering on down here with his adepts. He's going 2 more after a Stargate.
Yep, and he's going to get a couple more out Oracle probably on the way, and then you can have like a 6 Adept Oracle pressure. Can be actually pretty powerful. Just a Robo in the 3rd gateway here from Yeshi, so he's going to just say, cool, get myself a Prism, get myself a lot of units across the map. This can actually be very good against like 6 Adepts, and we're actually going to build an Immortal first. Be very good against 6 Adepts and an Oracle, because if you just deal with those first Adepts, you're then going to have the better units fighting afterwards. And Adepts are usually good quickly, but they're not going to be good as the numbers get higher, so that's something that obviously the 3-gate achieves very quickly. And so I like this a lot, I think, for Yeshi. Just needs to not lose units early in the game, in this position right here, for example.
Yeah, I mean, this could get very dicey. I mean, Firefly over here does get a scout, but there is no 3rd base on the way. And with 4 Adepts, it is enough firepower to take down this, but after seeing this army behind as well, nice catch by GSG. Will get an adept for his troubles, and that Oracle turned up. And is it spotted by GSG just yet?
Oh.
2 adepts in the other base. I tell you what, GSG is playing really good this game.
Yeah, he's gonna get himself into such a good lead. This is bad for Firefly because he's already playing from kind of a bad spot with the build order, I think. And then on top of that, he's the one taking all the damage. So this really feels as though Blue Protoss is gonna really find just a net advantage here. And you know, you've got an Immortal, you've got Stalkers, you've now got the Prism going across the map. I do not see what Firefly does to defend. He's adding on a 3rd gateway, but the Stargate's not producing. He only just now gets the Robo. He's so far off his own Immortal. He's so far off his own Prism Micro. These are things which would maybe make or break this defense, and right now he's just not going to have the stuff to make it.
And cancelled that natural that he was making as well. I mean, he needed to cancel it because no way in hell are you going to be saving it against this army. But even the Oracle didn't get any damage done whatsoever. 0 kills on it, and it's taken some hull damage. And now that's an army that you have to respect with Big Daddy Immortal in the mix, and going to start losing his production at the front here.
Yep, doesn't going to be seeing our Stalkers anymore. Going to knock down a gateway. I was just going to be having the few Stalkers, a couple of devs continue to come on in. This Immortal continue to fight. The Stalkers will continue to go. Super Battery is going to activate as I'm just going to be seeing our Prism loading up a couple of units. And I mean, this is the power of what Yashi has right now. It's very tough to push him back. I mean, I kind of like the Phoenix because at least the Phoenix can pick off the Immortal for a little bit, maybe push the Prism just slightly. Very cool.
And back in GSG's base, Firefly is up to some shenanigans here. Does have double Oracle to deal some damage, but GSG with 3 Stalkers just patrolling his mineral line. Like, he's bulletproof back at home, and Firefly, he's caught in a real damn hard place here.
Yep, that gateway goes down. I'm just going to have ourselves... I mean, Firefly's trying to stay sword on the other side in case Yashi just goes for the expand behind this, but... I mean, I guess that's a smart thing to do, but you still got to deal with the main problem over here, which is right now we're just sat here dealing damage.
And now we get into that Cold War territory, where GSG can't come up this ramp, but Firefly can't come down it. And who is that better for? Well, it's better for the player that can't expand, but getting a pick from that Warp Prism, that's actually a really big deal. Like, I guess Firefly can see that little blur of the Observer with the high ground vision, but stopping reinforcements in this army and having those Oracles behind it, hey, Firefly has a chance of breaking out here, I think.
Yep, it does look as though, I mean, honestly, his army's been building up nicely. He's got a couple of Immortals himself. Now it's a question of how long does it take you just figure out a way down the ramp, because, you know, we do have the expansion on the other side of the map, so that does begin to go down. Prism coming up. And a Phoenix again on the way.
Do you see what he's trying to do with his stasis? Like, if he tries to stasis some Stalkers out of this, like, that could be really cool. And he's getting a Warp Prism. Like, doesn't necessarily have to think about. Oh, I mean, ideally you'd love to come down the ramp, but against sentries that's hard. But a Warp Prism will allow you to start working your way down in a different kind of way. And GSG's got no units to reinforce over here. Oh my goodness! It almost dropped out there.
Yeah, if that Prism went down, that would have been huge. Obviously, you shoot down these Phoenix, get your Immortal free would be amazing. The Force Fields are going to do a lot for you right now. There's an Immortal for the pick, and quite frankly, it does somehow squeeze past those Force Fields. That was definitely something. We're going to recall back home. I think Yashi says, you know what, done enough here. This is getting dangerous. You're starting to kind of get to the point where you are going to kind of catch me. Let's just go home. I've got my expansion finishing. He's on a worker lead. He's ready to saturate this expansion as well. You can tell he's already looking to be in a very good spot.
He's in a phenomenal spot here. Like, the army that he has left over and the fact he's got this natural, fantastic. And Firefly, he was dealt a bad card in that hand, right? Or dealt a bad card in that fight, but he made the most of it, I think. I mean, it was real crazy. The Phoenix did their job, and, you know, he wanted more, but GSG was solid. Good force fields on the ramp, good target fire as well. He's got his natural setup behind it as well. He's just played good, and he's been very solid about not taking damage either on his economy. Firefly, it's going to be a hard game to catch back up in. I feel like he thinks that he needs to do something right here, right now, or at least very soon, because, yeah, he's so damn behind here, Wardy.
Yeah, no, he has to get something going ASAP as a couple Oracles going to pull back. Immortal on the way, Nexus coming up. Just got that blink about to finish on the side of our Blue Protoss as well, and, well, that means it's just going to get tougher. He's going to kind of hide the blink, because now he can blink forward, and I thought he was just going to get the Prism. I mean, he might still get the Prism. He will get the Prism. I just felt like he's going to blink forward, kill the Prism, and then the Mortals are guaranteed going down. That got a little bit weird. It's going to be enough for GG's anyways. And Blingy is going to finish up game number 1. That was just such a weird way. Like, he blinked forward and did nothing. And then in the end, he still kills the Prism. So, yeah, not so bad.
It was weird watching it because I was like, wait, whose Phoenix is that? Like, there's the blink going in, but like the whole thing was kind of weird. I was like, what's going on here, actually? But nice by GSG. Like, Firefly, he had to try and do something so it can look... It's one of those situations where he can look a bit daft, but no, he had to do something. And GSG had a very quick blink online, which maybe faster than Firefly expected, along with that natural being up and running. Just a very, very solid play out of GSG. Like, 3-gate robo, just deflected stuff going on. Even the first 2 adepts that he kind of sat back at home, it felt like he was kind of baiting a reaction or just like lack of knowledge from his opponent, right? Just the probe not sticking around to see what's actually going on. And Firefly went for 4 adepts, an oracle, which you ideally want to get damage done, but against a solid opening like what GSG did, felt like he read him so damn well.
Yep. As we are just gonna have ourselves a moment or so here, everyone's just getting ready. And we're going to go into Solaris, which is, I really do like this map. I feel like it's fun, it's aggressive, the acceleration zone's always fun to move through, and watch units kind of just, really eat it from one side of the map to the other with. So, yeah, very excited to see a little bit of Solaris PvP. Obviously, can be a very aggressive matchup in the first place, as we just saw. So, we'll see what this lets us do here as we take a few moments to get ready. And we'll be off and away, hopefully, in just a couple moments.
Solaris will be the next map, which it reminds me a lot of Ancient Cistern. It might just be the tile set, but like when I first played this, I was like, oh, this is cool, and oh wait, it's completely different. But yeah, when it came to that first PvP between them, very nice to see very different openings. Like, and I'm just rewatching some of that fight here on the stream. The 2 Immortals and like the blink forward and
weird,
ignoring
right?
the Prism, but. Yeah, it was very weird, but very cool at the same time. But nice to see such solid play out of both. And it felt like, even though I came into this thinking like Firefly's that new hot kid on the block, but GSG showcased some very smart PvP actually. Excited to see what's out from both of them here going forward.
Yep, as we have ourselves in the top right-hand side, this is going to be the Red Protoss player. This is Firefly from Platinum Heroes.
And spawning over in the bottom left as our blue Protoss, it is GSG. And this is, again, a match that both players are at 2-0 in the Swiss stage. You need 3-0 to advance, or rather 3 wins to advance. So neither one of these players will be super sad if they don't win here, as they will not be out and will still have a very solid score of 2-1 in the group. And yeah, given that they've done so well, I dare say they're looking like they will most likely be looking to advance regardless of what happens. But nice to see very solid Protoss play out of this region. This region seems to be very heavy on the Terrans, very heavy on the Protoss, but not so heavy on the Zerg so far.
Yeah, no, it seems to be a lot of TP up at the top. When you think about Zergs in these regions, I mean, from China we have Silky, who's obviously not doing so hot right now, and then, I mean, from Taiwan, if I think of Zergs, I think of Rex, but then Rex didn't even qualify this season. So kind of flying the Zerg banner to me is like MioM, but, he's had great success in the C region, but didn't really make it last season, didn't make playoffs with this region last time around. He's currently 1-1. He plays nice today as well, which is a tough draw. That'll be coming up in a match or 2. So, yeah, there's not a lot of Zergies here in the Asia regionals.
That is a tough draw, and it's like at 1-1 as well, right?
Yeah, so it sets the tone, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Like, seeing Nice drop a series, he must have dropped it to one of the super sick players, be it like one of these 2 or one of the 2 players we saw before, which, just showcases how strong they all are, because Nice has been a player that we've seen qualify 2 big events, take down really damn good players. I'll never forget that series against Rogue. Yeah. It was kind of heartbreaking to see him losing the regame afterwards, but that is the curse. But yeah, like, Zerg players in this region, I remember, like, the olden days, you had, in fact, not even that long ago, but it is StarCraft has been along. Iasonu was like such a good Zerg in this region that did so damn well, but I haven't seen him in a while, which is unfortunate because he was very solid. One of the ones
really
that European. Yeah, one of the ones that Europeans actually were like, hey, he's really damn good. When you go over to Korea and practice, he's one of the guys that you run into a lot over there.
That's so interesting, by the way. We're just going to go for the same build again. 3-gate Robo. This is Firefly opting for, 2 Adepts, this time into 2 Sentries. I feel like his issue is going to be that once again, he's going to start losing out on his initial Adepts, though, which is really bad for him because it's going to really be tough to kind of then figure out a little bit of what's going on. And his Adept's going to get the zooms, does not catch, is shading after. If we get over there and fight, I mean, 2 Sentries should probably make this difference. If you want to go Adept for Adept, maybe it ain't so bad because you're 3-gate Roboing.
I love that from Firefly, by the way, using the Adept Shade to block the Shade. Absolutely one of the only things that can block a Shade is your own Shade, so very cute play out of him. But Jieshi does get a full-on scout as to what's happening, and seeing this that he's up against, getting a Nexus on the low ground, and already got his 3-gate Robo on the go over here. Yeah, he's going to be looking to be very fierce on the map once again.
That's so cute if you have the Adept to block and you can get there because it just saves you a few minerals, right? It's just ever so slightly efficient. You don't have to place a battery, then cancel it, right? Which would usually be the defense there. Now the Adept goes down, so that's actually a really cute little play like you mentioned from Firefly. And there's a good reason to do it rather than just build a battery, cancel it, build a battery, cancel it a couple times over. Saving himself like 50 minerals overall, which again, in these sort of games can make a big difference. As here we go with the big attack. And yeah, we are just going to send it as Yeshi. He's going to try and bust through. Someone that's going to try and defend on the low ground. Do love the Phoenix. If you can lift up the Immortal for a significant amount of time, which you probably can, there's nothing to really shoot down a Phoenix here. There's a very good shot of shutting this attack down completely.
And look at this army that he's crafted as well. He saw quite a few sentries in the mix from his opponent. So he's like, you know what? What's good against sentries? A lot of Adepts. I mean, I still think maybe firepower-wise, Firefly will be fine. But, 3 Stalkers joining the fray. That's absolutely what he needed against this. And that is a lot of Adepts. And getting caught out here on the first little skirmish. And Firefly did save his shield battery overcharge until he needed it. Still going to be very hard to hold because so far I think he wanted this first engagement to go a lot better for him than it did.
Yeah, I mean, at least Super Battery is now about to fade away. He knows there's a Phoenix there as well, so you get some more Stalkers. I think targeting that Phoenix down is going to be very important. You do not want your Immortal to be out of this fight for long. Honestly, to take the Phoenix down, you're missing so much damage with the Immortal. Okay, you're just going to let the Immortal die. He does have Adepts to kind of tank on the ground. He will now get rid of the Phoenix anyways, but the Prism goes down, so you lose reinforcements. He's got enough Stalkers to one-shot through the battery, though, or close enough to it, so he's able to keep pressing forward, kills the Warp, and that means the battery can't get involved, and it looks as though Firefly just will not have enough units here to actually keep on holding. That was a wild fight. Interesting choices from Yeshi, but it looks as though it's going to come out okay for him.
And look at that, 2 Adepts in the main just holding position there in the probe line, and that is so much damage being done. Well played, Jieshi, just clinical here. Like, he didn't go for that Phoenix, but in the meantime, he killed like 2 or 3 Stalkers in the time that it took for him to take down the Immortal, and wow, that is a result that I didn't quite expect to be so nice for Jieshi here. 2-0 against Firefly.
2-0 and never really looked as though he was out of control. Like, it was him all the way through, right? Like, non-stop. Just 3-gate Robo, 3-gate Robo. A couple different scenarios you have to play it out in as well. It's the same build, but having to do it, a little bit differently each time. And showed us that he's very clearly meant to be kind of up there and one of the players to consider at the top of this region. Because, yeah, we talk about and hype up Firefly a little bit, but yeah, he just came in, banged him 2-0, and he's now in the playoffs already. So that's obviously amazing. Our first 2 players of the day both advanced to the playoffs here in round 3 of the Swiss. So our first 2 players out of 8 into the Asia regional playoffs. That is Oliveira 2-1 over XY and Yeshi 2-0 over Firefly. And that sets us up into a couple of ZVPs up next as we continue through this region, Ben. We've got MioM and Nice, just talked a little bit about MioM. And then GoGoJoey taking on Haas, which is we got both the Taiwanese Protoss players coming up. They're both a bit crazy, they're both a bit wacky. Nice played some killer PvZ the other day against Serral and WTL. Like, it was an insane ace match. He honestly deserved to win. It didn't quite because, well, he's playing against Serral, but if that's any indication, MioM is going to have a tough time. Just in general, I think we've got fun games coming up.
I actually watched that game on Rad Huset where Nice, I thought he absolutely had a shot, and then I think I saw Kevin at one point casting, and he was like, "Man, he started these air upgrades so late and stuff." But he absolutely could have won. You're absolutely right. But yeah, 2 crazy Zergs, and I mean crazy Zergs going up against Protoss here. I'm excited. I'm excited, and we got the 2 regions colliding as well in the Singaporeans against the Chinese players, or rather Taiwanese and stuff. So much. It's cool. It's cool.
Yep, very exciting stuff. We're going to take a few moments. When we come back, it is going to be that MioM versus Nice matchup. We'll see you guys soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have more StarCraft 2 ready to go. MioM versus Nice in a ZVP right here. This should be kind of exciting. Like, Nice, I think, is extremely good PvZ right now, but MioM has his own way of playing. It can always be exciting. We actually just in the break talking a little bit about Bly, and he has that kind of Bly factor, right, where like he does things that don't quite make sense, they don't quite work as you would expect them to, but he makes them work because he's the one with the experience in those situations a lot of the time. So, yeah, fun little CVP coming up as these two players are 1-1. And actually, interestingly enough, both kind of champions of their regions in the past, when we had these, the Asia region kind of be separated into like China and Taiwan and C. MioM and Nice, both champions from that day and age as well. So, exciting little match coming up as we get this CVP ready to roll out. Game number 1 will start on Golden Ore. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be MioM.
If you could just take the microphone just for a moment here, Wardy. I believe my little boy just woke up randomly.
No worries, I got you, Ben. In the top left, our red Protoss player is going to be representing the Starlight Twinkle. It is Nice. As Ben goes and sorts out his kid, we will take you through the first few moments here. But as I was kind of just saying, this is one of those situations where I actually think Nice is definitely the favorite. And Nice definitely should be the one we kind of look at here. Is like, okay, Nice is like the favorite. Nice is the sort of player that we're kind of expecting to see doing well. But then on the other side, you've got MioM, who can be dangerous. He can be so innovative, and I say innovative, like, you kind of know what you're getting with MioM. You kind of know he's probably going to have, like, a fast lair, maybe some faster Hydras than usual, for example, all these kind of things, These are builds that MioM does a lot, but he's so good with them. And a lot of times, sometimes they flop, right? And that's the thing. We talked about this with Bly yesterday, me and Katz, and it's like, sometimes you do these builds, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. And then it doesn't work, and you're like, well, yeah, it didn't make sense. What were you doing? But sometimes it does work, and sometimes it does do very well. So then you can be okay. Welcome back, Benny.
Thank you.
No
got a new puppy. So got 2 children in the house, and my little boy was just now Alice back, puppy back, Astor awake, all good in the hood. All right. Now this, like, I love talking about players and like my own experience with players, because Nice is the kind of guy that lived in the shadow of Haas for a long time, but they had totally different styles. Like, I felt that Haas, obviously super crazy, Nice, very, very solid. Whereas MioM, he is super crazy, loves his Hydras, loves his Zerglings, but also he's a true Chad. Like, he turned up at Valencia a few years ago at the DreamHack. No mousepad. Just sets up, and I'm like, what, you play without a mousepad? He's like, yeah, just super chill, like, just loves gaming, loves playing. Like, he took out Harstam in the group stage, like, his first match, and it was just like, see, you don't need peripherals. And I was like, oh my god, this guy is so cool, and just happy, buzzing around, just really, really nice dude, just oozes that pleasant charisma. So I always love seeing his name do so well. I love the fact that he did so well in the Oceania region for so long, like a few seasons he just was unstoppable almost, it felt like. But yeah, very cool to see him doing nicely over in this region, but this is not an easy matchup for either one of them.
No, it's really not, like, because again, Nice is Nice is dangerous in himself. We've seen him play some serious late game as well if needed. We just saw that against Serral the other day, not in this event but in another, and yeah, so we know he can compete. We know MioM can be dangerous with his build order choices. That just makes for a good matchup, because I do feel like Nice is the favorite. Their statistic history is absolutely very Nice dominated. In fact, it's very good for Nice. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because like the match score is very one-sided Nice, but then the map score is closer than you might expect. And so it says that MioM is always able to like steal a game here and steal a game there, but maybe struggles to take the series. In this case, he's just going to rush to that gold base bottom left. Super fast lair. I was kind of saying this when you're gone, Ben, but like fast Hydras is one of the things MioM loves, and this could absolutely be a route to that.
Absolutely. This is taking the gold base like this. Like, I was just looking at what's being made. Nice little strand of this adept, but it will get away. Tis something in the main base, an Oracle. Great drone pull from MioM over here. Didn't lose a single drone so far. does have Spore Crawlers ready as well, and he's producing a lot of lings. And right now, if you're in Nice's shoes, like you do see that third base in the bottom, so we'll be sending an Oracle over there just to find out what's going on. But right now, this is already the kind of chaos that I wanted to see out of MioM.
Yeah, no, it's causing a bit of trouble, right? And you got the gold base, the layers up. Now we've got a lot of lings that are just going to try and test the waters at the front. There's not a lot here from Nice, although he warps 2 more depths. That should help, and I love that he's building a battery. He's just going to make sure that he is nice and safe. Oracle does find the gold by the win. He's actually going to be able to cancel that Spore potentially too, so maybe runs out of energy before then, gets the drone, which gives the Spore a bit more HP. But now we just send a depths and another Oracle down there, so this is looking pretty okay for Nice to just figure out what MioM is doing. There is the expected Hydralisk Den on the way up. And, well, let's see how well Nice does as he gets rid of this Spore Crawler. The Oracles can come back in, and then there's not really, again, much defense right now on this gold.
I love taking out that Spore. Like, just with some Adepts, now it means you can take out the Queen, keep on just denying the mining on this base, and look at the work account here, Wardy. Like, this is terribly bad for our Zerg player, and that number of Oracles as well. He has given him no breathing room this game, all over the tricks and shenanigans of MioM. And, ooh, that's a nice catch from MioM, though. Like, he knew there was a lot of Zerglings on the field.
Yeah, Nice, just kind of walking in there. Move command as well, doesn't even get, like, a couple of hot shots. I kind of love that he's got this 4th Oracle, just really being like, I know you can be a bit wild, so I'm going to have 4 Oracles. But then with the Hydras coming up, how much does a 4th Oracle help you? You know, there was once upon a time Hassan of Valencia in 2018 when, you know, you could actually just mass Oracles against Hydras. That's not really the case anymore, so got to be a little careful with what you build. As you see, the Oracles are going to end up retreating away. Good damage dealt. Nice has a 9-worker lead. Being calm and patient, getting Immortals out for safety. Twilight Council about to be done. Do you think Nice is doing a lot of these things in the correct way just to ensure he's going to be in a good position in the next stage?
And we brought up Bly in the break, and very much at the start here, there is a Bly creep highway going across the center of the map. And when you see that the creep is going in only one direction, which is from your opponent's base, the fastest possible route to your base, kind of starts giving the game away a little bit of what your opponent might be going for. And I do like the fact that Nice is going for a Robo Bay here, which, you know, if this game was to go on long, the Robo Bay can start to get negated by things like Vipers and stuff, but so far he's reading this game so nicely, and he's getting out the correct units here, the correct tech, and seeing the Hydras as well, getting damage done continuously. Nice also hasn't gone for a 3rd base amidst all of this, but I feel that he absolutely is clued in for who and what he's against.
Yeah, I kind of love it, man. Like, I just feel like he's playing absolutely spot on. He's seen this gold and he's just making sure it's never really been a good gold base because he's never let it mine properly. So, you know, at no point has MioM really just being able to sit on gold base saturation and say, cool, my economy is popping off, I feel great about it. No, it's not been like that in the slightest, in fact. So far, very good from Nice. I love what I'm seeing out of him. And just needs to kind of follow through to finish up. And I only say that as those are great force fields as well. These lings are now trapped over here. They're going to have to just try and run past. We could force field again! Oh. And that's going to block everything in. Wow, that's just all but 3 lings going down. Even nicer catch from Nice. That was great. I was only saying that because Nice really felt like he had his first series of the tournament under control against SCV. He was playing PvP and he looked great in Game 1. He was really in good positions Game 2 and 3, and he just didn't follow up in the right ways. Now, it's a different matchup and everything, but I've just seen Nice this event before, get in a good spot and then not kind of seal the deal. So just hoping that he can do so, obviously, in the PvZ, because he is playing fantastic right now.
He really is. He's absolutely on point this game. And, you know, MioM, he really is cool, man. Like, he's on 46 drones right now, and he's just completed a hive. Like, like this is wild. Like, you know, 2-base saturation. I don't know whether he scouted or he did, right, with those Zerglings. He got to see what he was up against, kind of thing. And he's like, you know what? What do I need against those Robo units? Vipers. So he's played a super crazy style here, very much his own kind of thing. And he's going for the super good counter against that. But on the other side of things, Nice has gone for High Templars very quickly, getting that Storm out, Chrono boosting it as well amidst all of this. It feels like they're both doing things in an unusual way, but Nice is doing it to respond to his opponent, which is very solidly done. A couple of Oracles do bite the dust here, though. Nice grab.
Yeah, the Oracle count now down to just 1, so we're just going to have to make sure that stays alive. The main goal of it is to obviously provide you with information, just vision of where your opponent is at and everything. Man, I mean, this army of Nice is never meant to die against Ling Hydra. And obviously, you know, the Colossi now being countered by the Vipers, and yet we're going to have the Storm to replace the Colossi. You really just have tech upon tech, and, you know, to deal with, like I say, just Ling Hydra. That's the issue. It's nothing else from MioM. And that's why he should probably run into a lot of issues here as the Hydras do get revelated for a few moments. That's, again, that one thing that Oracle wants to keep on top of. Keep the revelations popping, keep the vision going. Just know where your opponent's army is at every point in time.
One nice thing for me and Micah, with the fact that that gold base never really got mining, the fact that it is now does mean it will last for a much longer period of time. Like, his drone count's pretty damn low. He's on 55 here, and he's just starting upgrades, like getting that Adrenal on the go, getting his first actual damage/armor upgrade of the game on the Lings as well. It is going to come down to, well, it looks like it's going to come down to one fight, because neither player's eco is super good, which... yeah, that's going to be spicy here, Wardy, because this creep highway has also got to a point where it is on the other side of the map. Although Nice is starting to shut that down. When you've only got one line of creep on the map, that does feel kind of brutal if you are MioM.
Yeah.
I don't know, Wardy. I don't often get to cast games like this, but this seems like it's a bit of a wild one. Oh, Disruptor Shot is a bit scary, but does not really get the connection it was looking for.
Yeah, only a single Zergling there, so not too big of a deal. As you do gather Ling Hydra around on that left-hand side, looks as though we are going to go pushing upwards and trying to aim towards the left-hand side base. A couple cannons will start to take damage. We are actually do see an Oracle going down the right. A few Lings getting stormed, and Zealot, Stalkers, Immortal Colossi, everything just holding tight toward the third base right now. As this army of MioM does back away. I mean, yes, MioM has a lot of stuff, but again, how good is this stuff? And Nice is just going to take the safest, most calm and collected way forward he can. He's going to say, cool, I'm going to take a fourth. I'm going to add on Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. He's in no rush to end this game. He's just going to, keep on moving forwards, further his tech, and just know that defensively he can't lose a fight. So yeah, he's just going to sit defensively and improve his army. Why the heck not?
Yeah, so much blue on the map, and I mean, his drone count's low, right? Like, we're at 54, he's making a few more as well. Ultralists are going to start coming out as well, which could be a little bit spicy. There are 3 Immortals in the mix with a 4th joining, but it looks like Nice is going to be trying to get an air transition going. And I mean, that kind of transition is what you would normally want to go for in a game like this when you feel like you've secured yourself, but we know what's coming, and this is definitely the moment for MioM to try and get something done with this army, especially with those Ultras joining the field soon, but Nice is doing a good job of just utilizing these little chokes on the map, isn't he?
Yep. Absolutely, as you see the Hydras there going to pick off one hallucination, just going to see the Zealot going down. Tectonic Destabilizers coming up, and a few Tempests on the way out as well. Ling Hydra trying to get up the left-hand side, going to crash in. Those cannons are going to be there to push this back. I'm just seeing that so far MioM cannot make his way up. I mean, Tempest, I mean, honestly, just still, everything... the thing is, like, yes, MioM gets a lot of stuff out, but, like, the rebuild potential is not there. The moment he loses an army, he can't really afford to rebuild it properly. And that's not good when you're playing the army that's kind of meant to melt, but then go again quickly and just rebuild. That's what doesn't really add up, right? But then this is what we see all the time out of MioM, and sometimes he makes it work, so I'm always a little bit scared to really commit to, like, you know, really just believe, yeah, Nice has got this one locked up, because sometimes they make mistakes against these kind of styles.
They do, and I'm looking at so much blue wrapping around here, there, and everywhere, and all it takes is for one bad fight. Like, really does. And I mean, we talk about remax value, but he does have a lot of minerals to get out a lot more Lings afterwards. He's going to have 2-1 kind of soon on these units as well. But now Nice feels comfortable enough to get some units out on the map himself. And this, if you are the kind of guy that likes to be aggressive, and you see that whole blue army marching back to deal with just 6 Zealots on this gold base that have already done the damage done that they were looking for, this is the kind of stuff that could start biting you in the butt, because Nice uses his opportunity here. He's remaxing with really good units, carriers. He's taking a 5th base in the top as well. He's on 2 cyber cores here, getting armor and attack. And MioM has no idea whatsoever this is going on. There's no... I don't think there's a spire on the map. He's getting spine crawlers of all things as well. Drone count's actually a bit more decent now, but it's still not good. And Nice is playing MioM like a fiddle, I feel.
Yep. No, I think so, right? Like, It just feels like at some point MioM has to attack. And when he attacks, the longer he waits to attack, the worse it's getting for him. More carriers, more tech units, more energy on the High Templar. Like, adding on the Ultras didn't really do much for me, and he's not really done anything since then. It's just more Lings and more Hydras. It's more of the same. Like, okay, he got these Vipers out, but we've yet to see the Vipers be able to spellcast, you know? That's how well Nice has just zoned him out with everything so far. So yeah, it's just not looking good for our Zerg player. Not really much else to add on. Like, it's kind of weird because we've not had a bigger fight, but when we do, it really should be very good for Nice.
I think it should. Again, you can see MioM and what he's looking for. He's looking for the wraparound. He made a third Evo, by the way, to start the range upgrades as well. But Nice is doing a damn good job of making sure that wraparound never happens. And lovely feedbacks on these Vipers. And I mean, you can see that MioM's army, if it's just fighting from one angle, it's just not going to cut it. Like this is that army that every Protoss hater hates to play against, VODs. Disruptors, High Templar, Carrier, Tempest, lasers.
Yeah, and now we're going to be forced into the fight as MioM because he got cornered in, so Nice can essentially force him to take the engagement. A single Ultra runs in towards the Immortals. Zerg doesn't have that recall button like a Protoss can. If they get stuck in a corner, Disruptor shots will completely miss, but don't even think they are necessary. You can just see that MioM's army melts away. Everything goes down. Okay, he denied the 5th base. You know what? He's rebuilding Lings, and apparently just Lings. He's got a few Hydras and Ultra on the way up, but more, well, not even more, but less of the same stuff isn't going to do it. And we have the Mothership recall into the main for style points. Well, rebuild while the Mothership's here, I guess. That is one way to absolutely deliver the final blow. What a play from Nice at the end.
Yeah, that was actually really cool. Like, that's something that we use from players like Zest.
Yeah.
Quite a while ago. It was like, okay, what do I do with my Mothership? Do I keep it in my army to get yoinked? Or do I send it to the other side of the map and go behind enemy lines? Well, the behind enemy lines after clearing up my opponent's army seems to work wonders. Very cool play, honestly. I think Nice handled that whole game really damn well. I was looking at the numbers and I was like, Nice didn't seem like he was in trouble at any point, and he was playing patient. And that sometimes is easier said than done. Because sometimes you can be like, hey, I'm ahead, I'm just going to go out, right? But it's exactly what MioM was looking for, and Nice just played a damn solid game, VODs. At no point was I scared for him, which, if you're a Nice fan watching that was the most comfortable game of your life if you're a Nice fan.
Yeah. No, it's, like, there was no moment where I was scared for Nice. I don't think a single one, because he couldn't, like, he denied the gold base. Like, the gold base didn't die, but it didn't mine properly for a long time. And the point at which it did mine properly was because Nice was just like, cool, I'm just sitting back. I'm 4 bases, you know, I don't need to harass anymore. I've got my tech up. So that gold base never really was a factor, and Oracles kept him extremely safe for a long time as well. Like, it just didn't really ever go anywhere. It was, yeah, not really much else to say, just plain and simple that was very much so a case of, yeah. Apparently we're hopping back to the Korean service, so we'll do that right now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it just wasn't. There wasn't ever a moment I was afraid for Nice. I think that's what it comes down to. Like, MioM's army never looked threatening. The only scared part I had is that in the past I've seen people lose when I feel like in the same way, right? Because like sometimes MioM, Bly, these kinds of players just have a way of making it so that these weird armies that may be a bit larger than usual, they do get a wrap around. They do find that one fight. But that was just not the case here. Nice just made sure that that did not happen.
It's super fun looking back and just, you know, he cleans up the army with that, like, wraparound, which, you know, MioM spent 15 minutes looking for a wraparound, never got it. As soon as Nice got it, he gets the wraparound, then it recalls, and you're like, huh, where's it recalling? And it's like, boom, main base, gets that frickin' time warp on top of the ramp. Super cool from him. Yeah, solid play out of Nice, and now he gets to play on a server that's more beneficial to him, which that does not spell, you know, super confidence if I'm on the side of MioM over here.
No, I don't think so. That was like MioM's server preference, so now you're going to be even more disadvantaged from the very start of the game, and I do wonder what his plan will be. I wonder what he games to try and do, because he's got to do something different. You can't just let Nice be so controlling again, but then if Nice is just going to play with safety as his main priority every step of the way, then what do you do? I mean, then you got to play not like MioM, but then is that not where MioM runs into trouble? It's so rough. Like, it feels like he needs to do something surprising. But I don't know what surprising is if Nice already knows how MioM plays, so it's a tough question, man.
Yeah, trying to switch gears in a situation like this is, you're right, it's now spawning over in the top left-hand side of Oceanborn. It is the Red Protoss, it is Nice.
Bottom right, our blue Zerg player will be MioM. As we get ourselves into game number 2 of this best of 3, and really would imagine that Nice just comes out with a nice, safe, solid opening again. You know, a couple of depth safety, you know, maybe, you know, probably just a Stargate into Oracles, just ensuring you have a nice, clean open.
Nice just looked like the more well-rounded player that game. Like, he looked confident, he made good moves, his opponent went for a cheeky gold base, he shut that down easily with very minimal losses as well. And then MioM was put in a position where he kind of had to do something, but Nice was just like, I know you need to do something, and just played it like that. And that is so wonderful to see, like just the smarts going on. That was nice and cheeky by MioM, hiding the drone over there. We'll get to sneak out, most likely does take the hatchery on location there. So nice little, I don't want to say a win, but at least nothing going super bad.
Yeah, obviously when you go pool first, you do not want your hatchery to be pushed onto the third location. You're already taking an eco hit to go pool first. Usually, most players would send the drone out to make it look like hatch first, and then pull it back to go hatch on the natural, and the probe scouts into the main. In this case, he just sneaks it around the side. So yeah, cheeky little stuff. That's what you see MioM getting that down, having to find a way to bounce back.
Absolutely. On the other side of things, Nice just going for the safe and standard here, going for a nice little wall off. And I mean, this is one of those maps where you do have that massive flying squid thing in the shadows, which you'll see occasionally. First time I saw it, absolutely scared the bejesus out of me. I was like, holy crap, it's a big overlord. Oh, is he going for a full wall off here? It looks like it, right? He's absolutely read into something here, thinking that something might happen, or just a temporary wall off until he gets something else going, but unusual.
Yeah, I guess just knows the potential of his opponent being very aggressive, and he's just like, you know what, I'm not taking any risk at all. So I'm just going to set that up, especially because he saw pool first as well. As link speed comes up, and we are just going to see the Stargate from Nice. There we do see what he wants to do. He cancels that wall off now, so he clearly feels as though he's, okay, I'm progressing into an okay spot. Clearly he's not being as aggressive as I thought. Still doing something, though. There's no third hatchery down. I know it's only 2 minutes 50 in, but Zerg's usually so quick to it, and we will see it go down now, so good to get the confirmation there is Nice, just to make sure he's not playing afraid of something that's actually not happening.
Yeah, I mean, Nice definitely thought something might be happening here, and that's almost MioM using his image to his favor. He was kind of going for a fast speed, and I mean, he is going for a very quick lair over here. This makes me think that he's going for something like a very fast Hydras. I wouldn't say that out of anybody else, but out of this man, I absolutely would. But yeah, Nice absolutely respecting his opponent here and just making sure that he's bulletproof, because even if he does, quote-unquote, waste a few minerals here and there, just make sure that he's safe and not dying, it tells me that he's comfortable about going later in this game.
No, absolutely. I don't think he's looking for anything early, so we just have ourselves the Phoenix coming up, and that's going to accompany the Oracle. So just going to use that to push back some Overlords nearby, for example, to start with, and then we will see what this lair does for MioM. It's about to be done. Hydra's his favorite unit. If he goes Hydra again, I'll be a bit shocked, because it really didn't work last time. I'd like to see him just put a Spire down and try and play Mutas. I think they have a bit more potential overall, but it's MioM. He's going to play the Hydra Den, and I just don't see what he's going to do differently that's going to be like, haha, now I've got you with my low eco Hydra build. So, yeah, kind of eyes on MioM to make some plays.
Absolutely. Let's have a little look. See, lots of Lings coming out. We will have that creep highway again. Like, the one player I think that is synonymous for me with this is Bly. And, you know, two birds of a feather, right? Like, MioM is crazy in his way, Bly's crazy in his. This is a nice little start for Nice, though. Does shut down a lot of whatever MioM had planned. Those Adepts sneak in. We'll get a kind of decent location. Nice little wraparound by MioM just to stop the bleeding for the time being. But, oh, yeah, not exactly what MioM was hoping for here.
No. You killed an Overlord as well, right, with the Phoenix, and then a Queen with the Oracle. Then you lose 4 drones to the Adepts. This is just all adding up. There's a couple Overlords near the base that are going to start going down. The double Oracle will fly into the natural and just get a few more drones, taking advantage of the fact there wasn't quite a Queen there. So, yeah, it really is, again, just all of these little things done add up in favor of Nice. He's netting himself a 5-worker lead. His army supply is dead solid compared to his opponents. He's building a safety immortal because he's going to take no risks as he sets up into the Forge and Twilight behind it all. And maybe he just goes charge this time and plays into, like, Charge Lot. Arc on Immortal could be a kind of style that you kind of play for here instead of going Blink. If you're going to go Blink, you usually get Twilight before the Forge. So imagine when we see Charge and maybe just a bit more overall aggressive composition from Nice. See how he plays with it. Could just go Fast Storm too, I guess, if he gets the Temple Archives down.
Could do a lot of things from this point, eh? I mean, his opponent, the drone count's pretty low. He's still dealing damage here, there, and picking him apart a little bit. But this game, MioM does have a healthier drone count than he had the previous game at this point. Getting that Infestation Pit on the go as well. Still no damage or armor upgrades going on for him, so Nice will have that. And you were absolutely right with the Charge. So Charge starting, Robotics Bay as well. Still a very late third Nexus by him, but again, kind of feeling a little bit unsafe about what MioM is doing on his side of things, and that is kind of working in MioM's favor, that he is a crazy boy, because this time he's getting away with a lot more droning than he did the game before. And if you were to just look at the supplies in the situation here, it's like Puros 2 base getting his Charge, and you're like, but Zerg 3 base getting Hive, and it kind of decent drone count as well. I'm liking this game a lot more for MioM.
The setup is a lot better. Like, the base foundations really are stronger to build upon. The drone count is hitting, heights we never saw in Game 1 already. And still, yeah, again, that fast Hive. And this time it's not a Hive off a ridiculously low economy. It's just a very fast Hive. And I actually kind of feel as though now the Colossi I don't like as much as just going Temple Archives right off the bat, because it feels like with Colossi you open the door to Vipers being very effective. It's not like the Temple Archives is late. I just don't know if we needed to kind of stepping stone through into Colossi. I guess the Colossi are better should your opponent get super aggressive with Ling Hydra, because then the Colossi are consistent damage output. Whereas, something like Storm is a bit more hit and miss. Archon sometimes will struggle against those Hydras a bit more. So I guess the Colossi are just a real kind of, I'll be okay against Ling Hydra. But like I say, with Vipers then coming out quickly, if that timing doesn't come around, I feel like those Colossi are, like I say, just unnecessary. Because last game he only built 2 as well, which, don't get me wrong, when they got into the fight, they were still decent. Just it wasn't like he was really reliant on them. So, like I say, they almost feel like a stepping stone just in case, and in this case, the just in case isn't happening.
Yeah, this game, it definitely feels like MioM was in a much better position right from the get-go. Didn't go for a cheeky gold base, just played fairly standard, but in a way that it's like, okay, I'm a little bit slower getting the eco online, but it's scaring my opponent so much that by slowing myself down a little bit, my opponent's slowing himself down a lot. Good force fields here just to kind of cut things off. And that Colossus, oh my goodness, each shot just evaporating the Lings here, but he's only at the start of the creep spread. Like, Nice has quite a far way to go before he really gets good damage done, and MioM, he's setting up to take on this army. Like, these Vipers now being in the mix, getting that energy, that is huge for him.
Yep, as you see Storm coming up, +2 attacks on the way through, the Immortal building as well. I mean, he's really, again, Nice is getting to the point he was at last game. At the end of the day, like, that's where we're going to end up. And then, funnily enough, so is MioM. Just MioM was doing it with a better economy. I just feel like now he's back to being on the worst economy, because now he's once again just 60 drones on 4 bases, which it always surprised me. Like, you did such a good job getting here. Why are we so averse to just adding like 20 workers and just playing off of an amazing eco instead of like, because right now I feel like you just shoot yourself in the foot, and I feel like it's the biggest flaw of MioM's play. He could be such a terrifying play if he just find that extra round of drones at the end. He is going to hit the timing here.
Oh.
The Colossi get abducted. The Storms were ready, though, and that was big. As the Hydras are going to be all that's left in the end. The Super Battery keeps you alive, and the Zealots are on top of the Hydras, which is a big deal. And that's going to be a big fight for Nice.
It really is a big fight. He needed that fight as well. I mean, that was about as good as the opening could go for MioM, but the Storms were great. That Immortal with the Shield Battery just lasted such a long time, lived up to its name, but now you're getting chased down by, well, a very solid army, and MioM's timing push didn't quite get the job done. Now he's going into Ultras, though, and if Nice makes wrong calls here and doesn't keep on adding on Immortals or things like that, or just gets them obliterated, I mean, it's still... He's not out of the woods just yet, is he?
No, I really feel like, again, I just don't know how much I love the Colossi. We still didn't get deleted there by Vipers. And okay, you've got High Templar, so you should be able to feedback, but right now, again, if you look at it based on the last game, some Immortals would help. Yeah, no cancel doesn't help either. Yeah, some Immortals would just be nice to build, and if you're going to rebuild the Colossi, that's going to eat up the Robo build time, which maybe does become a problem for you, so... Yeah, so far okay for Nice, but yeah, like you say, with the Ultras coming out, there's still potential for danger, there's still potential for MioMicah to take another good fight in the near future, as he does get them Vipers recharged with energy once more.
MioMicah with his drone count, like on the bases, if you look at his 4th and 5th, because he's up to 5 bases here, Wardy, like... If you were looking at a regular Zerg, you'd be like, oh my god, they're in great shape. And then you look at the drone count, it's like 70 to 67 probes. Not the best. But he plays like a Brood War-esque style with very few drones on each base, so they last a long time, which is one thing that allows his push to keep on going, allows him to get out on the map and be a little bit crazy. But yeah, his economy could be a lot stronger. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, plus 2 melee coming through. Storm is good on those first lings, and the Ultras obviously do not close the gap there. There are a couple of Mortals already out, and as we've confirmed, the Ultras more on the way. That Storm was actually straight up unnecessary, as we will not get this base cancelled a second time. Nice is going to protect it well enough to make sure that he will get to 4 bases, and he will secure himself maybe the final base he needs just to kind of really max out. And again, on a maxed out army, it's really MioMicah magic that has to happen to turn this game around still, I think.
Yeah, if those 4 Ultras were on the field right here, right now, in the base, I'd actually be a bit scared for Nice. But given that he has some time, because this army here, its biggest enemy is Immortals, Archon, Storm. And that is exactly what Nice has oodles of. And you see here, big storms landing, all those Zerglings get absolutely obliterated. And these Ultras and 4 Hydras, it's his army. That's all he has. Although there are a lot more Zerglings coming in the field. I mean, it wouldn't be in MioMicah if there weren't, right? And they are going to get melted. Colossus plus High Templar. Archon does get picked off to some degree. And Nice is realizing, all right, do you know what I need? More Immortals. Let's get a second Robo. Let's really hunker on down.
Yeah, I think just being able to rebuild the Immortals against Ultras is going to keep you very safe. One thing I feel like Nice is missing is maybe a bit of mobility in the army, right? You know, if you had any amount of Stalkers there, you could have probably blinked after an Ultra or two. And that's maybe the one thing that's missing to some, like I say, extent, but it's not even super needed. You don't need to have a fast army. It just means that Zerg will be able to disengage here and there. So yeah, that's all I will really add, because I still think that Nice has pretty much everything he would want to have. I don't see these Lings that are on the way doing too much. Obviously, if they catch the army out of position, then sure, but generally, he's been very liberal with the Storms, but he's got enough High Templar to be liberal with them, and that's good, because it means he really can just storm any Zergling he ever sees. He abducted a couple of Immortals in the Colossus too, but these Ultras are going to die in the process of picking those off, so it's not exactly a great trade. It's not the efficiency that Abduct are meant to give you.
And these Zerg, or rather these Zealots with that super battery, were holding pretty strongly there against these kind of decently upgraded Zerglings, so only 7 probes lost over there. But this army of Nice, not looking quite as strong as it once did. Definitely lost a few Immortals in these fights over here, but the Ultralist count also suffered quite a beating. And it's not as if Archons are bad against this army either. I mean, I'm clicking on one of these Archons, 31 kills with plus 3. So, I mean, like, these Archons are shredding the Zerglings. They're also doing pretty good against the Ultras, but ooh, speaking of, this is a catch that MioMicah's been looking for over the last, like, 15 minutes in this game, and wow, I think this was the catch he really needed to really cement himself as the winner in this game.
I'm honestly not gonna lie, I'm kind of baffled. Like, to me, every one of these fights look good for Nice. I mean, Micah hasn't really had, like, a good economy, so he's traded bad, his eco's not being good, and yet here we are. Like, he's only just in the last minute really taking, like, the eco lead, because obviously he just killed 20 probes. So yeah, I can't lie. I'm genuinely a little bit shocked and surprised looking at kind of where we're getting to, where now Micah is actually on the verge of, like, you know, killing a 4th base, and if he kills that 4th, then Nice is in trouble. Nice right now, his issue is that he can't split his army well enough to deal with these attacks right side and left side, and so he's going to lose economy on the left again, and it's just taking him, he's chasing like 2 Lings with like 2 Archons and a Zealot or 2 on the top right. That's not good, and losing the 4th base pretty much means he won't have the economy for the rest of this game.
MioMicah, like, absolutely MioMicah here. Like, those 5 bases that I kind of mentioned feels like 5 minutes ago at this point. They are still running. And, you know, they're still not fully saturated, which is kind of funny. Like, as MioM ran out of minerals on his main and natural and third now, at this moment, yeah, I see them moving. Now he moves over the drones. So really, he is a master of low economy and just making it work in a very different way. And you just play a different tempo of Zerg. And it didn't work the first game. Nice was on the ball. But this game, he has been caught off guard. And this, in Starship Troopers fashion, Wardy, that is a hell of a lot of bugs.
Yeah, that is just going to be absolutely enough. Ling's Ultras chasing through. He started to abduct a couple of Archons just closer to the Ultras, and Nice is not going to have enough to hold on. GG. MioM takes game 2. I will not lie, man. Like, I just don't get it. Like none of these armies from MioM looked as though they should have won a fight. Like, like when he abducted like the 2 Maws and the Colossus, and the Ultras died trying to clean out the 2 Maws and the Colossus, I'm like, you know, that's worst case scenario. Like, your efficiency of the Vipers provided no efficiency. And then he just smashes through like a minute later, and he didn't even have the eco to like rebuild and smash through, so I don't know what happened really. Like, I think Nice just got pulled apart a little bit too much. He was very happy clumping his army up, but when it came to spreading it out, he constantly got caught just a little bit. Either he moved everything to one side, then MioM struck the other side, or if he had to split, then MioM swarmed one half the army, and yeah, Nice didn't really have a solution for that, and I wonder if the answer to that is just actually being a bit more proactive with static defense, because we didn't really see a lot of that. And if you just have a few cannons and a few batteries, you can do better with less units there, a couple storms to support right on each base, and then you can also just have some time where then you do get across to that base and respond with the full army if that's what you want to stick together. Maybe that's what we were missing, because, like I say, it's just kind of baffling, man, and I kind of agree with what you're saying about the 5 bases, but then I still don't, like, would it not just be better to build 20 drones 5 minutes ago, and then you just have twice as much stuff to just kill them soon? Like, these are questions that, I mean, these games just kind of go against everything I believe in StarCraft, I guess. Or everything I've been taught to believe. And, yeah. I mean, crazy. Cool stuff from MioM, though. I mean, it's always nice to see him doing well, and he is going to get himself a 1-1. Big match as well, because these guys are 1-1 in series, too, so you know, you win this, you've got 2 shots at playoffs. You lose this, and you've got to play for your tournament life next series.
Yeah, like, I mean, MioM absolutely played in MioM fashion. It's one of those things where StarCraft's been out for a long time. These players have been doing, some of them, the same stuff for a long time, but it still works. And, you know, how does it work? Well, it's the differences that happened in game 1 to game 2. Like, he kind of used his image and made Nice very scared. Like, that third base was so damn late for him. Would he do that against a regular Zerg? Absolutely not. I don't think so. But this game, just the way that it panned out, all it took was for one base to be unguarded, and it's like, boom, 20 probes down, you know? Yeah. Those are +2 Lings with Adrenal. Like, they were going to melt those probes. And yeah, just cool to see his brawler style actually work, because a lot of those fights, you're absolutely right, they did not look the best. It looked like Nice was holding on, but one moment, just chasing a couple of Lings, boom, all those units die, and now we're down 2 hard lead. There is one thing that I have to mention, like the fact that we are playing new maps. I'm wondering if that 4th base location that Nice took that game was incorrect, because it feels like that's further out. Like, if you take the 4th base at the top instead, it all feels a bit more like further away from the Zerg, and maybe then getting the gateway wall offs and stuff, because that army that he had 0 Hydras in. Like, actually going up against gateway walls with the army that he had would have been way harder for him that game.
Yeah. No, it's yeah, I guess that probably is the difference, right? That Nice almost didn't set up defensively. He almost had too much faith in that, hey, my army just wins the fights, right? And then in the end, it just didn't quite do enough for him. So now we end up in game number 3, and in the top left-hand side, how Red Pros play that. We'll have to make a couple of adjustments at least, because what he just did was not good enough. This is going to be nice.
And spawning over in the bottom right, representing Singapore, it is MioM.
Vietnam,
my bad. I actually know that as well. That's really
You
bad.
just got confused because we jumped on the Singapore server, that's all.
Thank you, Audie, for saving my butt.
It's okay. We were talking about Singapore server beforehand. It happens.
Saving me, and yet again. You're just a bro, Audie. That's why you came to my wedding.
Yeah, man. Got your back. Cat saved my butt twice yesterday, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
what
painful.
happened?
Nothing bad. I think at one point, like we basically just been talking about how Maxfax was like destroying his opponent, and then I basically just said the other guy was about to win, and then Kat's like, I think you mean the other guy. And I was like, I absolutely did. I just said the names the wrong way around. And then straight after that, I like fumbled again, and Kat's had my back a second time over because I think we came out. I was like, and he just smashed him 2-0, and Kat's was like 2-1. I was like, yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen, especially when you're like producing as well. Like they're a long day, and it's a lot of talking as well.
Yeah, we
a lot of info. Absolutely, it's almost like we're paid to talk or something.
Well, we get paid for this?
Sort of.
Oh, never knew. I just thought we were here for some. I just like talking to you, Ben.
Wait, you're getting paid? What? One of those moments.
It's not out of the love of StarCraft.
I mean, I've been here since the beginning of StarCraft 2, you know? Some people are like, oh, how are you going to make elephants? It's like, when did you join StarCraft 2, good sir? It's like 2019, bro. And I'm like, mate, I was here since 2010, buddy.
Down. Ben flexing on
Long
people
time.
with his StarCraft history. You just link them to the Wikipedia page, Ben. Just be like, you see this? You see my years active, 2010 onwards? Yeah, shut up.
Shut up, that's right. Yeah, it's kind of a nice bragging point for me, honestly. But anyway.
Kat's actually told a funny story about you yesterday.
Oh, really? What was it?
About when you lost to Scott and you gave an interview, and he said something like, you know, I just didn't bring my A, B, or C game.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, like, Kevin often laughed about me talking about like when players have like an A+ game, but you know when they actually do like an Oliveira where they actually go insane, like, and yeah, some events, Wardy, I didn't even bring my D game, like it was real bad.
So you're like the anti-Oliveira. He brought
almost in a sense.
He brought it on. Sometimes you just brought it on.
Like you know, there was one event that I was like, this is proper throwback, but one event, like, I lost to freaking Kawhi Rice 2-0, and, like, the games weren't close, and I felt that I was a lot better, right? Next day, I get to play Kawhi Rice again, because they had that horrible loser bracket thing, where you had to win, like, 2 best-of-3s versus 1. And, like, from going D game, I then went A game, because then I won 4-0, and it's like, why am I doing this to myself? Like, how is this happening? But, okay, 2 Adepts do get in here. Will kind of cause a little bit of a ruckus. Where the hell are Mika's units? They were very far away.
Yeah, a little bit out of position. I think it's fair to say that Mike has not been the cleanest in the early game. Nice has consistently found damage. And there's going to be one of those times, like this might only, well, actually saves the drone there, so it's not even 2 drones. But he got a lot of lings, and, you know, drones have to move around a little bit as well. Now the Oracle shows up, and he will still not get an extra drone. Actually takes a lot of damage on that Oracle for not much gain, so Nice had all the opportunities. Mike is able to stop him.
That was an Oracle, but that super wanted to be Top Gun. Just got shot by rockets and like didn't get anything done. It was yeah, not the best. Look at Mika. This is a throwback, isn't it? I remember when Zergs used to do this. Yes, Zergs used to do this all the time, and then they made it like a lair tech jobber. Because didn't it just require like an Evo chamber or something at some point? Oh wait, drop a lord into Overseer.
Like he built the drop lord in range of the pal, and I was like, okay. And then he flew it in as though it was like meant to go scouts. Like, I feel like it was kind of meant to be an overseer all along. I don't know.
I think so too, because now it's just not a dropper lord anymore. Like that is what people call a bad investment, Wardy.
Oh, absolutely is. No, that was something a little bit wonky. That was something a little bit funky. Maybe he wanted the drop lord, he had the idea, but then in his head he's like, oh, he's gonna see, he's got the pylons in place, he's like, I'll make an overseer and scout, but then he still made the drop lord, right? Like, it could have been that he still had that intention and then it just went wrong and then he didn't change it up the way he should have done. As we have our lings back around the right side and a few oracles looking to maybe dab a mineral line or so. Out Hydras again, Ben. No surprises for me or Micah still.
No surprises whatsoever. I mean, he's pretty good with them, honestly. It is a bit scary. These Adepts and these Oracles kind of working in combination here. Will get caught out, though, finally, but... Oh, this drone killing is getting a little bit out of control here. 37 drones only for Miyamika. If it was any other Zerg, I'd be like, they're not feeling very good. Nice snipe there, switching the target, but given that it's Miyamika, he probably feels all right.
Yeah, I mean, Miyamika's now 38 to 46, although he is just making units. Like, he's going to send, and he's like, you know what? The last couple games, I've really spent my energy spreading creep with one creep tumor through the middle. Let's just scrap that APM and just move across the map without creep. Like, it actually used to be a Miyamika thing, just like, no, creep's like, too, you know, it's a waste of APM. I could be doing more stuff with my APM. Like, this is something he said in the past. He doesn't believe in creep spread. Well, he kind of had those blind trains through the middle previously, but now he's just like, nah, full send, Ling Hydra, let's go.
And also, he's only on 2 queens here. Like, this is 0 economy, all about the attack here. Super battery there in a beautiful position. And he's like, you know what? Let's take down this gateway. Let's get in there. But I tell you what, Nice is holding on pretty damn strong. Those adepts as well. They are dealing full damage to all of these light armored units, and Miyamika gets absolutely shut down here. And Nice's patient play, but also very respectful on when he takes his third base, absolutely working out for him this game. And soon he's going to have charge online as well.
Yeah, waited long enough here to kind of just say, you know what? Just going to, you know, I've done damage so that I can afford to take the third base for sure this time around. Absolutely does that, and now he's going to take his third base. Just a little bit later on, he completely held off that Ling Hydra attack. Miyamika's like, you know what? I'm going to send it. And he's going to send it again. More Ling Hydra on the way. Even adding the Bane there, so he has a bit more oomph. As he obviously saw all the Zealots, he knows charge will be on the way from seeing that. So he's going to get the Bane nest before he commits. But he is going to commit. Like, he's walking back home now. But if the Bane nest is on the way, he's not made a drone in minutes. Like, there's no reason to do anything other than just send this across the map in the very near future.
Yeah, he's got no intention of making this game drag on, does he? He's just hoping that his opponent either moves out or, you know, takes a bad fight at some point. But Banelings are one of the... Well, they're one of the greatest units in the game. Let's not beat around the bush, but they're extremely expensive, especially if you're on low eco. Now, he has a lot of gas, 500 gas available to really bust out a lot of Banes, but without speed and against the army that he's up against, like, he really has given himself only one shot here. 20 Banes do pack a real punch, though.
This is... if he could force the force fields out before the Banes arrive... Okay, I mean, that's going to cost him a lot of units, but at least now there's no force fields against the Banes, although the Oracle will have seen the Banes, so now Nice is away. He actually adds an extra sentry. He knows just a couple force fields will go so well for him here. And yeah, 2 Colossi are going to start lasering this down. We are just going to back it up towards the battery, which will overcharge once again. I mean, the Balins get a bit of busting power, but Nice just has so much.
It's a stocky army, that is, isn't it? Like, 2 Colossus just raining down on everything. Don't yet have Thermal Lance, but it doesn't matter. GG, Nice does take the series. And overall, I liked Nice's play. Like, he really showcased that he knew who he was up against and kind of the stuff that what you are going to face when you go up against Miyamika, right? And Miyamika did grab a nice little victory there on map 2, doing Miyamika things. But this third game, everything went right for Nice, and I do think the better player won the series.
Yeah, I think, you know, Miyamika, it's actually very relevant to kind of like how they've played in all the time. Like, Nice is kind of dominant when it comes to series, but then the map score generally suggests that, you know, Nice is 33-6 against Miyamika in series, but then the maps are 80-25, so that's like a 1 in 4, you know, a 1 in every 4 or 5 maps Miyamika wins. It's like 1 in every 6 series that he wins. Like, he's able to take the maps, right? He's able to kind of put himself in positions where he can take a game, and clearly, like the last one, you know, in that map too, like, Nice just kind of loses a bit of control. He doesn't have a full answer, but generally still does understand what he needs to do against Miyamika, and more often than not is going to put himself on the winning side of things. So Nice is going to improve right on up to 2-1. We'll play to get into playoffs next time we see him. Maybe tomorrow, actually. Maybe the day after, depending on the schedule. Miyamika, when we next see him, will have to play to stay in the tournament. So it's going to be have to be full effort from him next time around. We're going to take a quick break as we've got one more match from Asia. Our first region is almost at a close today, but Haas versus GoGoJoey will come up first. We'll be back with that PvZ in just about 5 minutes. We'll see you guys very soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, guys, as we got Haas and GoGoJoey to round out Asia Swiss round 3. I just want to remind you guys that as we just get ready to go into this, that we also have got ourselves the B stream going on today. So if you want to whack a B on the end of the Twitch link, it's also available on YouTube and everything as well. But the B stream is basically active, so if you want to go and hunt out other matches happening at the same time, you're absolutely able to do that. And obviously that will give you a little bit more of a look towards, a little bit more of a look towards more of the matches going on. It's a busy day. 22 best-of-3s get played across the course of the ESL regionals today. It's a big one. And again, at the end of the day, we'll be at the end of round 3. And then tomorrow, we'll be starting off round 4. Very exciting.
Yeah, and the matches, as they keep on going, just get more and more important and more cutthroat because, yeah, players have a little bit of a lifeline early on. You know, you can suffer a best-of-3 defeat here and the second one there, but then as soon as you've got 3, you're out. You're gone. So, yeah, the matches will get closer and closer between the players. The skill levels collide, if you will. And here, while both these guys are at 1-1, so it's very important, we have Haas spawning over at the top left-hand side as our blue Protoss.
And down the bottom right, our red Zerg will be GoGoJoey as we get ready to go into this CVP. I thought, I can't remember when or how I read this, but I feel like I remember reading something like Haas was going to retire, but then obviously he's still kind of around. Yeah,
I read that a long time ago too.
Yeah, I don't know if this is like, he's going to like take a step back, but he'll still play because like a lot of the time these guys have the skill to still take part in these events, right? But I do feel as though, I mean, I know he's not on a team right now or anything, but I don't know, like I feel like I see Haas just as much as I used to see him for the last few years anyways, so yeah, I'm glad that you've heard of it as well, so it's not just me going super crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a few players that, you know, they say they retire and then never actually retire, you know, like that's a kind of an ongoing meme. But then there's players like, for example, Neeb, that I'm done now, and I haven't seen him since, you know. Yeah, and like I think Neeb's a smart dude as well, so like whatever he chose to do, he's probably doing very well. I know his bro was working nicely at some solid company, like a YouTube or a Google or whatever. So yeah, probably in his genes to do well. But yeah, Haas just. I remember reading it. I feel like around the time that I heard Neeb, and it was just like, oh, okay, but I'm still seeing you all the time. You're still just as crazy. But if I look at this game right now, it looks like Haas is playing pretty standard thus far.
Yeah, nothing to immediately kind of be like, yeah, there we go. There's the Haas we know and love and all of that. Nothing like that at all just yet, so that is obviously an interesting little something to note. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like the last few years when we have seen Haas, he's been getting a little bit less crazier and less crazy each and every time we saw him, so I think the last time I casted Haas must have been last season of this, probably. I think he did just play kind of normal games, and I was like, oh, like, that's not meant to be disappointing, but like, because Haas set such a high expectation of seeing different and crazy and fun, I kind of was disappointed that it was just sort of normal, you know? He wasn't quite the cheesy Haas that we knew and loved. He does open Twilight here, which is maybe on the more aggressive side in a PvZ, and he does just walk the Stalker into the middle. Ignored the Overlord, which I thought was going to be like a really just send it across the map scenario, but now he's going to turn around and pick that off, although the Overlord in the main is going to confirm the Twilight Council.
Absolutely is. I mean, Stargate is absolutely the tech of choice for most Protoss, but Haas is not most Protoss, and getting an Overlord in the middle of the map, that's nice, because that Overlord in the main also definitely wants to get back home, and Haas going to be going for Glaives, and that does definitely set the tone for what kind of game he wants to bring. Very, very feisty. This used to be a build that people didn't every time they played PvZ, but ever since recent patches, Stargate definitely being the tech of choice, most likely for Protosses.
Yep. Absolutely. It's a bit of a throwback build, but you know what? I always feel as though Glaives is a good one to kind of come in and be like, well, can you hold my Glaives? You know, it's a good like skill check. Like, hey, if I just straight up go Glaives, can you hold this? You know, and that sets the tone for the series. If GoGoJoey does well against this, then Haas might just, you know, divert to Stargate play for the rest of the match. But if GoGoJoey can't hold this, then Haas probably fills himself with confidence, knows that he can have a good game too as well. And it just genuinely puts you in some trouble as GoGoJoey. So we'll see how he does. I like the roach run time and doesn't feel like he's going to be scrambling to get roaches up. Feels like everything is pretty well set. Just a few drones down from what Haas is at, which is maybe a bit of a concern. He adds a few more now just before some roaches, and that's what I wanted to see. Maybe just get up to like 40-ish, and then really kind of crank roaches out.
Yeah, so far GoGoJoey's response has been pretty damn solid overall, hasn't it? Like, he was as greedy as he should be. About 40 being the right number here. Has he invested in much else? Like, there's no spore crawlers, which rightly so. I mean, the only time you want to make spore crawlers against what he's seen thus far, because he has had a good scout, is against the potential of DTs afterwards. Now he starts putting them down, thinking about that, which, you know, I respect that. He is against Haas, and so far he's not really cut any corners. Creep spread's starting to work its way out as well, and this little push of Adepts is scouted from where it's coming as well. Only third location for Haas, by the way, not going for any of the two more regular locations there.
Yep. That's going to be taking that super far forward, so it's going to be very interesting because forward base is obviously the Zerkin attack in more easily, but then you can also launch attacks with reinforcements from that base more easily too, without like investing in a pylon on the map or something. So it's interesting for sure. Yeah, intriguing way to kind of go, and you see 4 more gates coming up, charging an Immortal. It starts to feel quite aggressive from Haas, as though that third base is not going to be anything more than kind of like a standing point, but then he had some probes as well, so it's not all going to be about aggression. I guess in a way I'm kind of surprised as how little these Adepts ended up committing as well. It's kind of just been a weird set of choices so far. It's not quite been any of my expectations.
No, and GoGoJoey produced a good, I want to say like 7-8 Overlords at once there, and up until just this moment, he was at like 37 drones. So big catching up on the drones, and this is a nice little catch out for Haas. I mean, I'm just going to check what GoGoJoey actually spotted. Like, he did see this third where it was going up, and he does actually have very good map vision. If you look at his vision, he sees absolutely everything on the map. Got both watchtowers, units here, there, and everywhere. But this army from Haas absolutely will pack a punch and going Adept Glaives into charged Zealots here. Like, this is a scary little army that he's got going, and GoGoJoey's economy's just been bad behind it.
Yeah, gonna get Archons too. I think it's been... The magic of this for Haas is that the Adepts initially scared GoGoJoey into a much lower work account, while Haas was not very committed, so he probed up. And now this attack of Haas... Okay, actually, that's going to be nice. But yeah, I think this attack of Haas is going to pack, like you say, quite the punch. Nice counterattack, because I don't think GoGoJoey's going to have a great time head-on against this. But let's see. A couple spores come forward and knock the Observer down, as they do just jump onto these Queens and these Roaches. Corrosive Battle to knock away that force field there. The Prism does not micro the Archon back. Spore Crawler will keep the Prism back a little bit too. These Immortals still packing a punch against Roaches, but with the probes going down on the other side and this army not really getting enough done, I think GoGoJoey has in fact held this off. Prism dead as well.
And those spores that he utilized earlier just for safety, they took down the War Prism in this fight. Like, he's absolutely winning this game now, holding off this scary push, and a 30 supply lead, killed all the probes at third. Haas does keep it alive, but he runs the Zerglings back just to try and make sure this army doesn't get on home, but it does. But now Roach Speed is finishing. GoGoJoey survived a very scary portion of this game.
That was a terrifying attack, and I thought GoGoJoey's economy had not been good enough to give him the units he needed, but Haas just didn't really get through anything, right? Like, it just felt like that Roach Queen wall was a brick wall, and Haas was not able to make his way through that at all, and that really gets doubled down by then the Lings on the other side, so you warped in some reinforcements to defend against those Lings, and yet you still lost your 12 probes. So actually, it really just worked out wonderfully for GoGoJoey. The counterattack, I think, was really well timed out, and now, yeah, he's still threatening with Lings, as Haas is adding on like a probe here or a probe there, but he's still just mostly, I think, setting up to go for round 2. I honestly think GoGoJoey's pretty well set to receive him.
Yeah, GoGoJoey's kind of threatening the natural, the third base. I mean, the natural's actually completely walled off, and Haas is sending it entirely, and his army's still kind of scary, but look at this from GoGoJoey. He's well set up for this, Wardy. I love the way that GoGoJoey's handling this.
Yeah, I think he's in a great spot. The Lings came back just to help out a little bit, take some damage away from the Roaches. However, that is a Prism that will survive for one more warping. Corrosive Battle's on cooldown, and now the Ravagers are pretty much dead. They survive a little while longer, but only 2 of them. Haas's Immortal still packing that punch. There's the Prism dodging back again. It actually did take the shots, but it doesn't quite go down. It's the only reason those 2 Immortals are alive as they get on out. And once again, GoGoJoey has held off the attack of Haas, and it seems like every time he's just getting a little bit more supply ahead before the next round of fights break out.
has to do one little cute thing there. Given that he has walled off his natural, he actually recalled a lot of the probes in his main to saturate his third. So he has absolutely no intention of making this game go on for a lot longer. He just wants to get going what he has, and I don't think there's any other real way. Granted, he is getting that Rover base, so maybe hoping for some disruptors amidst all this to take on the Roach Ravager. But GoGoJoey, look at his supply. It's just absolutely hunkering down, feeling like he can get out upgrades. The drone count's still reasonably low against what he's up against, but I don't think he really needs to really push that to the limit here, does he?
No, I mean, it would maybe be a bit safe to get like 10 more drones and then just Roach Ravager it up, but like, honestly, he has a lot of Roach Ravager and his opponent still only really has 2 Immortals at this point. Disrupt on the way though, that might help Hass. As GoGoJoey hits his third, but if this third goes down, Hass is kind of just dead. Then you really don't need more drones to GoGoJoey, and he gets this base very easily. There's no real defending that, and I think Hass is really just kind of waiting on this Disruptor to try and make enough of a difference. As it is going to drop down. It's actually engageable. Too far forward there from Hass. GoGoJoey is looking great here for game 1.
He really is, and all those probes that ran back to that natural wardy, I dare say they might still be sat there hugging that wall, and they can't get back in. So from bad to worse here, and GoGoJoey, he's just feeling it, man. Like, his army, it's bigger, it's stronger, it's very microable as well with all this hitting and running, but maybe, lifted up before it connected, but might have died if it didn't, so stuck in a hard place there. All the probes falling as well. Hass down to 70 supply, and 3 Immortals are strong though.
Yep, now 3 Immortals are strong, and that's the only reason GoGoJoey isn't really breaking through. Those Immortals are still hitting. He just needs an extra round of roaches or so.
Messy. GoGoJoey does go back home, but not with his tail between his legs. No, he comes home a bit of a conqueror at this point, and right now just can afford to sit back a little bit. Economy's still damn good. 53 drones to 33 workers. And now look at that third base on that location. Okay, he does cancel it, which is quite nice for him. But yeah, not what you need right now if you're Hass.
Yeah, not really what you need at all, right? Like, that base going down, he really needs just the base to come up, try and recover, get a couple disruptors out, hit some good disruptor shots, but none of this really seems like honestly, none of it really seems like it has a realistic shot right now, as that Roaches trying to move up, the Archon and the Immortals are there to push the Roaches back, and everything else from GoGoJoey going to continue across. Just needs to kind of get a jump on those Immortals, and if he can get those, then he should be fine. One more from the Archon will not last very long. This time there's not a lot of Zealots, and yeah, where is the Prism?
The Prism was like on its way to the other side of the map. I mean, there could be some dream disruptor shots over here. There's not much to really shoot up to deal with that Warp Prism, but he really needed that Warp Prism back at home. But we can definitely say that this forward third base of Hass did not pay off this game. Maybe he wanted to use it as a launching point like Terrans do with their PF, but the Nexus is not a PF, Wardy.
Nope, Nexus is definitely not a planetary fortress. That would be pretty nice. They used to be with Fort and Overcharge, but not any longer.
Absolutely. And these disruptors, they have a lot of work to do, and that is the most evaporated Ling of all time. That was, a lot of disruptors for that Ling.
Yeah, a little bit of overkill right on that one, as we just see that this Prism is going to continue back out to the center of the map once again. The few Roaches continue back up to the top side. Also, Lings are going to come up. The Roach Ravager coming through. This Assimilator is taking a few shots. Disruptor shot fires. The Roaches get away for a moment. Just seeing that Baneling Nest halfway done. Extra Roaches coming up, plus 2 missiles and Overlord speed all on the way out. Now Roach and Ravager force is going to split up around the right side. And just, I mean, we're still just waiting for GoGoJoey to find the fight, right? And maybe he could have got the Bane Nest a bit sooner, because if he just went kind of Ling Bane Ravager, he probably ends this game already. But yeah, I mean, I still honestly think he's going to be fine. It's hard to imagine that Hass finds enough Disruptor shots here to get this done, especially as he's going to lose his third base yet again.
GoGoJoey is playing good StarCraft here. This is a scary moment, because that is a strong Protoss army against just half his army, but Hass has to kind of win the game with that, which that's going to be really hard to do. Disruptor shots going in, 1 connects, 2 whiff entirely, but this is the closest the game's ever going to get for Hass. He has to go now, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he's losing absolutely everything at home, so yeah, you've got to send it right here, right now. Just go and do not stop, essentially, as we push all the way in towards this left-hand side base. Lings are jumping on top of a lot of probes. The Roaches are continuing to fight. I mean, yeah, Haas is going to make something of a base trade from it. GoGoJoey is getting a lot of units in production. He's going to start bringing some of them into fight right now. Is it a little bit too soon? I mean, he is still kind of losing out because of the power of the Immortals, the Disruptor shots landing. I mean, this is a little bit silly. At what point is GoGoJoey, do you not just turn back around and like bring these units back home to actually come and kill this army? Because that's all you've got to do. Maybe he really believes he has to fully base trade here.
I think he knows he's in good shape. I mean, it's getting to a point, if you take out these Archons, this whole army just gets melted by Zerglings, doesn't it? And, you know, he's just going for elimination here. He really is. And GoGoJoey's obviously winning. And Haas made it kind of close. And Haas is still trying to make magic happen here. But does he even know about the bottom left base? Right now he doesn't. It's totally in the fog. He is starting to work his way down there, it looks like. But the longer this game goes on for, the worse it is for Haas. And these Wardy are starting to become his last few buildings here.
Yeah, I think we're getting to the point of very much so just, well, yeah, I mean, these are his last structures. A Twilight, 4 gates, an assimilator, and there's a battery somewhere as well. The battery's over on the third base. The road is still coming up. I mean, honestly, GoGoJoey's army is, at multiple points, feels like it should have absolutely been able to get rid of Haas. And it just never has. We're down to 2 gateways, no probe on the map, the battery as well. We're going to kill off these structures in the main base, it would seem. Oh, the Immortals get here now. Roach is going to chase up. The Archon in the back's going to go down. Somehow this is still worth commentating, but Haas is going to type GG. And he made way more of a game of this than it ever should have been, because I think our commentary obviously suggested it. We kind of just expected GoGoJoey to kind of whack him after the way it all started. And then Haas had like a couple more fights after that where we were kind of a little bit holding our breath for the Zerg still. Somehow, some way.
Yeah, like that attack from Joey, what he kind of wanted was to sort of buy more time or to like force Haas to defend and then he could get his whole army on it. But given that Haas was very far out on the map, Haas was just like, yeah, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to do it my way as well. We're going to make it messy. And honestly, it was his only shot, and he made it a lot closer than it should have been. But yeah. GoGoJoey's play overall, I feel like it all lined up pretty nicely. Like, I wasn't really worried for him too hard. I think he respected his opponent. He stopped droning at good times, had good armies out. His drone count was indeed low. Like, it was 53 at some point, but he was against 33 probes, so it was rightly low. It just felt like, overall, he played a solid game, and even though Haas is a tricky boy, he played good against him. Well played, GoGoJoey.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. Like, I would have always thought Haas was a favorite, but then if Haas is being a bit more casual now, right, is maybe not coming in as heavily, then maybe this is the expected result, but then, yeah, Haas is still 1-1, man. It's not like, you know, we're playing at 0-2 or something and playing on elimination. Like, these two are both very serious, and we'll see what game 2 goes for. GoGoJoey getting that hold, getting that defense. Nice. I really think a lot of it was the Lings as well, because it really just did damage to Haas, so he couldn't really reinforce that attack, and maybe that took a little bit of the bite out of the attack that he had. So right now, in the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be our blue Protoss player. It is Haas.
And over on the other side of things, as I read Zerg, it is GoGoJoey. Yeah, honestly impressed overall by GoGoJoey that game. I think it was crazy, and maybe he could have just gone for a good stomping on the army. He was playing solid StarCraft, man. Like, you never know when your opponent's just going to send it and go crazy. Like, you know, you can call that bluff sometimes here and there, but overall, I still didn't see him losing that game at any point, right? Which, yeah, that's some good, solid StarCraft out of him. Yeah,
no, he was... It was just weird because like it felt like his army should be able to fight, and the Immortals were just so unkillable. They lived up to their name for once, so yeah, it's kind of like the old days where you just see like Zerg trying to fight Immortals with roaches. It's just like, it's never gonna work, but like he was always still ahead enough that it should work, and yeah, it was kind of a little bit wild, I guess.
It certainly was. Certainly was. Has this game no scout, no early probe to deny any sort of shenanigans going on. So absolutely as greedy as he can be this game. This is definitely a Rotterdam approach to your PvZ. And if it is the scout after like a cybernetics core, aka the kind of, I would call it the almost useless scout, because it's like you don't really get anything done. Ah, okay, he's going to stay at home. So yeah, Haas playing as greedy as he possibly can here with this.
He's going to go with the probe, man. He's sending it. Yeah, he's going to scout late, and he's going to come across and be like, oh, cool. Well, I'm not being all in, which I would have been dead against. And I'm not, and you're not doing anything weird, which, yeah, I guess I would have assumed it because I would still be alive, so... Yeah, the Cybercore Scout's always a weird one to kind of justify from the pros' point of view.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a few things in StarCraft that ever since I heard them, I'm like, they're ingrained in my brain. For example, like Serral when he said he never understood, am I still in the game scans? Because it's like, yeah, they don't make sense. It's like, why would you scan to see if you're still in it? Like, oh, they don't have an expo there. I'm still in. Just play like you're still in anyway. Or like, you know, if you had a greedy build planned out, that's like, yeah, I'd lose against this proxy 2-Rax, but if he does that anyway, even if I scout it, I'm dead with this greedy build. So you might as well go full pedal to the metal, right? Like a game of extremes, because there is definitely that element of getting lucky, that element of gambling in StarCraft 2, but there's also an element of smart plays out of it, because it is always going to be a game of incomplete info.
Yeah, no, you're right. Incomplete information is kind of what makes the matchups makes all the matchups so interesting, right? Because then you've got to make some guesses, you got to try and get the best possible information you can. This is a game
Fleet
of
Beacon.
Yeah, very interesting info as the Fleet Beacon drops down from Haas. Yeah, you know, this is maybe the fastest Fleet Beacon we'll see, but it's not unheard of to play like double Stargate, like Tempest or something. But it just feels like that's a very fast Fleet Beacon. Is that a mothership rush?
Well, like you know, around like Gamers 8, there was definitely a lot of double Stargate carrier builds happening. Like I'll not forget MC against Stefano. Like Stefano didn't practice a single game of CVP. Then Classic does that build in Games 8 does really well, like taking out players like Serral and Reyna. But yeah, this absolutely could be. It could be anything. It's Haas. Let's be real. But yeah. I'm kind of expecting. Tempest. Oh, it is Tempest. Wow.
It was just the second Stargate was kind of like. That's what I meant with like the Fleet Beacon is so quick, because usually you would go like second Stargate, then the Fleet Beacon alongside it, because usually you want these two units starting up together. So this is a little bit intriguing. I feel like things are a little bit out of sync from what they usually be. But yeah, the Tempest isn't usually the common way to go. It used to be on certain maps. Parting used to absolutely love this build, for example, but it's not really been Tempest for a long time. It has been the double carriers, as you mentioned, when we've seen this build over the last few months.
I'm just looking, dead air locations, like, there is that spot above the third base of GoGoJoey that may be there. Like, I'm just looking around the map at spots where Tempest could be real damn annoying, because you're against Haas, you know he can be tricky, but double Stargate Tectonic Stabilizer's tricky. Yeah, this might catch Joey a little bit off guard, but I'm excited to see where it goes, man.
It's fun, isn't it? Like, it's different enough. Honestly, like, let's see what happens. I mean, two Tempests start to move across the map. The next already on the way. Spire on the way up already, though, from GoGoJoey. So the fact he already has Spire, even if it was only 10 seconds ahead of time, it's 10 seconds close to getting out Corruptors, which will completely shut this down. And that's why I don't know if I like the Tempest, because if once the Corruptors out, the Tempests get chased back. When do the Tempests then next have a role in this game? Carriers almost always do. I feel like Tempests are then pretty bad against everything for a long time.
I actually really like how GoGoJoey's gone about this game, by the way. Like, did you see his Zerglings on the map? There was like 4 spread out around the base, and like one of them got killed, obviously, just to see what's coming and when it's coming. But it has shown that he does have Tectonic Stabilizers, and right now the Queen count's pretty healthy as well. Like, GoGoJoey overall, like, this is annoying, obviously, but as long as he keeps the Queens alive with the energy here and just buys time. Oh, that is one Queen that will fall that had energy there. That is very unfortunate. And so far, these Tempests are kind of getting away with murder on the front line here. But GoGoJoey has enough money saved up that he can start getting out the Corruptors here. So that is nice for him. But Charge starting up for Haas. That will be the second wave of aggression from him.
Yeah, these Queens have taken a few steps back, but then they try and re-engage forward. They've got so much, distance to close. Now they're really going to chase, and a lot of these Queens will go down. Good thing the Corruptors are on the way. We'll see if those Corruptors are going to be enough to fight off those Tempests, because right now, they just keep on moving forward. With pretty much every Queen going down. This Hatchery's about to die. Tectonic destabilized, putting the work in. We're going to fire 1 or 2 more shots to finish off that base. Then we might just recall out of here, gets the Queen. Now I recall before more Corruptors come up. And hey, we kill the third base of the Zerg. That's pretty darn good going.
That's about as good as that could have gone, isn't it? Like, I'm looking at the resources lost tab here. 1,860 versus 475. And, like, it was, what, 1 Tempest that he lost amidst all that and killed a lot of Queens, which slows down your production. And the third base as well. Now he gets to scout this base, which is nice. These Tempests are sat on top of a green battery overcharge. Gonna be hard to take this out. And I mean, the one nice thing for GoGoJoey is he can come back when that's gone, but did outstay his welcome. Sees a lot of Zealots warping in.
Yeah, there's a massive army across the map, and the preparation for this from GoGoJoey, I want to say, doesn't exist. A lot of his supplies Corruptors. There's a lot of Roaches here, and I guess maybe right away this will be enough. A couple Archons do start to get on top. The Roach, Zealots doing the tanking. The Roaches start to deal with this as Hasta tries to push through, but I guess without reinforcements and a few Zealots still trailing behind, this is actually not going to be so bad. GoGoJoey pushes back this attack. Now the Corruptors are kind of still catching Tempest in the middle. That's just a trade out that's going on, and GoGoJoey takes a 40 supply lead on the back of this. A new third up and running for him all of a sudden, and he's back to 3-base saturation.
Yeah, and Hass is like, you know what? Let's put those 2 Stargates to use. Let's get some Void Rays, which I don't actually hate that call. Like, it will absolutely keep him alive in this game, but it's keeping you alive for what? Like, I need to know what Hass is going to go for afterwards, right? Like, and it's going to be Hydras from GoGoJoey. GoGoJoey's all over this game, man. Like, I like what he's been doing, honestly. Like, it's a scary opponent that you're up against, but so far he's been making a lot of good calls.
Yeah, no, it really is. These Corruptors going to get a Tempest. Oh my god, they pull away. I actually think they had the kill there.
Yeah, me too.
Couple of Zealots are not going to do too much, so he's on top of that. And GoGoJoey's going to pull away the Void Rays. You need an answer to, but guess what's on the way? Hydralisks. And I actually think Roach Hydra is very good against what Hass is currently building. You see a Robo starting up now. He kind of needs to speedrun towards a Robo Bay and probably just Disruptors to deal with this Roach Hydra force, I think.
Absolutely, because your opponent's already got Spire, which means that they could like hunker on down on the Corruptors, which kind of makes your Colossus a bit vulnerable. But GoGoJoey's back up to 4 bases now. Granted, the drone count isn't super high, but he's going up to +2 range weapons here, which will absolutely help out the Hydras. He got confirmation that it is Void Rays as well, with the Corruptors kind of flying in there, getting a little bit of a tickle going on. And now you get to see that Void Ray count is indeed growing. In every way, shape, and form, GoGoJoey's just kind of ticking his boxes here, ticking those check marks, just being like, all right, what do I need? Hydra, 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 let's go, go, go. Getting good upgrades out, and so far, Hass is going to be met by a very big, scary army. Yes,
he is. GoGoJoey is maxed out. Hass in at 136 supply at the moment, just coming through with this. As we have ourselves the Roach Hydra force going to knock down a set of rocks in the center. Void Rays on the right side going to get council on the 4th base, but that might just mean it's time to just go, go, go. He actually sent the Hydras back after the Voids, and he actually gets some kills here. Hatchery gets saved. Now the Roach Ravager is not stopped by Void Rays because they're out of position. Is this enough? Super Battery pops. We actually could just target down that Super Battery, so it will not do too much healing here. So that will indeed go down. The Roaches continue to fight. The Robo goes down, so that Robo Bay ain't going to have much use in this game. And it looks as though GoGoJoey is getting it done. The Hydras are going to come back to join up with this main force. And that means that we can actually fight against these Void Rays more acceptably. Coastal Files coming down. Yeah, we're actually out of stuff to fight on the ground, so the Roach Ravage can just chew through buildings. GG says Hass, GoGoJoey. A very impressive series. Wow.
He looks solid, actually. Like, just solid across the board. Like, this was not easy stuff that Hass was throwing at him. Like, granted, Hass was, let's say, like, 4 out of Hass, really, on the scale of craziness. But still, he whipped out a Adept Glaive build, which still fairly in the realm of normal. I mean, Stargate is what it's all about these days. But then the double Tempest build, which I thought was actually very cool. Started off kind of rough for GoGoJoey. But GoGoJoey, he just showcased that he was 1 step ahead. Like, he kind of estimated what's going to come next, made a damn good call, and just did it. Like, the scouting was good by him. I really like the Zerglings around the base, getting to see the Tempest as soon as they left the natural there. Then it was like, all right, Spire, bought time with the Queens. Still lost the 3rd. I maybe think that could have went a little bit better. Maybe it's kind of tough because it's what do you do? The Spore Crawlers will die really fast if you make them because they're stabilizers. But overall, he still looked pretty content with everything that went on. Well played, GoGoJoey.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually just a cool series from him. Surprised me. I know GoGoJoey's been competitive in the Oceania region for a long time and everything, but just never really had him pinned to like take down a Haas, and maybe that's just the times are changing. Good to see GoGoJoey 2-1 is now in a position where he's going to be able to obviously contest with and, you know, have a chance to actually maybe make playoffs as well, which is very, very cool. So yeah, I just think that that's very exciting. And yeah, congrats to him. That wraps up our Asia region. Let's show the schedule here and show what's gone down today. Obviously, we had Oliveira and Yeshi knocking themselves into the playoffs, and Nice and GoGoJoey upgrading their position in this to 2-1. There's been a couple other matches going on also, as Nanami 2-1 against Coffee. That's a surprise to me. That happened over on the B stream. Oriana knocked out Silky, in fact. So Silky eliminated T-Bull, currently losing to Maxed. That's also an elimination match currently on the B stream. And the other result that happened was Cyan 2-0'd SCV. So Cyan up to 2-1 as well. So actually the 2-1 players are looking pretty dangerous. XY, Nice, Firefly, Cyan, Nanami, and GoGoJoey all going to be playing for an attempt at playoffs tomorrow.
Solid matchups. Yeah, I was also a little bit surprised because for me, when I think of Terrans in that region, you know, you got Oliveira, XY, and then Coffee is quite scary as well. So Nanami isn't a name that I've actually heard before until this season. So whether I'm just absolutely out of whack or what, but taking him down, being in 2-1, that's solid.
Yeah, no, I mean, Coffee got second place last season as well. Like, he's not just like one of the top 10s, he's like one of the top players in this region, and now he's sitting at 1-2. Going to be 1-2 alongside Hask, Oriana, MioM, SCV, and then the winner of Maxed and T-Bull. Yeah, that's crazy. So, wild stuff here in Asia. This region always does deliver. And unfortunately for us, that's it for today in terms of Asia. We will have more Asia action tomorrow, though. Right now, we're going to be turning the page over to Europe. We have a couple PvZs to kick us off here with young Yakov versus Geralt and Wayne versus GungFu Banda. These are matches which obviously are looking to be very exciting, so we'll take just a couple minutes. The lobby's already going up, so we'll not be too long. We'll be right back with Europe in just a few moments' time.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are ready for the European Regionals. Woody and Demi coming at you for all the action today. And the players are pretty much ready, so let's not waste too much time. Let's have a quick peek at the standings of European. First of all, Group A, of course, 2 groups here in Europe. You have Serral and Reynor already out into the playoffs. And then today, later on, we'll actually have BattleB and Mana fighting to stay in the tournament. DNS and Pappy will fight to stay in the tournament as well. And a bunch of other players here in this group. Playing at 1-1, so obviously lots to look for between these guys. So absolutely excited to see some of their games. As we also have a Group B here, which I'll bring up in just a moment, Ben. It's always fun here in these European matches, right?
I mean, it really is, because you have those leaders of the groups, which is kind of the usual suspects at this point, right? Like Serral, Reynor, Clem very much cementing themselves as the top 3, but MaxPax absolutely has stomped into that echelon. I feel like he's for a long time it was Gabe being the gatekeeper, very much the 4th best, but I'm not sure you can say that anymore. Like those top 4 slots of MaxPax, Clem, Reynor, Serral very much cemented at this point. And yeah, I'm just excited because the next field of players, things are very up in the air. Like there's some players doing better than I thought they would, for example Bly, and some players being a lot more receptive to defeat over there, such as Mana.
Yeah, it's been some of the 0-2s are surprising. And unfortunately today we round out Swiss Group 3, which means we do say goodbye to 4 players in total from Europe. This Group B is, as you say, maybe kind of a little bit as expected so far. Obviously plenty of time for things to change, because as the days go by it gets more and more interesting. You might have said it before, the matches get more and more tense, more tougher as well. Players in theory get more and more well matched as well, so there's no kind of easy solution from here on out, as we are going to start the day off with some ZVP here. It is going to be in the bottom left-hand side from Twisted Minds, the red Zerg. Been doing very well lately, young Yakov.
And over in the top right, as our blue Protoss, it is Geralt. Ooh, look at that, Wardy. Going to mine out a mineral patch over here in the middle of the map, and I mean, it's a very, very early probe. In fact, oh, that is juicy, Lucy.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to go for it?
Yeah, kind of. Unless he expects his opponent to go for it, and he's going to block it. Oh my goodness. That's a play,
that
man.
is that feels like some 200 IQ blocking, honestly. Like, whether that is what Zergs are doing all the time on this map, and I feel that when you have a gold base, it's something that you absolutely have to respect and think about. Very nicely done by Geralt, because that does avoid, you looking like a potential genius, but then he doesn't go for it at all. And you're like, oh, what's my probe doing here? Because this is a very early probe send out from him. Yeah, it makes me think that he's done his homework. And right before this series, he was a little bit late to the lobby. And he was like, oh, sorry, I was watching a replay, which, that kind of studying can absolutely pay off.
Yeah, and obviously it's just nice as well, I guess, because at the end of the day, no matter what, you are going to at least deny the gold base. So you know that's going to happen. Double win if your opponent tries to take it. Even if he didn't try to, then you know he's not on the gold, as the probe did go down there to the drones. And then, of course, at least the Zerg's not working off a gold, which is oftentimes difficult to do much about, especially on this map, because you can't really rotate to and from the gold base. Like, you can't hit the gold and hit the other bases at the same time super easily with the depths or so, just with the way that the minerals are laid out and everything. So, no, it definitely makes it a cool play from Geralt early. Unfortunate to lose that probe. We'll see what his follow-up's going to be. Geralt, quite a creative player when it comes to his PvZ. He's one of the few players that will still Archon drop in DT Rush, for example, so let's see what his plan is here. Is his tech going to go down in the main? This time around, it is his plain old Stargate.
Yeah, this is far more standard what we see from Protosses these days, right? Getting that on the go. Now, young Yakov, he was denied once, but not denied again. We'll go for that gold base. And honestly, it's far enough away from your opponent, while it is still a bit more risky than a regular third base, that I think, yeah, it's kind of worth going for here. And if you take out those rocks on that gold, you open up the map quite a lot for yourself. And Geralt, he's a smart boy, man. I've never felt that Geralt is one of these, like, mechanically all over the shop Protosters. He's definitely more thought out with his approaches and goes for more like an army comp style of Protoss play. Like, not in your face with the Blink Stalkers right from the get-go kind of thing. So we'll get his scouting information going on here. Young Yakov, definitely on the younger side of things, but still, he's been showcasing that he's a pretty darn decent Zerg these days.
Yeah, he's really taken some steps up. He's been looking really in WTL, those qualifiers with WTL. In that, he actually looked really good. He got competitive with some of the Koreans as well. And he's just been, like I say, like, to me, just quite impressive lately. Cool player. He's been doing well for himself. You can see right now there's a depth shade now towards the center of the map, and then beyond, it's just going to get back home. Yeah, for me, this is a cool matchup because I feel like in years gone by, I would have always picked Geralt, but I always want to favor young Yakov now. I know Geralt's got some more real-life stuff going on, but he's also still been playing a lot, so it just makes for a really good matchup here. You know, with them both being 1-1 and here in this opening match of Europe, I actually love it.
Yeah, me too. Because young Yakov, his first match of the group stage, it was 1-2 to Wayne, which you look at that, you're like, oh, taking a map off Wayne? Like, you know, I've seen him take a map off Serral very recently. Granted, it was Honrad who set, I think it was in WTL. With some cheeky Nida stuff. But then going 2-0 for ForJumi, and it's like, oh, okay, I don't know where to put this guy right now. Like, beating ForJumi 2-0, losing to Wayne 1-2. Where's that middle ground? Right now, though, these Oracles dealing quite a bit of damage over at this gold base, and 5 drones falling so far, but maybe for 2 Oracles, that is a lot.
Yeah, 6 drones, 2 Oracles to go down. It's just so necessary because he had 5 drones with 1 Oracle loss. He didn't need to lose a second, right? And then even then, he didn't need to lose the first. He probably could have had 4 drones killed. And to me, that's the thing, right? It's like, he essentially lost the 2 Oracles for the 2 extra drones, and that just is not worth it at all. So now you actually have just the Voider on the map, and look at this, Baneling Nest on the way up from young Yakov, and I wonder if he just feels like, hey, look, this was great for me. Maybe I just make a lot of units. You won't see what's going on easily, and maybe I can get a lot done. That said, he's also still taking further damage off these Adepts.
He certainly is. And behind all this as well, Gerald's actually opting for a 3rd base, and it's pretty early. 2 Twilight Councils. I dare say that wasn't quite the plan, but, you know, sometimes you can get a little ahead of yourself. I say that just because I have no idea whether he's planning double upgrades at the same time. It was done a long time ago, but this Void Ray also putting in work across the map here. I mean, so much value. Young Yakov's getting kind of tore apart here.
Yeah, you know what? I actually really believed in the Baneling Nest and the potential Baneling bust, but not with how much damage he's continued to take. I mean, he's going to morph in 4 Banelings, but he'll just have no follow-up to this. As he has got a couple of Queens coming across the map. There's a lot more Links starting up in production now. I just don't see it being enough. Like, at first I thought maybe if he had the gold-based economy continued in mind, he would have had a lot more Links coming out. But then he's been supply blocked and all sorts, and now it just does not feel like the power is really going to be there. Geralt is prepping with more gateways, more batteries. He really gets himself nicely set up. And it does look as though, honestly, I think that Geralt is going to have himself a game 1 kind of in the bag. Still has to get a defense here, but it just doesn't look scary, right? These 4 Banelings look so unthreatening.
It doesn't look scary at all, actually. And I mean, this positioning by Geralt here, just defending the pylon and the shield battery itself. And I mean, here just kind of trying to get in buildings here. I mean, this is really rough, man. These queens, they were just the saddest queens of all time. The Baneling don't even get the pylon, Wardy.
This wasn't enough Banelings, and like I said, I think that's really just the extra damage taken. You know, Adepts jumping on that gold base, drones having to pull away during it, the Void Ray getting overlords. I think this all really just added up to never enough power for young Yakov, and yeah, this promising young Zerg player is not quite clicking here today against Geralt.
Not yet, anyway. It's game 1. It's game 1. And he's, I want to say still in this, but that probe count looks really damn good compared to the 42 drones. And I mean, he's getting +1 melee on the way. That's quite a nice connection there on that stasis. Only a couple of Zerglings, and this is very nice positioning out of Geralt. When is shield battery overcharge available? It's not for a little bit of time here. And I mean, these Stalkers, they will sort of do the job nicely tucked in here for Geralt, but 16 drones. Young Yakov is absolutely catching up in the eco department as well.
He is catching up in the eco department, but his lair isn't even done, so no tech. Just pure Ling Bane, no Bane speed just yet. Roach is not ready yet because the Roach run's on the way. I think that's the issue. And okay, Geralt's only just now starting up his +1 in Blink, but once he hits that, he's going to have a very powerful time when I still think we're going to be missing things on the side of the Zerg. So I think those are the kind of the correlations to draw here that, you know, young Yakov was aggressive early. The price he has to pay is that he will not be teched up properly for a good long while.
No, he won't. But it's not every day that you see +1 being finished for Zerg before the +1 of Protoss. And actually, Wardy, I kind of joked about those Twilight Councils, but he is getting Charge and Blink at the same time. And I don't know if that's just kind of making good out of a bad situation or it's planned all along.
Yeah. There's no way, man. You can't tell me this was the plan. I think this is a case of, like, he misbuilt them, but then he also didn't start his upgrades for a long time because he was defending. So now he's like, well, if they got delayed, I may as well get them both. But I think, yeah, just making the fact that he had both. I'd be surprised if this was intentional.
I'm still not a non-believer here. Like Gerald's army just spiked up. Like I've seen Zerg work wonders. He's on a gold base. He's taken his 5th base now as well behind all this. Granted, tech sucks, but having this kind of army out on the map and stuff, and I mean he's making Gerald scared, isn't he? Like Gerald doesn't exactly know what he's up against now.
Yeah, those Stalkers having a recall.
DTs.
Yeah, that's going to be nice.
That's going to be Archons.
And there's Zealots on the left side as well, by the way, which can just kind of wander around as well. But they're going to get caught, and yeah, maybe Geralt. I mean, I think what Geralt's issue is that he's not really doing everything all at once. He's really doing it like bit by bit, and in my eyes, I think that is actually quite kind of a problem, right? Like these 6 Zealots went on their own, then the Stalkers were on their own. DTs are going to show up though, and they are going to get straight into this Spore Crawler, and they are not going to get denied before then. And that means the DTs can keep on going, so damage will be dealt, and this might lead to the Stalker attack as Lynx try and get on the other side.
I liked that manual detonation of a Baneling there. Did actually get to kill one of the DTs just by doing it himself, so that was cool. But the DTs, that 5th base over in the south here, DTs in the kind of natural 3rd, but actual 4th base. And now, fairly similar army supplies.
It's kind of been wild. I mean, I like what young Yakov's doing. He's definitely been trying to look for opportunities whenever he can, but generally speaking, still like a lot for Geralt, who is going to be in the middle now. Can he actually do much, though? He's starting to get a little bit overwhelmed, and I guess it is that fact of, like, this is still a very just low-tech army for the Zerg, so he just has a lot of stuff. So maybe Geralt would do good to, yeah, get Storm up and actually add some just splash damage, and once he gets to that, then we obviously look at this Zerg army and we're like, well, yeah, maybe this is just going to get ripped apart a little bit.
Yeah, because I mean, we've seen Zerg stick on Roachling Bane Ravager for like a long time, right? Like, it's pretty good against everything. But you're against a Geralt with really, really good eco here. It's 85 probes versus 71 drones. The big thing for young Yakov is the fact that the upgrades are pretty decent. He's going to hit +2. Oh, I mean, Geralt blinked in very aggressively here. Storm's not done either. This could maybe bite him in the butt a little bit.
Yeah, as we now see that first High Templar in the front going down, the Archon will fall as well. Roach Ravager will continue to chase in. Stalkers have to blink backward. The Zealots continue through. Lynx taking shots. I'm just going to see Geralt kind of not, again, having splash damage just yet. So this is probably one of young Yakov's better timings. Now as Storm is done, if we start to get those High Templar out, this could be big. And Oracle is still killing a pace on the bottom side of the map as Geralt blinks forward to take out an Overseer. And things will settle now once again with Geralt warping in those 5 High Templar and getting towards that Storm and that splash, which we think he ever so much needs.
What's kind of hurting young Yakov at this point is he only has 2 queens alive. Like, he's been absolutely battling with these queens constantly. Morphing in 26 Banes, 26 new Zerglings as well. The upgrades, he's on +2, so that's definitely decent for him. But this game's getting scrappy and crazy. Like, Geralt's going to be fighting in places that I don't think he thought he would be for quite some time, but I like the warping of the DTs here defensively.
Yep, there's going to be seen a Baneling crashes for some probes, but doesn't one-shot anymore, so not too bad. 8 workers going down. Stalker's still trying to fight in the center. Young Yakov still trying to push through. It was very chaotic, right? And it's that chaos that really is perhaps finding the most success here for young Yakov, and it's maybe the reason why Geralt is not quite as comfortable as... I kind of feel like he should have been very comfortable, right? And it's definitely not been the case at all.
It's not been the case at all. I mean, power of the gold base, isn't it? Like, even on a lower drone count stuff, it definitely changes how things flow a lot, but that is a hell of a lot of High Templars on the right side of the screen. they absolutely will cause quite a bit of trouble if he can keep them alive. And right now, young Yakov's a little all over the place with his fighting here. But I tell you what, that is it's a lot of Zerg.
It's a lot of Zerg, but then this is a horrible choke point. But then if Geralt can't get back through it himself, young Yakov can launch onto these bases. We blink to protect the natural from those banelings, which is a nice move. You can see that Geralt's trying to rotate back around. One of the interesting portions of this map is how do you get back to your bases from that gold? You can go through the rocks, or you can still come back around the other way. So again, we talked about this map and why we like it earlier. And that is kind of one of those reasons as our stalkers continue up, blinking on after those Ravagers. And if you chase and properly kill off all these Ravagers, this is real bad for young Yakov because they are very expensive. I just don't think he has the numbers to stop Geralt from doing that chase right now.
I think he's running out of steam. Like Geralt, he took a little bit of eco damage, but he's producing 5 probes at a time here, Wardy. I mean, that number will absolutely flash on right back up, and his upgrades are decent. He's on 2-0. He can warp in a lot of units, and now what does young Yakov do? I mean, he's a lad that's... He's really given it his all this game, and Gerald's just weathered the storm and sent the storm, quite literally.
Yes, he has. GG is going to be called, and that is going to do it in the end. It just took Geralt to really kind of stabilize, right? Young Yakov played a fairly low-tech army, and so just kind of playing Zealot Stalker against it for a while wasn't going to cut it. As soon as he got Storm up and he properly got to land a few Storms, I think that's where you kind of saw what Geralt's strength was meant to be, and he does take that 1-0 lead. I mean, again, impressive it went so long, because it felt as though young Yakov completely botched it early. Set up for the Baneling Burst, never got anything out of the Baneling Burst at all. And, yeah, felt as though Geralt was going to always win. But yeah, like I said, at least young Yakov stayed in and fought, and if he does that from a more even position to begin with, he's going to be terrifying to play against, man. You can see the power, you can see his activity around the map. These are not easy things to handle.
No, it's not that game that spells disaster for the rest of the series, is it? It's one of those games that's like, alrighty, young Yakov, quite a few things were unfortunate. Even as far as like him mining out those minerals, getting through there, and it's like, oh, there's probe here already. That's kind of unusual. But and then suffering a lot of losses, the counterattack, as you said, with the Banelings and the Queens just getting caught out massively. But he still kind of turned it into a game, and it wasn't as easy as it kind of should have been. So I do have faith in young Yakov going into this series, because if that much went wrong and he still put up a fight, I want to see when everything goes right for him, because then we might be absolutely talking. So the second map between these two will be Gold and Aura. Definitely can be a little bit wild. We got to see MioM being held off very easily by Nice earlier, but we'll see what young Yakov can do.
Yeah, no, I think this map is actually very interesting because attacking into your opponent on this map can be very difficult. They have pretty much all their bases on high ground. It's very choky to attack in on, which can obviously benefit both sides of this, depending on who does what exactly. And, yeah, obviously, it really is about, from young Yakov, tightening up the early game. Don't let Adepts get a bunch of damage. Don't let the Oracles dominate. Obviously, this case, he did kill off the Oracles early. It's just the follow-up did a lot to him, and then he chose to kind of Bane Burst, but then took even further damage. That's where it really all went wrong, as we will get into this in just a moment. Geralt is BRB. Christiana Petit Drogo is happening on the B stream as well, so if you want to check that out, that is also going on if you want to multi-stream. Some StarCraft today, some PvP happening on that B stream. Christiana and Drogo currently both 1-1, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really? That's kind of cool, actually. I mean, Drogo's a guy that quote-unquote retired, but I still see him just as much almost.
Yeah.
He turned up at events looking cool, had new hair, and it was like, hey, guys, how's it going? It's like, hey, Drogo.
Yep. No, Drogo's kind of like, he didn't play in that much anyway, right? Like, he only really played the biggest stuff. He wasn't like a big online cup grinder, so... Yeah, then he still plays in the regional. It's like, oh, it's Drogo again. And it's like, he's still pretty darn good. Like, I never know what to expect, but then he almost still brings the same level, which is very cool to see. As Golden Aura is going to be this map, as we mentioned, and we are now heading into it. So, young Yakov, Geralt, game number 2. And we are going to be starting off in the top left-hand corner, which is where the red Zerg player spawns in, representing Twisted Minds, but down a game, unfortunately, seeing if he can bounce it back. This is young Yakov.
And scoring bottom right-hand side, currently 1-0 up, it is Geralt.
It is almost surprisingly normal from Protoss player last game, and I only say that because he does like to, like I say, maybe go Twilight Council, Dark Shrine, and these are things which not everyone does. A lot of people are quite vocal, like, yeah, the Archon drop builds suck. this man uses it in pretty much every single series he plays still in PvZ. I'd be surprised if we didn't see a game 2 unless he has really had a bad experience against young Yakov with it on the ladder, for example. So we'll see, but generally does kind of just find something that works for him and then sticks to what works for him, even if other players don't necessarily agree with it. It's definitely a stance he likes to take. He's very individual about his play.
Yeah, and like methodical almost, right? Like gets his thing rolling. Like even this game, the fact that he was so aggressive with his initial probe to get it on the map and get the denial of, you know, the hatch block kind of thing. I liked that from him. And then this game, he's like, you know what? I'm not going to do that this game. I'm just going to be cool, be calm. I'm actually going to scout my third just to make sure there's nothing crazy going on this game that I'm up against. And then scout like decently late. So yeah, he's switching it up a little bit as well. And that's always a player that when I go up against them and they have even just down to a different scout pattern or a different tech choice and stuff, I'm like, wow, this guy can actually do it all. And that's the kind of player that you don't want to be up against, you know?
Yep. No, absolutely is our next and Sabico comes up. Being able to do it all is terrifying, right? Like, the versatility in StarCraft 2 goes such a long way. Like, if you can just do different things, then your opponent never gets to be comfortable. They never get to be like, okay, you did that game 1. If you're going to do game 2, I'll just kind of, you know, tweak this or tweak that. Doing different things, it never lets your opponent settle down. So it's always amazing to be able to crank out all different things. And so right now is just an Adept Chrono boosting, no Warp Gate starting. It's a mind game though. No Warp Gate usually means the Star Gate. It's exactly what he did. He didn't even fake Warp Gate last game. Usually you see Warp Gate start, they cancel it, build a Stargate. Didn't even fake it last game. This time he goes Twilight Council, then Warp Gate at a timing that would come with the Stargate going down. So, like I say, cool little mind game being built here. And it means that Geralt is going to try and catch his opponent a little bit off guard, trying to get him to feel safer than he actually is.
Yeah, smart that you pointed that out, Wardy, because that's a big deal, right? Like, young Yakov knows what that means with the delayed warp gate, and Geralt obviously knows what that means. So right now, when it comes to that production tab, you'll probably see young Yakov be like, all right, I need to get some spore crawlers down at X time. Sometimes it can be like 340, 345 or what have you, but right now, from what we're saying from Geralt, it's nothing about that at all. So we'll see how that comes into play this game.
Yeah, Overlord still kind of poking to the front, just trying to pick up info. Now the Stalker pops out and we'll start to launch some attacks onto the Overlord, so that's not really too uncommon, especially if you're just going to go on Oracle or something, right? Because you want the Stalker to push the Overlord back anyways. The Oracle wouldn't necessarily do that. And there's the Dark Shrine coming up here from Geralt. The only thing that I don't love about this is that if you make him think it's a Stargate, and then he's going to build, you know, spores against it anyways, and then you go Dark Shrine, you're kind of like inviting him into the answer anyway, but right now there's not spores going down from young Yakov, so maybe Geralt will be okay.
It's like, if can you imagine if this turns into the good old-fashioned, like, Archon drop, which, that's also something, you know, the DTs come, you find yourself not necessarily dealing damage, but then you just kind of go into Archons and it's totally fine.
Yeah.
Nice little positioning by Geralt, by the way.
I mean, that's what Geralt plays for so much, the Archon drop that everyone, like I say, everyone else doesn't really like. They're like, this shouldn't work, and everyone's like, yeah, Geralt's like, no, it's good, and they're like, no, it's not, because this and this. I think the argument is, like, how many times have you seen a third base be picked off by a Protoss in the DTs initially, and then the Zerg still wins the game? It's because that's how little this Archon drop does for you after, but like I say, Geralt's a real believer in it. The spores are beginning to come up third base now, one on the natural. We'll see where the DTs head, because the Prism's coming across the map. Obviously not super tight timing. The DT Shrine has been done for a while, and yet the Prism is not across the map and warping in just now, so yeah, not in any real rush, I guess, Geralt. He's very casual about this so far.
He's super casual. There is already one spore up. Where was that? So it was, he's got one in the third, one making in the natural, one moving to the main. I mean, that main spore crawler has a job to do, and the DTs do reveal themselves rather early, and honestly, that spore crawler, very nicely timed by young Yakov. We gave Geralt a lot of respect for maybe studying his opponent in the first game with the scout and the block and stuff, but so far, this kind of trickery and shenanigans and stuff, young Yakov wasn't too early on the spores. In fact, he was perfect about the spores.
Yeah, that's the first Archon morphing in as well. Here from Geralt will get a second DT to morph the second, you'd imagine, as well. Things across the map, shouldn't find much. There's plenty of adepts here. Okay, that pylon's a bit off to the side, but That's a quick cancel, not the most needed of things immediately from Geralt. He should be fine. And yeah, we got the double Archon ready to try and deal some more damage up into the main base of our Zerg players. Let's see if this works out for him or not over these next couple moments.
Absolutely will. And, you know, this hatchery might be forfeit at this point, but it is a fourth base, so not the most important thing in the world. And this Overlord will be saved by young Yakov thus far. Saved again. And, I mean, the Warp Prism's getting into dangerous territory here, Wardy. This could be... those shots, they have to get on out of here.
Yeah, that was just bad, man. I feel like he was like, yeah, it's fine. It's like, it's far enough off creep, but the Queens were actually very comfortably able to grab that, so... That was a...
Yeah, he didn't make that close.
Yeah. No, that was bad. That was just a mistake. Archon's recall out, and young Yakov is slightly supply blocked, but... Yeah, I mean, getting rid of the Prism removes so much of the pressure from Geralt, and if you rebuild that Prism, it's going to eat into your tech choice now, which is Disruptors. So you can't build as many Disruptors if you replace the Prism, so it's kind of like, well, what do you do? Well, in this case, he's going to keep building Disruptors, but that means no pressure on the map.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Let's have a look, see where things are. Spire on the way for young Yakov. We saw Mutas really deal with a lot of Protosses the other day with Bly, utilizing them to... well, they worked,
yeah.
I suppose you can say. But Roach speed on the way, +1 missile attack as well. Young Yakov has a decent-ish drone count, and he is producing a lot of units. And I mean, it is Geralt moving out across the map. He has to be a little bit careful, though, because I mean, the first wave of aggression that he did with the Warp Prism didn't go all that well. And as soon as that Roach speed finishes, that army can really wrap around you if you are fighting on creep against it.
Yep, our Roach speed is going to be coming up. I'm just going to be seeing how Roaches continue to produce through. +1 missiles coming out. But yeah, we're really watching that Spire and how much we're going to be able to afford from the Spire. Right now, not a lot, because we're going so Roach heavy. And young Yakov is going to send some Roaches across the map, maybe looking to test his luck over on this side. Geralt has moved out as well, so this could get very awkward very quickly. The Prism is seen moving onto the map. Young Yakov, what are we going to do? He's obviously seen the rest of the army now as well. He is going to send it forward, but there's DTs here defensively and no Overseer. So young Yakov will not succeed on the offense, and now he's got to get defensive with his majority of units coming back home still.
And it's not easy fighting into Disruptors. I mean, he's got a lot of Roaches, right? But he has to kind of go through this little nook here, and those sentries with the force fields nicely placed will get a fourth for his troubles. And Geralt's just going to quite handily move on back behind this. But there still is that kind of ace up the sleeve here with the Mutas. Like, those are a unit that can absolutely come into play, wreak havoc, and deal a lot of damage. And also, maybe most importantly, shut down this Warp Prism.
Yep, no, absolutely. As the Prism actually moves into the main base, going to fire first Disruptor shot in. Boom! For 4 and 5 drones plus the Queen. That's a real nice little just chunk of damage there. As yeah, that's a great catch. Obviously, young Yakov having to replace the 4th base. I loved what Geralt was able to do. Took good position, used the Disruptors to his advantage to zone his opponent out, gets that kill easily, and now he even gets damage on top of it. Now the Mutas are here, though, so the Warp Prism will get chased. Can we save this? Can we save the Disruptors? Well, losing an Archon isn't exactly great. When the Mutas are on the way across, we do lose one Disruptor. The other gets out, and that's another nice catch, initially at least, from our Zergy.
I tell you what, that payoff there, getting the Warp Prism, Disruptor, and an Archon for its first reveal, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Geralt definitely caught off guard a little bit there by the Mutas. Now, he does have a superior economy right now, but young Yakov is very close to being maxed out. And now this is when it's a bit tricky. Geralt totally out of position for this attack, by the way. He had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know what he was doing, like, on the right side. He hadn't seen the Mutas or anything initially, so kind of weird. Although, I tell you what, those gates are kind of holding position, and if he can just get down the ramp, then he might be able to attack up and keep his opponent pinned back. No Overseers against the DTs are going to do a lot of the defending, and now you're realizing as young Yakov, like, uh-oh, hang on a second, I'm actually in a bit of a weird spot now. The only good thing is that Geralt's done everything over here, so the Mutas have some time to work through a cannon, which they will finally get. The battery runs out of energy. I gotta say, I think that's actually very good for Geralt. He never really took damage here, and he got so much value out of all these units he killed.
Those DTs absolutely been awesome for him. And on the other side of things, he's continuously been annoying. I think he cancelled that 4th base again with just a few units here. And luckily for young Yakov, he has stabilized that other 4th base. But these DTs, Wardy, it's the DTs again. Like, they have been working wonders. How many kills does this bad boy have? Just 4, but with it being... Oh my goodness, he actually blocked his hatchery position with a creep tumor. Does quickly stabilize there, but... Oh, the muta count is growing though, and remember, because he didn't go for a Stargate opening this game, it's not something like he can quickly, readily get out Phoenix, right?
Yeah. No, that's very true. It's one of the biggest strengths of mutas, right, when you play against a Twilight-based opener, because it does just take away one of the options that oftentimes does deal with your mutalist. So, no, very good point. It's a very true one. As you see these units here, just going to push this back. I'm just a bit afraid that young Yakov is not necessarily causing enough chaos for himself, and if he doesn't cause enough chaos, this army of Geralt just gets stronger and stronger, and then young Yakov can't really take like a straight-up fight. So we'll see how that develops over the next few minutes. It looks as though Geralt right now is about to go forward once again and go start pushing across the other side.
Yeah, definitely. And these mutas, they're great at doing all the base stuff, but the last place you want to be utilizing them, except if you're against Warp Prism, is at your base, because... Oh, that was a juicy disruptor. That lad died, but he went down fighting, and right now Geralt is holding the line. He's actually got a superior army count as well for maybe the first time in this game, and his army, it feels like young Yakov's having real trouble of really penetrating and dealing good damage here.
Yeah, no, I honestly just basically take everything you see from young Yakov. None of these units are actually designed to fight against this army of Geralt. Put it that way, right? Like, none of this is necessarily good in that scenario, and that's the issue that you're facing here. As these Stalkers come blinking forward, they're going to go after that Overseer. I mean, this is all about counterattacking, causing trouble, forcing Geralt to split up and jumping on portions of that army. He's not done that yet. And even right now, we're going to see Geralt, I mean, recalling home, honestly, I feel like a good amount considering the Stalkers you already had there. Now the mutas are going to go up and right, but there's units converging from that direction too, so...
Oh
my goodness.
Biled his own mutas there. That was actually a bit brutal. So quite a lot of them taking quite a bit of damage. Might help Geralt out quite a bit. And flying across the Archons. We'll get to pick them off, though, on the escape. But young Yakov was definitely looking for more amidst all this chaos. 4 probes only.
Yeah.
That is well done by Geralt. And it's not going to get easier for young Yakov. Like, he's getting some really good army. And look, and look at that as well. He's got 2 Stargates up with a fleet beacon on the way. Like, Gerald's respecting the mutas as well.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to, though, man. There's 16 Lings and 5 Twins on the map. That's the ground force. And if you just push with everything as Geralt, the mutas can't fight, right? So that's the issue. We do have a probe Ling counterattack, and that might take Geralt's attention, but boy, does it need to, because, like I say, there's nothing to actually stop this army. The mutas can't fight this head-on. But if the mutas can't do that, then there's nothing else to stop them. This army will just push forward. The mutas are going to come in. This is generally the sign of a final fight here. As you just see, too much from Geralt. He is going to push those mutas back initially, and I mean, he can start working through bases. He's been a little bit like, I'll go here, I'll go there. Maybe even just not believing how good a situation he's got right now.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. 70 supply lead. He's got a really big army here. He's between the rally point as well, between all the bases, and now he's even producing the Phoenix back at home. Granted, this muta count is scary, but yeah, I mean, young Yakov has a lot of work to do, and even the DTs, man. The DTs have been so good this game for Geralt.
Yeah, that Darkstrand initially didn't do much, and then the Prism went down with the Archons. Not inside, but it stopped the Archons from continuing to harass, right? But then the DTs have been great anyways, as Geralt is really, like, I think Geralt is really terrified that his opponent's about to show up with, like, a really good ground army. If Geralt saw what we saw, there would be no reason to have brought all this back. Like, yes, you don't really want to base trade the mutas. Mutas are scary to base trade against. And I suppose he's still doing good enough damage on the other side, but he could have wiped out everything of young Yakov already. Instead, he pulls back. He's going to kind of play it out a little bit. He's going to guarantee himself a few more Phoenix just so he can really ensure that this mutalist count is not going to be a forever problem for him.
And it really won't be. Like, Phoenix, that count will climb. They can kind of outrun the muta. They can chase them down. They can do everything, especially with that, well, when that Anion Pulse Crystals comes online, that's when it really gets scary for these mutas. So they're on a bit of a clock here, and with the economy being so bad for young Yakov, 43 drones to 65 probes, he absolutely has to get something done, and he knows it. He's going for the Banelings on the right and going to try and deal damage on the bottom. These Phoenix are very out of position here, though, Wardy.
Yeah, they are. As the mutas dive in, a couple of Morphing Archons will take damage. 1 Phoenix, 2 Phoenix have just spawned. Fly in and will not have the greatest of times, but again, we are chipping through that mutalist count. Young Yakov doesn't have too much of an eco, and that is finally going to be the GG. As young Yakov is like, well, if you're not just going to come and attack me, I'll just tell you, you've got it, bro. Like, yeah, I really had nothing. Kind of played with kind of the fear factor of the mutas there a little bit. And Geralt does get the 2-0, which puts him to 2-1. I gotta say, honestly, way more convincing from Geralt than I thought. I thought this was going to be like a real close back and forth series. Maybe even like a very long game mixed in there, but Geralt was kind of in control both games throughout. Like, young Yakov was fighting back both games, perhaps, but never really got off to a good start and definitely didn't ever really threaten Geralt in a major way, I wouldn't say.
No, he didn't. And I mean, Gerald overall just seems solid. Like, he just kind of weathered the attacks constantly. And, the supply was just kind of bouncing up and down for young Yakov, which just showcased, like, how much he was trying to really bust Gerald. But Gerald just slowly climbed on, up and up and up, got the right counters available, and he just made it look very smooth. Like, he didn't have to worry about some late-game transition from the Zerg. He just had to worry about the Zerg right there and then. And it felt like that was the kind of game that Gerald wanted to play. So, well played to him. He looked very comfortable.
Yeah, and one from one PvZ to another, we're going to be going into Wayne versus GungFu Banda up next, which is actually kind of a fun one as well. I do think I favor Wayne going in. He's been playing great. He should have maybe been 2-0. He was in a great spot against Clem the other day, so yeah, he's going to be taking on GungFu Banda. Then we've got a whole bunch of other players still to go. We've got 5 best-of-3s in Europe in total, so 1 down, 4 to go, and then a couple best-of-3s of Americas to round out round 3 of Swiss. So do not go too far. We'll be back with more StarCraft action in just a few moments. It is going to be that Wayne GungFu Banda matchup up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We're back once again, as we have ourselves the matchup coming in here. Wayne versus GungFu Banda. And Wayne 1-1. He really played great so far. 2-1 young Yakov, who's been dangerous, but then 1-2 against Clem in a series that he looked very good in. He had some great matches in. Obviously, taking Clem on in ZVT to any extent kind of tells you the form that Wayne is in. So, I'm actually a little bit afraid for GungFu Banda. I actually think this is potentially a bit of a mismatch at 1-1, which I don't say very often in Swiss Round 3, but I guess we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm leaning towards Wayne for sure.
You are? Okay. I mean, I think Wayne is definitely a spicy one. Like, to me, for a long time, he felt like a mini laser, but was maybe even more timing orientated. And I still feel he is timing orientated, but GungFu is one of those players that also, quote unquote, retired, but then he reached like better MMR heights than he's ever reached. And I always think he can be quite solid. Like, I'll never forget those seasons where it's like Clem suffered one defeat only, and it was to GungFu.
Yeah.
Like things like that. He's just one of these processes that I never like to count out, regardless, because I think he's just fairly naturally solid.
No, I can get behind that. I think I'm completely with you. Where because we don't see GungFu all the time, so when he does show up, he usually practices a bit in advance of these events, and then boom, he looks so good, you know. So, better than I expect him to. So, yeah, maybe I'm kind of hoping this. I'm kind of putting it out there because I kind of want him to come in and be like, no, look how good I am. And, say, hey, look, I can take on Wayne if you think Wayne's that good. So, yeah, no, I'd be excited to see if he can. In the top left, Blue Protoss player is GungFu Banda.
And in the bottom right, the red Zerg is Wayne. So, within regards to Wayne's nickname history, how do you rate his name changes, Wardy, from 1 to 10?
10, absolutely. I just love that on Discord right now. His ID is Wayne Ratfan. It's just he just owns it, man.
I mean, people have gone through funny name changes, going from Vanya, that I thought was a really cool name, actually. I didn't think of anybody else called Vanya in any other scene, and then he went to Ratata, and I was like, really?
Yeah, I know.
Now he's Wayne, which I think is just a funny name.
It's so funny, because, I can understand him not wanting to be called Vanya if that's just sort of his name, and it's fairly common in Russia and stuff, right, as, a name. So I'm like, okay, fair enough, maybe that isn't as cool of an idea as you want. And then you pick Ratata, and I'm like, I feel like that's also not quite as cool as a name as you might want. And he's like, okay, I get it. I'm going to move on from that. I'm Wayne. It's like, wait, what makes you pick Wayne? Is it because it's it's kind of like Vanya? It's it's got a, kind of the same.
It's kind of like Vanya.
Yeah, if you move the letters around a little bit, that's what I've kind of thought a couple of times, man.
I can just imagine some little guy called Wayne. He's like, yeah, I'm Welsh Wayne, and he goes to frickin' Russia, and it's like, yeah, I'm Wayne, and it's like, oh, that's Vanya over here, all right, mate. And it's like, oh, okay. But I think one of my favorite name changes was Soul to Spirit. Just because he was like, when you search Soul on Wikipedia, it comes up with this Team Soul, and then he goes to Spirit, but then Team Spirit in Dota 2 become the best team, win TI, way more famous than Team Soul ever was. So I dare say he's running into the same problem these days.
I don't even think, was it a team that Spirit had the same name? I think because there was actually an old player that was, I think even UK, that was Soul as well, and he I think he popped up when he went for Soul on Wikipedia, and it was, I'm gonna check now. I mean, you have to check, but
I still think the Team Spirit thing and Spirit is very funny. Just because as soon as he did that, and then they became super popular. Even right now, they just won the most recent tournament, so really funny for him.
Comes out as a 3-way relink, which he didn't used to. I think he did used to default to one of them, but yeah. That was always really funny. I actually kind of like that he renamed it Spirit, which is kind of similar to Soul in a way, right? So. Also, that was kind of cool. But yeah, I didn't think about the fact that the Dota team just became huge.
Yeah, it does not help his Wikipedia problem that it was the main cause for him changing name.
Alright, well, Oracle pops out here. We are going to see, in terms of just gameplay here, GungFu opting for the Stargate. Very standard so far. Second Oracle even on the way up as well, so nothing really too crazy just yet. as the Oracle heads down the left-hand side. Hatchery is going to finish up on that third base as well. I'm just going to be seeing the, a few drones, the Queen, all coming up as the Spore Crawler comes in also. So just getting that up and running. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming by. And the Twilight Council setting up on a natural as well.
So far, one of the most standard PvZ openings we've seen today.
Yeah.
GungFu with that Oracle just kind of get between the third and the second base, but upon being there, doesn't really get to do too much because Wayne's defense so far has been pretty good. Even these drones that wandered over there, still greeted by a couple of queens. So far, Wayne's done a good job of just making sure he doesn't take any damage. And the third base, as you see from Protosses, this is far more normal than standard. Very quick this game.
It's going to be a Glaives, though, right? I think, out of the Twilight Council.
Yeah.
So he's just going to go... The Twilight's just that fast that it's going to be 2 Oracles into Glaives and just going to put some pressure on before he really looks to focus on the third base. So, yeah, we'll see if Wayne can get the right amount of units up against it. I love the Roach Roar in time, and I think that's going to be well set for him here. Obviously just wants to make sure he doesn't take too much damage initially and then just has a good round of units for that first wave of Glaives. So he can get to that, and we should be fairly well set.
And in this kind of situation, like I was just wondering, is this the kind of place where GungFu would want to sacrifice those adepts to deal damage? And you know, you could say if you dealt enough damage, sure, but with the amount of Glaved adepts that he could potentially have on the field fairly soon, I mean, he's on 4 gateways, can keep them alive pretty nicely with these oracles as well, which Wayne does respect very, very highly there.
Yeah, it's always tough, right? Because like you give up too many adepts and you get into trouble in so many ways. So gotta kind of be. It's about walking the line. It's almost like situational, game by game. As in this case now, as all these adepts gather up, we're gonna send it. And if Wayne doesn't really have an answer, which I don't think he does, like he's got the Roach Roar, but he's still droning. Don't get me wrong, GungFu's on a good word count as well, but I feel like stopping at 62, stopping at 62 and building roaches would have been better than going to 66 and now building roaches. He even starts a spine, realizing he's in a little bit of trouble.
It was really nice timing. Like 11 drones were just popping as all the adepts were coming across the map. So beautiful timing out of GungFu. And right now, this is kind of like a sacrificial 4th base from Wayne, which bought him a lot of time from these adepts, honestly. And now these queens, they can fight and buy time. It's all about time buying. Those adepts are blocked by a nice morphing Evo there at the natural. Very nicely done by Wayne. Honestly, Wayne's holding this pretty nicely so far.
Yeah, now the adepts get through the natural, though. Yeah, that's the bigger problem, because now he's going to have to play catch-up, and he doesn't really have any roaches preemptively over here. He does have a spine, though, which is going to take a bit of attention. Spines are so annoying because you can't actually just, like, A-click and get adepts naturally. You have to target fire drones specifically, and so that's actually kind of an annoyance that the adepts will face. 6 drones go down. I honestly still feel like that's pretty okay, although I guess GungFu's also on a worker lead, so kind of just a wild time in general, man.
Yeah, the scary thing for GungFu, which is a big counterattack, but he's been prepping pretty nicely for, because I look at his side of things, he's been pumping out Immortals, he's already on his robo facility, so behind it, it's not as if he wasn't macroing, he was macroing pretty decently. I say that as he's on 1,000 minerals, but that's just a lot of minerals that is going to become units very soon, and it can be nice infrastructure. You see here, he's making a nice wall off at his 3rd base as well, something that we haven't seen utilized too much from the Protosses today, but so far, I think he's playing solid behind this. And I was a bit scared that Wayne was just going to throw it because he had a lot of oversupply there from a lot of overlords. But he's just being calm and he's honkering down here, 4th and 5th base simultaneously, along with the Infestation Pit.
Yeah, the Infestation Pit is about to be done, so Wayne is going to macro up a little bit. Took a little while to kind of get back on track, so maybe he'd still be afraid if GungFu found a fight. And he is kind of Prism, so we'll see how aggressive he gets. But Wayne finally getting on his feet with his work count. That Infestation Pit coming up. He's getting Bane speed. I got a lot of good things now on the way from him. Just definitely did stumble a bit over the depths.
Yeah, certainly. Wayne with good vision on the map, though. He's kind of spotting on out where the 4th could potentially be from his opponent. We'll see when it's going down, but GungFu, he is here to greet Wayne on his side of things, and GungFu's army does take a bit of a splat in there from some corrosive biles, but it's a strong army. It really is. Like, this is not easy to take out.
Yeah, it's just dangerous, right? And you don't have Bane speed yet. The Disruptors are so good at zoning. If the Pro can just walk up and take position, there's nothing you can do to protect that hatchery, so Wayne just lets it go. Now the Disruptor's a little bit in the front, so he is able to jump on one. Corrosive biles will chase the others away. Is actually going to chase because now obviously the disruptors are used. If they're on cooldown, he actually just grabs the second one. Not much to stop him here. The force fields by a few seconds. Now the Ling's coming around the other side, and Wayne is really punishing GungFu for this hatchery kill. And the fact he tried to stick around a little bit longer afterward.
Yeah, they both have a lot of money in the bank, actually. Like, he's now on 2 Forges, which will help him get the upgrade lead if he does want to go for it. He's starting his 4th base now, but again, that 4th base was very delayed compared to where it wanted to be. And Wayne, he's not in the Stone Age when it comes to tech. He's actually halfway to Hive here, and that will absolutely bolster his army and allow him to get Vipers out, which will deal with a lot of these scary units like Disruptors. But he's already doing pretty good against them.
I was going to say a couple of Vipers and just makes life a whole lot easier, right? As our Stalkers come through, a couple of Creep Jammers coming in. Our Ling's going to work up that right-hand side and go after a couple of Adepts, so we'll just grab both of those nice and quickly there. And our Ling Roach Ravager will continue around this direction, heading up to the top, but Lings are going to be there. Stasis Ward is going to pop, and a few of those Lings getting caught as a couple of cannons continue up, Zelds coming through. We do have our units continuing by, a couple more Corrosive Vials, just going to hit the few Stalkers. And the Banelings will pop on the far right-hand side of the map. They're going to pop up, head in toward that mineral line for the next few moments. And again, these few Zerglings are going to rejoin everything else. I love this now, the multi-prong coming in. Wayne hits the top right, he depowers some of the, well, he just hits some pylons in general, now 16 probes. So his opponent was supply blocked a few moments, which isn't pretty when this fight is already happening. Another pylon going to get Corrosive Pile down. I like what Wayne's getting done so far. Even Bane's now coming from the other side and crashing into a few Stalkers already to help out as well. He's really just going to throw himself right in the mix of this.
I'll tell you what, though, that overcharge did last for quite a long time there, Wardy, and now the Stalker's feeling confident enough to blink on. This is just Ravagers left over. I don't think most of them aren't making it home here, and they are very high value, 100, 100 apiece, and GungFu Panda definitely makes Wayne feel the burn while he headed on home there.
Yeah, I think Wayne, when he stepped forward with the Ravagers on that left side, was just a step too far. I think he was actually doing pretty well, but then he gave up a lot of units he didn't have to. He obviously thought he maybe had enough to break, but that was a missed call as now Disruptors continue back up from GungFu. He lost a lot of pros, but he's quick to rebuild them. And his economy does not look bad coming out of all of this. So you see Wayne, obviously 6 base on the right-hand side. He has got bases to work with. His Viper's now on the way, so starting to see some of that tech we mentioned earlier finally come to fruition. It kind of feels like he needs it, because clearly this army he's had so far is just not quite capable of taking on what GungFu's been working with.
Yeah, if there's one unit that GungFu really would love in his mixture right now, whether he can afford it or not is a different question, or a different story. It'd be High Templars, man. They're pretty good against most of these units that Wayne has on the field, and these Stalkers, they're getting a big wraparound on them from lots of Ling, lots of Bane, and GungFu does head home. 2-2 is about to finish for him, but Wayne's getting Adrenal Glands, as you said, the Vipers as well. And he's sitting very pretty. And GungFu, I said his macro was like, he was doing lots of stuff behind it, but I constantly see that mineral count floating pretty high. And 10 Stalkers immediately in there. I mean, he's playing Zest style over here.
Yeah, he's got a bank so he can warp in whatever he wants when he needs it. Only that's not so great when you actually need to warp in a few times over and the cooldown kicks in. As Wayne will come forward. This time he's got the Vipers. Probably just going to look for an abductor. So he only loses a couple of Banelings there initially. The Stalkers should look for Vipers here. That's an easy 1-2 pick. I feel like those Vipers were not quite ready to abduct, honestly. And the Stasis Sword going to catch some units. And we're back to just basic Roach Ravager, handful of Banelings trying to fight. Corrosive Vials are landing though, so we're taking good fights. And if we blink forward when these units pop out of Stasis, that could be scary, but so will this. Oh my goodness.
I tell you, this is a bloodbath of a game, man. I feel like they're both very evenly matched in these fights, and blinking on no, trapping them in there with you. I mean, the Banelings will deal some damage, but holy crap. And what's happened in the main base? A nice warping from GungFu. Wardy, this is a real good game between these guys.
I think GungFu's playing a better game than Wayne, actually. I think Wayne's maybe being propped up a little bit mechanically compared to GungFu. Like, he's not floating the money as often. Now he is, but previously, he's been able to rebuild a couple times faster, and a lot of that's just GungFu not spending his money, but I think GungFu's taking very good fights. He's 5,000 resources lost better off. He's doing a great job, and yeah, we'll see if Wayne can still maybe try and steal this from him as he's maxed out again. He's coming across. Wayne was like, man, I built 2 Vipers, they sucked. He's not going to build any more, so he doesn't replace those. I just feel like more of this lower tech unit army without really adding anything else in is not really going to do it. Like I said, I just don't think that's going to be enough for him.
No, I mean, GungFu's getting bigger and stronger. And I mean, his tech is pretty massive. And he's actually utilizing these disruptors really damn well. They're constantly at the back of his army. And I gotta give him kudos as well. Those Viper snipes with the Stalkers were clean, Wardy. It looked like they couldn't do anything, those Vipers. And getting 3-3 on the go as well. Like, his army is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a way for Wayne's army to really keep on fighting. GungFu is just getting better and better. You can see Confident blink forwards right now, chasing down some Ravagers. A couple of Roaches on top as well, why not? And these are the problems that Wayne faces, that he just can't afford to keep letting this happen. And yet, well, what else can you really do, I suppose, is the question. Not really a lot, honestly.
No. I mean, when you've got +1 Roaches, and I mean, what are these Lings at? Let's have a look. See, they're at +2. That's not bad on the Lings, but he's going to be against 3-3 Protoss very soon. I mean, that is real damn brutal. And when you've got such high-powered units in the mix as well, lots of Immortals, these Disruptors, he's feeling so confident that he's kind of moving out on creep. I say that as he moves back, but he's got Disruptor shots for days here.
Yes, he does. Disruptors firing through, a couple of Roaches going down. Another Disruptor shot from the top. Not really the best Disruptors, but of course they're still forcing, like here, just forcing Wayne to back away. But he's lost 11 drones during this, so damage being done on the other side of the map as Wayne is chasing GungFu. But again, how far can he really chase before GungFu just gets to a point where he's absolutely stable and Wayne is being punished for continuing to push in?
Yeah, and you constantly see these Disruptors fly on out here, and they're both losing workers. One little Immortal, feeling Immortal, walking right on into that army, and lots of units do march on through. A random Disruptor shot in the back of the base there. I mean, this is getting very chaotic, and they are still very close in supply, both neck and neck when it comes to workers. It just feels like GungFu's army is reaching the point where it's very hard to deal with, but kudos to Wayne as well. He is absolutely trading, man.
Yeah, Wayne's been mining more, but obviously a few losses there, and now it's a little bit closer than it was. He needs to be mining more because GungFu's trading better. Wayne's had the bases, or access to bases, that helps him out with that as he dives in again. These Lings helping to get a catch on, well, the Archon. The Disruptor shot does not really hit anything. The Roaches are a better target, and you will get a couple of them. And Wayne, once again, just has to back away and not continue to commit into this position as he kind of felt like he wanted to, but no, he's going to have to try and find other things to do at this point in time.
Wayne throws that plan into the scrap, and he's like, you know what? Back to plan B. We go to the Vipers once again, try and pick off some of these meaty units at the back, because he's splitting good, and he's splitting decently. Like, these Disruptors could be far more effective if he wasn't splitting like he is, and doing these big old wraparounds, but eventually you're going to need to fight this army head on, and Vipers are one way to do it. Even with Blinding Clouds against the mix could absolutely help out.
Yeah, I mean, just tech in general. I'm honestly disappointed that Wayne gave up on it so quickly, because, like, yeah, the first two Vipers didn't do great. You did kind of fly them right over Stalkers, like GungFu did the thing, like, you know, you could have used them better. And, yeah, I mean, right now these Vipers come in, we get one abducted off, the other one flew again right over the Archons. Corrosive Piles are going to land, and Wayne muster up a defense here, as obviously he's basically on top of his own hatchery, so he will get reinforcements in quickly. He is getting rid of some of the tech units, and he honestly puts a good fight to it for a while. Extra Roach is showing up as well. We'll get rid of the Archon, and GungFu might get pushed back one more time still before he wins.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The thing is, 19 drones went down. Like, we've been watching these fights just because they've been so damn cool, but a lot of the battle has been about what's been happening in the main and peripheral bases of Wayne, because I'm looking at the minimap, Wardy. Hive is gone. Absolutely gone. Like, those Zealots over there, they're here, there, and everywhere. GungFu's been killing Wayne from the inside out.
Yep, no, absolutely. That's just what Wayne has not been able to keep up with, especially when you've been trading battle. You need your economy to be overwhelming. Keeping the opponent to 4 bases was probably one of the win conditions for Wayne, but he had to keep some amount of eco alive himself, and that just has not happened. Zealots are still going untouched back at home. Wayne finally turns back around. He has to rebuild the pool. We're even going to see GungFu just getting the Dark Shrine up to give him even more options here at this point in time.
Absolutely here, and yeah, the bleeding just doesn't stop. Like, Wayne at this point is not actually mining any gas, and granted, he's got quite a lot of gas in the bank, but GungFu, again, the story is pretty clear this game. His units are just better and better upgraded. 3-0 Lings are very, very solid, but he is against a hell of a lot of tech. Seeing this probe line go to that base without a Nexus definitely can make you breathe a sigh of relief if you're Wayne, but doesn't exactly spell victory or anything when he's in such dire straits on his side of things.
Yeah, that's a lot of Ling Ravager, but he needs like a magnificent fight, and that's going to be hard to come by with the armies that are in play on both sides. GungFu, I can understand his caution, right? Every time he's moved out, he kind of doesn't quite end the game. You know, actually stopping to secure a 5th base is great, and I love that he takes his forward base for once, because I feel like that's a much easier base to hold than trying to push out the left side, which he's done a couple times, so pretty big fan of this, and I think just doing the right things. That run by is still setting up. Wayne shouldn't really recover from having time here. I mean, he starts to rebuild up a lair and everything, and there's DTs that are going to start making their way onto bases. That's going to be an issue he has to deal with. He doesn't have spores everywhere because it's been a very tense game. He hasn't had time or money to build those. So yeah, this looks as though GungFu is really getting ready to put some final touches on this game number 1.
Absolutely. Like, those zealots as well, like, you know, you often think about it, but when you have 3-3, even if you are against +3 Adrenal Lings, like, you're two-shotting the Lings and they're still taking quite a bit of time to really hunker you down. So these zealot run-bys have actually been a real nuisance, man. Like, a super nuisance. And GungFu's just playing very nicely strategically, just dealing with the economy. And I mean, I want to see how many workers have been killed this game. 91 drones, that number is climbing. 51 probes. Like, this has absolutely been chaos. It's fantastic stuff. And again, like, they're both dealing lots of economic damage to one another.
Yep, they really are. I mean, Wayne is absolutely going to try and keep himself in it, but he has to get rid of this army somehow. And this is more Archons and more Immortals than he's ever had to fight at one time before. Disruptor Shot is good on the Ravagers, and that should be a good night to Wayne in this first game. He has no way, surely. There's a couple more Corrosive Powers come about. The Prism's still hanging out there. That's going to be GG's, as GungFu is going to take game number 1. And he is going to get the advantage over Wayne here, getting it done. As he's able to just stay on holding on, right? Like, he just plays defensive, he plays it safe, and he just is able to kind of deal with what Wayne throws at him. After getting a bit of an edge early, right? You go come back to those depths. Wayne was not prepared there. And he definitely had some troubles from that moment, so that's one thing to remember, that the opening was definitely good for GungFu as well.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's kind of surprising to see, isn't it? Because you kind of talked about how you kind of class Wayne as the favorite here, and yeah. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. They've both definitely had their eras. And I'm just looking at the players that they played so far. Like, Wayne's Road, he went 2-1 against young Yakov, 1-2 against Clem. Like, could have been looking at a completely different story for him. GungFu lost 0-2 against Geralt, which, is that a surprise or not? I mean, Geralt at some points in time has also been like a guy that vied for top 8 in Europe.
Yeah.
But yeah, these two duking it out. They're definitely strong next contenders in this group for really fighting for those qualifier spots. Like, absolutely both of them.
No, it's fun. I just love seeing GungFu show up, because like, he really doesn't play a lot of StarCraft. But I'm gonna see what he's been playing before kind of ESL, because like, he just sort of shows up for this, and then, like I say, it's always impressing me that these guys can show up after not having played for a long time. They come into this event, and then they look as good as they do. Like I say, it surprises me. Because we know Wayne is playing and grinding day in and day out. It ain't easy to take a map off this guy. And, then GungFu comes in and he looks, really good for himself. Basically the last time GungFu played was back in the Summer Regionals. Like, he hasn't played an official match in 5 months. And here he is, 1-0 up against Wayne at a 1-1 scoreline in the group stage. That's crazy.
It actually is crazy, and I've got a little story about GungFu as well from quite some time ago. This was during a tournament of Fragbite. He made top 4, and he booked his flight home before the beforehand, right? Like, he thought he was going to get knocked out because he was playing like M thing, and he ended up winning. And he was really stressed out at the time. Like, the kid was only 16. Now he's quite a bit older, obviously, but he was 16 because he booked like an internship that he had to be back for, and he didn't plan on winning, even though he made top 4 of this tournament. I think he came 3rd place overall. But I thought that was like so lovely to see, that he was like doing his thing in real life, playing the games. And when I spoke to him at the time, I remember him just saying he had a really fun time playing, and he's obviously quite talented, So yeah, it's nice to see these guys still duking and jiving, still playing, and yeah, even though he's doing other things on the side, absolutely still damn good at StarCraft.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I know Roddy always talked about GungFu being the kind of guy who would just like get home from work, log in, and play the Open Cup, and just, you know, bash a few nerds in, win a couple matches. You know, kind of crazy that he's just always had that kind of like, you know, that kind of like, you know, work StarCraft balance, I guess, where like he's never really like fully sent out. He might have done at one point, but he's always been a player that's not always fully sending it full time into StarCraft. He's always had other things going on as well, so it's definitely not the story you hear all the time. You hear a lot of people who give it full time, even if it's just for a year or two, right? Like, you know, and then they really do drop off. But GungFu's really maintained it, even when he does have work and whatever else he gets up to.
Yeah, solid player. At his heights, he's hit like 6.9k MMR in Europe, which, you know, that's really damn high. And those are the times that he took down likes of Clem and stuff in ESL. And also being a guy that absolutely has the potential top 12, top 8 in Europe. This game, we do see a very similar opening for GungFu. Will be the Stargate, getting a nice scout off early on with his probe as well. And Wayne, few little lings out and about early on just to make sure he can get that third base nicely in there.
Yep. Stargate's about halfway done, and we just see that ling speed come through. Will Wayne? I mean, let's see what GungFu does, right? Because if he doesn't adapt, I wonder how he will try and carve out the advantage, which was kind of necessary. Like, it was a close enough game that if he didn't have the edge off the adepts, maybe Wayne would have just kind of, you know, beat him up earlier on. So we'll see what GungFu does this time to try and, again, maybe stabilize the lead, or to see if he can just be defensive enough without having taken an edge with something like those glaive adepts last time.
Absolutely. Speed coming online fairly soon. A few extra links coming out, but most likely just for defensive purposes. Most Zergs kind of know how to dance and tango early on, but that is enough to be a bit scary. And hold the phone. This isn't the first time we've seen this today, Wardy. Little old fleet beacon on the way.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we're on about, right? Like a little bit of a switch up, a little bit of something else. So Fleet Beacon, it's going to be here from GungFu as he gets this ready to go. Oh, interesting. Was it this map as well that we went Fleet Beacon on earlier? It was, right?
Exactly.
It's so interesting because to me it's not
just
like,
reverse positions.
Yeah, it doesn't scream as the sort of map where it's like, let's Fleet Beacon here. But yeah, Fleet Beacon's going to finish. No second Stargate, so let's see what we produce out of the single Stargate. This time it is just one Tempest, and okay. Interesting. Different, but similar.
Very interesting, because so there is a second Stargate, but it's, you know, not lined up with it. But GungFu isn't the kind of, like, say if this was Haas doing this, which he actually did do this earlier. I could be like, oh, this is like mistimed, you know. But GungFu is obviously the kind of guy that is pretty clean about his builds and his openings. So this is absolutely what he's planned for. And Wayne, he's doing a decent job of scouting the peripherals of the base here, just with a couple of links. You see them dancing about just to try and find out what's happening, and it is pretty much mirrored with what Haas did earlier, Wardy. Tempest, tectonic stabilizers. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, the second Stargate I think is a bit later from GungFu, but the general idea is obviously very similar. Now he's going to crank out 2 Tempests at a time. Looks though he will not reveal them either until he's closer to getting tectonic, so we'll wait for that upgrade. That increases the Tempest damage to structures, so it's specifically to help you snipe, I imagine, this third base, and I guess that's what we play around. Maybe just the fact that there's like this space here, maybe you can kind of make the queens go around the top or around the bottom, but never really push the Tempest fully back. So, you know, there's always somewhere for the Tempest to go where they can't be chased by the ground units. And obviously Wayne, Lao on the way up, we'll see how quickly he gets into Aspire. Generally, he's going to need to scout this before he makes that choice.
Certainly is. It's just an awkward one. Like, I look at this, and I was doing what you were doing, just looking at where you can get damage done or how you get damage done, because it doesn't look easy. And you see here, this third base obviously getting denied for quite some time. Forge on the go as well for GungFu, most likely for cannons in this kind of situation. All right. Hydralisk then is the tech of choice, but did he spot Tempest just yet? I don't think so. And right now, whoa, now he knows. Now he knows without Overseer in the main base. Now he knows that he's against double Stargate and Tempest. Is he going to continue with the Hydras? Because I don't think Hydras are the best unit against them. Obviously, on an open field, they are, but
If they close the distance, absolutely, but closing the distance, like I say, like if you work around this area here, you don't ever really get to close the distance, as first couple shots go a couple different places. We start to hit that hatchery, man. The hatchery takes so much damage. A queen goes down, high energy queen as well, so actually a pretty big queen to be losing. As you do see the Spore Crawler taking a couple shots as well. Tempest still firing up. Couple of queens on the top side, still taking some hits.
When I think about it, Wardy, this big ravine on the left side here, that's a pretty nice spot to kind of dance around on this third base. And I mean, 5 Tempest, it's a pretty magic number for one-shotting these queens. This is getting out of control.
This is bad, man. 8 Hydras on the way, but boy, do they need a shot. I mean, this hatchery's going to die, so that's just gone. Man, this build is good, apparently. It's really good.
It deals a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Deals a lot of damage, and now these Tempests, they're pretty quick. Like, are they one of the units that got changed in a patch? Like, they're a little bit faster now with their return rate and acceleration. And look at these Hydras. They don't cut it.
No, these Hydras are not cutting it at all, as the Tempest will just go wild on a couple of Overlords as well. Wayne is going to continue taking damage. GungFu just needs to make sure that if Wayne finds a counterattack, he would have a way to deal with it. So Twilight on the way up, preparing himself over there. I like that he's hunting Overlords. It's the kind of thing that would slow Wayne down with a follow-up attack or so, and like I said, I think that's the one thing you got to be really careful of right now if Wayne just gets across the map with everything. And yeah, this is crazy because now we're picking through the main base. We're going to start getting drones. There's another dead queen. The Hydras can't come and fight because if they start moving forward, the Tempest just back away. And then the Tempest gets some free shots off. Yeah, they maybe could have moved a little bit better there, but yep, still going to get rid of a bunch of Hydras.
You know what surprised me the most about this game? The fact that Wayne started that Spire only 50 seconds ago. Like, that's pretty damn huge here, Wardy. Like, absolutely huge. He's done a good job of denying the extra bases. Okay, 1 Tempest does fall here. That's nice for him, but GungFu, I feel that all the damage he's done, it's exactly what he needed to get done and what he set out to get done. But that's a lot of lings here, and they are dealing with this. They have +1.
Yep, they're doing better than expected. The Zealot count not quite good enough. The Tempests are still being controlled on the other side. GungFu is going to start taking a supply lead in the game. Just kind of needs a warp in back at home. Corruptor's coming out. We lose another Tempest as the Hydras. Man, I'm surprised the Hydras reach far enough to get the Tempest in the couple of positions they've died in. So GungFu going to be feeling a little bit worse for wear there, losing a couple of those.
Oh, and these warping of Stalkers. I mean, the shield batteries were not done in time, and these Tempests are still wreaking havoc over here, but those extra units from Wayne definitely did quite a lot of damage, and 1 Corruptor. Okay, upon seeing that, that was enough. That was enough to scare the life out of those Tempests. They were like, get us out of here, right now.
Yeah, that was that's kind of wild, man. Let's just see how our Stalkers and the Sentry coming up. We're just going to be seeing everything getting set back at home. Wayne does have a 4th base up at right. He's going to take a 5th in that triangle, which got denied earlier. And he does just about squeak back ahead of supply lead, but he's losing another Corruptor. Well, Voidry is here to support these Tempests now.
I wonder, like, so he's obviously got +1 weapons and he's going for charge. I think those are nice moves here. They're kind of decent against everything on the ground besides Banelings, and if the Hydra count gets super damn high, but... Oh, okay, switching out of the charge, going back to Blink. Interesting. And he's obviously a little bit scared about the number of Corruptors, but it's also like, having those Corruptors out means less ground army to deal with your ground. So I'm very curious. How does Wayne feel that this game is going so far? Like, because in a very scrappy situation, it's very hard to really showcase like where you and your opponent's at. So does he honker down on Corruptors a little bit? Does he just poke and scout? Because GungFu is getting up to 4 bases and just kind of going to something very normal and standard after all that craziness.
Yep. No, it's I feel like the problem is for Wayne, he's going to be a step behind, so now his armies, no matter what, is going to be kind of awful, right? So we're seeing the big Corruptors coming around the top side. The Lings are going to come in, going to go after that Nexus. They got to cancel, so that's one of the things GungFu was not great at last game. He struggled to get a 5th base. Now he might struggle to get a 4th. He loses 1 High Templar, looking to save the other one. Oh my goodness, just stays alive. Corruptors move into the main base, but the Void Rays are going to take these Corruptors out, but not before Storm gets denied. Oh my goodness.
Killing all these Corruptors, this might be a moment where you kind of honker down on the carrier kind of situation, or more Tempest, because Tempest's pretty good against these Hydras. Tempest is terrible in a normal kind of situation, but where you just need to stay alive and keep your opponent away from you. I don't know. This is actually very wild here, because Wayne's absolutely going to send everything he has.
Yeah, no, he's just going to completely commit, and again, without that splash damage, you could be in some trouble. Tempests are good at kind of slowing down and kind of picking at these attacks from afar, but when these units actually already close the distance, it's going to be a lot tougher. A couple force fields go down, the Banelings crush down the sentries, so They are gone. Honestly, static defense might be a big part of this right now as the Hydras take a step back, waiting for even more units to show up. A few Banes on the left side. Won't do too much, giving GungFu time to finish up his +2 attack as well. So, GungFu, I feel like he's getting himself some time. May lose the 4th base once more. And how long can he stay on 3 bases and kind of say that this is going to be okay for him? Not too much longer, I feel like.
No, definitely not. Like, his supply is dwindling, and he's having to avoid Baneling hits on the left side, or this is just probes coming over. They are, they're brave, Wardy. They're brave. They're actually being pulled into the fight here, so GungFu feeling very desperate here, realizing, like, oh my goodness, I need to do something now. Doesn't have Shield Battery Overcharge available for this fight, but Wayne's army is getting whittled down. But behind it, he has a really good economy.
Yep, just going to be seeing these, Tempests continue to fight, the Hydras continue to take damage, just going to be seeing the Hydras continue to come through as Tempests continue to back away. Stalkers will be fighting as well as the Lings and the Hydras just jump on top, and Wayne's force is just going to be too much. Man, GungFu, it just all went wrong. Those Corruptors sniping the Storm. Storm would have obviously made a massive difference here. Wow, what a game by Wayne if he actually ends up winning this out. He's not quite going to break through just yet, but even just having GungFu pinned on 3 bases, Wayne has 78 drones. He will rebuild off of 5 bases, and he should honestly break through eventually.
These Tempests are king in this fight, though, but you're absolutely right. Picking off that Storm absolutely was what Wayne needed to make any of this work. And these Tempests, I'm clicking on the kills, Wardy. We have 16, 17, 13, and 18. So all these guys have picked off a lot of very valuable units, and it's not just Lings, it's like the drones, the queens, and a lot of Hydras. And Wayne, that drone count, 86. Like, GungFu's in that horrible position where it's like, if you move out, you're probably dead. And also, if you don't move out, you're very behind in economy. Wayne's got him right where he wants him.
Yep. Just going to be seeing the army just setting up this force of Wayne, getting set to go towards the upper left-hand side. As we have our Tempests, so going to go and maybe fire a couple shots off. I just taking damage. Okay.
Tempests have been really good against these Hydras.
Yeah, like, they actually are good as long as the Hydras never get on top of somewhere they want to stand and fight, right? Because they will just get kited and they die so quickly as well. So yeah, they do pretty well. Obviously, Storm is now available. We will Storm here to try and help out a little bit, and it just feels like there's so much supply of Wayne that GungFu is going to... I mean, GungFu just needs the 4th base is what it comes down to, but the moment to have gotten that 4th base up is kind of gone. He's already going to get punished as Wayne comes running forward. Let's see if he can find a defense. Storm on the Ling should absolutely help. One more Storm on the Hydras. It's not a lot of Hydras here. It's mostly Zerglings. Tempest just going to keep targeting down the Hydras. Zealots get warped in, and GungFu's supply is actually going to take a pretty good step forward. The Banelings do not hit the Zealots, and GungFu will turn Wayne away again.
GungFu's going full Sparta on Wayne this game, isn't he? Like, he's just holding where he shouldn't really be holding with inferior numbers, and Wayne's really funny about leaks. But yeah, these Tempests, man, I almost feel like he needs to kind of say, you know what, they're going to Corruptors again just to get rid of them. Just literally to get rid of them at this point.
I mean, there's not really anything else to like save the Tempest from Corruptors, right? So it would not be a bad call, as they're going to step forward here, and they're just going to get a few shots off. Hydra's trying to chase. He gets out of reach. That's important. We had a couple moments when they were harassing the main base where they just didn't pull back in time, and the Hydra's got kills. I mean, imagine he saw 2 extra Tempests as well, right? And that's what he lost on the other side, so it would have been that much better. Man, he just cannot for the life of him save this 4th base, which makes sense. The 3rd is choked up, and it had a bit of stack defense on it. He has to save the 4th, though. Like, without this 4th base, he really can't stay in this game economically. But he's now killing some drones while also starting to take this fight. Good split back from that Storm from Wayne, but then we actually do have another Storm landing. The Archon's doing great against the Banes. And once more, the Hydras are being chased away, and GungFu is kind of doing it. He needs these Archons desperately against these Zerglings right now.
This is such a funny game, man. I actually can't believe that GungFu's still holding, but I also kind of can't believe that Wayne is still not able to break him. Like, I dare say if you watched any other Zerg, they'd have busted the Zerg right, or busted the Protoss right now just by adding something else besides Ling Hydra. But Wayne loves his Ling Hydra, man. He really does. And he's on so many bases behind this. Like, I am not saying that Wayne is throwing, but he's making a meal out of it.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is. Uh-oh, these Tempests are now out in the open. Hydras are going to start catching. The Tempests don't have anywhere to get to stop the Hydras chasing them. 2 Tempests going down. They've been such heroes in this game. His Zealots are in the main base, but GungFu got a little too comfortable letting those Tempests go forward is a shame, because I actually think they've been a big part of defending. They've gotten so many kills, and now there's going to be so much less.
Absolutely. Like, those two that are still alive, 27 and 28 apiece. Like, that is value. And remember, like, when they're attack moving in these fights, they're only shooting valuable targets like these Hydras. And that's been pretty much all the damage that Wayne's had. And, lots of aliens coming in from the south here on that base. And nice probe movements very quickly. Is that your only Robo dead there? Oof.
Yeah, it is. Only Robo of the game going down. I mean, it feels as though GungFu just got the 4th base up. Like, he finally felt as though actually this was going to be good for him. But then Wayne also slowed it down. And Wayne slowing it down and rebuilding fully and just properly. Feels like it's done him a couple of favors too. Now he's going to be almost maxed out before they fight again. He's going to have a lot of power to it. And it just feels as though it's going to be tough for GungFu to keep fighting. He's kept fighting so far. But times are definitely getting tougher. I love that the Prism's still here though. I mean, a few Zealots could still absolutely force Wayne back and could get good damage done. As we are going to try and clean up some of the creep. The main army is pushing forward here from GungFu. He cannot fight in. Definitely not on creep. Even in an open position, I'd be extremely worried for him.
Absolutely. And Wayne, he's got a 3k gas bank behind all this. He's going up to Hive here, which I think you absolutely can afford in this situation. 84 drones against 52. He's sitting pretty. And the creep spread, it's not in GungFu's base just yet, but it's pretty nice. Like, his veil of security is very solid here, and he's getting air upgrades. Like, he's getting every upgrade that he can kind of muster at this point. I dare say I'd probably be thinking about some either mutas to start shutting down that warp prism so you can focus fully on the aggression over this. But yeah, he's definitely dialed it back a gear, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he really has. The 5th tries to come up here. That will not go up. Obviously, units are right next to it, so it's a very easy denial. And yeah, I mean, Wayne just saying, I'll get up to Hive Tech. I'm going to take even more bases myself. Like, okay, you got to 4 base, but I'm going to improve so much more than what your 4 base improvement gives you. As, the only thing I'll say is GungFu's worker count is low enough, because obviously he's made a natural mined out. He doesn't need more workers to saturate the bases he has. If he was to ever actually max, he'd have one massive army.
Yeah, you know, some Zergs, I'll see there. Oh my god, that's so much Zerg, actually.
Storms?
So much Zerg.
Oh my god, the storms,
Holy
though. Oh my god!
Oh, dude, is Wayne going to lose this game, Wardy?
A fight like that, he is.
Look at his bank. Look at his bank.
He's
I
got
was
nothing.
just going to comment. Yeah, I was going to comment. He has gas for days, but oh my goodness, did it all.
I mean, the only thing is he's making a lot of Lings, and to be fair, the army of GungFu is not great against Lings right now. Like, you could really do some more Zealots, Archons, maybe some more Stormy boys. I guess the Lings do not have Adrenal yet, which actually be good to stop if these Zealots can get there. I mean, GungFu's got the right idea of just pushing. He's going to find Overlords. He's got a supply lead, 35 army ahead, reinforcing Zealots from across the map. I think GungFu just stormed his way to victory at 20 minutes on site to hell. That fight, I was waiting for Wayne to pull back, and it just got worse and worse.
He really didn't see that going as badly as it did, Wardy. He absolutely did not. And oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, the last remaining High Templar here is 14 kills. He must have had a good, like, 7 or 8 of them, right? Just landing. But, yeah. Oh, that 5k gas is the saddest 5k gas I've ever seen. Because very often I'll see Zergs with, like, you know, 3k minerals and no gas whatsoever. Wayne went complete opposite end of things and can't afford anything that he needs. I mean, that's enough gas for how many? Like, I want to say, like, 30 infestors. And that's ridiculous.
39 kills and 33 kills on the 2 Tempests, by the way. They have been heroes throughout this game. They've been here from the very get-go, and wow, I mean, what a way to basically end it on. What a fantastic game. Partially fantastic because some of the mistakes made, but just in general fantastic. I mean, GungFu could genuinely fight the units in the main base right now, and he's been a little bit overly cautious, in fact. Maybe giving Wayne more of a chance than he should, but he does take the chance to get a 5th base up, and that's a huge access point for him.
Yeah, I do kind of like the patience from him, though, Wardy. Like, he's between rallies from the main base and here, there, and everywhere, and it does get very tricky for a Zerg player. He also knows there's an army in that main, and from this position, like, he can do this on this base that he's doing with the Tempest. He can also kind of shut down that triangular third if he wants to. And he's got vision with the obs. Yeah, what? GungFu. Look at the resources Lost have as well, Wardy. Like, this is it's that kind of game.
17,000 difference. Yeah, Wayne's really thrown everything, the kitchen sink and more, at GungFu throughout this game, but it's apparently just not been enough. It probably was enough if he hadn't walked into all the storms, but yeah, I mean, GungFu hasn't reinforced this army for a little bit, so this is the kind of the scary part of having waited around over here. Storm on the ramp, going to hit the Hydras nicely. Again, not great against Lings as this army. He's going to recall now. And like I said, I think that's a chance for Wayne to actually get a few kills. I agreed with the patience, but like, if you're not going to reinforce, there's many a time he could have recalled at some point there and just rejoined with what is already like a completely new army on this left side, essentially.
And this army is not the kind of army that you can just bust down some spine crawlers with. It needs those Immortals that you walk back. Uh-oh, these Tempests need to get out of there, though. No, they're finally down.
The champions.
The game's getting crazy, though, Wardy. We've got Zealots in the top north side of the map, and no army down here to stop this base from getting absolutely massacred. I mean, these guys, they are made for good games between each other.
Yeah, they really are. As GungFu actually has lost control of the army supply, he actually builds it back up now with 4 more High Templar Zealots. I mean, GungFu just has bases he's never had access to before, right? So he's got, like, fresh bases mining up. We're going to see Lings running over here, but the Zealots and Archons, I don't think we can really do too much with these Lings. The Hydras and the couple of Banes that we got go around the left-hand side. The Baneliners did survive those Zealots on that base previously, so that's good news. So we can actually get even more Banelings up. They may still be very important in this game, as a couple of these Hydras are going to eat a storm, because Hungary actually has a lot of storms currently available. Those High Templars are ready to make the next big storm montage whenever Wayne takes a fight.
Yeah, I'm curious what Wayne wants to do with his gas, honestly. I think at this point, even though, you know, he's been reset, I'd actually probably just drop a lurker down or something. Like, just slicing that gas, or, you know, because he's got a lot of Hydras out on the field. Just anything to start spending it. It's this one resource that he has way too much of.
Very true. As those Lings get turned around at the top, Zealots and Archons get over there. The rest of this army of GungFu going to head bottom left. That hatchery is going to go down. And so this one they try to set up will fall, but Wayne is going to get the top right base up and running. GungFu with, obviously, again, I think a lack of confidence, right? Like, he's really unsure about just sort of sending it. He's really not convinced he's just going to be able to get it done if he, you know, commits. And I kind of agree at this one, because Wayne's rebuilt a lot, so why not just wait for Wayne to attack as the storms start off very nicely. Another storm. Oh, wow.
I think this, if I interview Wayne after this game and be like, hey man, who's your worst enemy? He's like, it's Storm, bro. It's Storm. Because holy crap, it has been absolutely blitzed him. Right now, GungFu's taking a lot of damage, but as is Wayne. 18 drones fall, but 9 probes as well. And I tell you what, that hive is still alive, Wardy. Like, that hive is still alive. He totally has access to anything like a Great Aspire at this point, which is absolutely insane to me. Like, he's still making Ling high at this point, though, against what he's been doing. Like, he absolutely has made this game so hard for himself.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, this has been an absolute challenge. When it shouldn't have been. GungFu up 1-0 as well, by the way. Don't forget what happened in Game 1. GungFu is leading this series. Hard to remember when it's been kind of wild here. High Templar storms itself to get rid of the Lings was a good call. If he push forward, these Immortals will be able to chunk down these couple of spines. The left side of the map definitely being lost control of by Wayne. GungFu has a good amount of storms here as well. I do not actually think you can fight this as Wayne, because those Hydras and Lings are getting a storm. Don't storm the drones! You're in a very precarious position. I know he's got a lot of storms. I'm just really worried he'd run out if a big fight happened. Here comes Wayne. Apparently he's going to try and fight once the base goes down. Snaps the Observer right there.
And that far left base is attacked by Zerglings, quite a lot of them as well. But the probes are all saved by him in a nice warping of Zealots here. And Wayne, he's getting ready to wrap around this army. Now, remember, both these players, not the best economically, but I'm much preferring GungFu's situation. But the drone, or rather, that is a lot of Banelings, and oh my goodness, finally a fight that he was looking for. What's he doing? He's move commanding!
Oh my goodness. I mean, the Banelings got on top of so many of the High Templars, so we lost so much. At the same time, I mean, GungFu has an army top right, so while he lost a lot of his tech units here, it's going to be enough. GG's, GungFu wins it in what might be Okay, probably is going to be our game of the day. It was ridiculous. It was bonkers. I mean, wow. I mean, I can't believe everything that we just saw in this. That was a game of StarCraft 2 demo.
I'm just rewinding that last fight there, just to see how long he move commanded for.
Yeah, quite a little bit for sure.
Three in-game seconds, which is absolutely yeah. There was,
bad.
I mean, that was absolutely a throw. Like seeing that graph at the end or seeing that graph where that Storm Army hit is beautiful.
God. I'm gonna bring us back in game so you guys can see this quickly. Like this is. that is actually like that's actually what you call falling off a cliff.
Yeah, mate, he fell off. Like, you know, for a while there, and I never like to call games before they're actually over, but that did feel over, right? And then for him to win like that gorgeous stuff, gorgeous.
All right, guys, we have had some great games so far. It's going to keep on coming. We're going to swap back into some PvP. Harstem takes on Art in our next matchup. 2 players at 1-1 looking to improve their scores just as Wayne and GungFu were. Let's hope for some fun stuff. We'll be back in just a few moments with more SC2s.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We got PvP on the menu as Art and Harstem go up against one another, both 1-1 on the group stage so far. Harstem took out Milky Cow, lost to his teammate Lambo, and Art, he's been not bad to get to 1-1, lost out initially to Showtime, no one can blame me for that, but then he did bounce back nicely, getting a win over NightPhoenix. So PvP definitely up to scratch to some extent. We'll see if he can put up a fight against Harstem. I always feel like Art's the kind of guy that can compete with players like Harstem. But I would favor Harstem more like a 75-25 going into a best of 3 for sure. So, yeah, we'll be heading into this in just a moment. Hector's going to be our opening map. And yeah, that's PvP, Ben. What we're thinking of it.
I think what you said was pretty damn accurate. Like, so far the players. So Art lost to Showtime but beat NightPhoenix. So where do I put both those players? Like, obviously closer to the bottom of the group and Showtime closer to the top. But then he's against another Protoss, Harstem, and he falls somewhere in the middle of those two. So I'm genuinely curious to see how good Art is, because he's a player that's also been around for a long time, and has had bouts here and there where he absolutely can perform. And Harstem, he's solid. I make no mistake, but he absolutely is vulnerable to players like this. So very curious as to what they're both going to be showcasing here.
All right, in the top right-hand side, our Red Protoss player from the Platinum Heroes. This is Art.
And representing the Shopify Rebellion over in the southwest side, it is Harstem. But yeah, it's a funny one for Harstem, right? Like, because where does he lie? When I throw him against the likes of a Showtime, I'll always see Harstem do tricky things where he'll be extra greedy or extra, and he can absolutely catch those players off guard and sometimes take maps or even wins. Granted, those players are a bit more solid these days, but when it goes up against these kind of players, some of those risky plays can absolutely bite you in the bum when you're against somebody that, for all intents and purposes, you should be the favorite against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's very true, as we do see a couple gates coming on both sides. Harstem is definitely in a weird place as well, because I feel as though to some extent he takes a bit of a step back to become a content creator in this day and age. I don't think he would disagree with that. But then he's still, coming into this regional, he stopped streaming some of his competitions and tournaments that he was playing in to sort of like really focus up. And so, yeah, like he's dangerous. And I think honestly, when you look at Art having, like to say, like, lost to Showtime but beat NightPhoenix, Harstem does kind of land in the middle of those two. So it kind of sets this up to, be a very interesting PvP. All of our PvP so far today have been 3-gate robos, so hoping for something a little bit more adventurous than that as well.
No, definitely. And Harstem, if he is starting to take things, as you say, a little bit more serious, like, I think one mistake that we all make is just because you're producing content doesn't mean you necessarily take the game less serious when it comes to the competition, right? Like, you can still absolutely do both. It just means that not all your time is necessarily focused on the competition, but we've seen that actually do better for players in the past, be it when, Wellmu of old was like, I'm going to start studying now, so I'm kind of retired or whatever, and it's like, oh, he's actually playing better now, given that he kind of split it a little bit. But if he is saying to himself, okay, I'm not streaming this because I fully want to focus at this moment in time, that sounds cool to me from Harstem, because he's not like, is he? I was going to say he's in his late 20s. He's still absolutely got it in him. He's still a very good competitor. And yeah, when he goes against the likes of the Arts and stuff in Europe, I do absolutely consider him a favorite. Like, he's still in my head like a top 16 player in Europe.
No, I'm with you. Like, this is one of those scenarios where I 100% agree with you every step of the way. I think, it's not like Harstem is not practicing when he's making content, right? Like, he's still playing. It's just, but he tried to make sure he got as much good practice in as possible heading into this event. And that obviously sets you up in some fun plays. As Harstem's adept will commit through, trying to get scout info. He does not know about the half gold, half blue base being taken. So that is Art's little bit of trickery to start us off here. As Harstem is expanding himself, getting a robo down. If he tries to play defensive against this, he's going to start falling into all sorts of trouble, actually.
So I just looked at where Harstem's Oracle is lined up here, Wardy, and if he doesn't change that, he is going to spot that kind of mixy base right as it gets up here with that Oracle. So that'll be absolutely gorgeous timing from him. And it looks like that Oracle, in fact, oh my god, it changed location.
It
actually changed.
Yeah,
it's one of those situations where doing less would have been more.
Yeah, he just tried to get it across the map even more quickly, right? Turn towards the base sooner. Yeah, he just doesn't know what's up. You'll still see no Nexus he'll get, and you'll see a Twilight Council now. Oh, he's going to see just about the recall happening, so he should know there's a base out there somewhere. And now Harstam, he is building an Immortal. We'll see how aggressive he wants to get. Obviously, initially, this Immortal's kind of set up defensively, but you get a Prism out, you can start poking around until Blink is done. It's a tough timing,
so
but he goes the wrong way.
I was just looking, I was looking at Harstam's perspective there, because I was like, all right, he saw a recall, and it's kind of a 50-50, right? Like, which gold base is he on? Because that's the only time that you're going to go for it. Okay, so he's made the 50-50 call, moved out there. It's like, oh, there's nothing there. All right, it's going to be the other one, right? And it absolutely is. So he spots it about as late as he possibly can, but he has at least used the info, the recall. He knew that it meant something like this. Will spot this going on. And what is Harstam going to do? How is he going to try and approach this? Because he does have an Immortal in the mix here.
Yep. No, he does indeed. He has one Immortal in there. The Stalker's going to shoot. Yeah, okay, that's kind of a cool one. You can hit the probes. Obviously, this base does have, you know, the fact that it kind of points outwards. There's high ground all the way around it. There's even a pylon up here from Odd on the right back of it, but he doesn't really manage to deal with the left side. So now the battery is already drained from healing up the probes as well. Harstam will knock down the rocks and give himself better access. Blink is done from Odd, but let's see if he's going to be able to do enough, as the couple force fields will force the initial Blink back. Super battery pops immediately. That's where he just back away as Harstam. Of course, you've got the Prism for Micro as well. I'd say so far he's handling this pretty darn well.
Yeah, he's baited out that overcharge. That's a big deal. He does have a second Immortal on the way to this army, which will absolutely help out in this kind of situation. And Art, this is problematic now. I mean, he does have the opportunity to pull probes if he does so please, which there is a lot of probes on that camp here, Wardy. But so far, he's just choosing to take the fight. But is it going to go well for him? Now he's pulling the probes, and now he's blinked forward. Takes out the first Immortal as well. Harstam slow to the pickup there, and honestly, this is a disaster. Harstam's just left his army to burn.
Yep, absolutely just shut down and crushed. Ard fights back, and Harstam doesn't have... I mean, the problem is now you're playing against Blink, and Blink is just such a good ability to have in PvP. I mean, a good Immortal account can maybe do something against Blink Stalkers, but this is not a good Immortal account. You lost one, the other one just about gets back here. Stalkers want to go after the Prism. I mean, just get the Super Battery, man. You could have shot that down easily by now. Instead, you've done nothing still. Ooh. Finally, we get the Prism, but he lost a lot of Stalkers there. That was a mistake from Art. You could have had the Battery, and then probably so much more.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Like, there he got a bit overeager, maybe a bit excited, a bit like, oh my goodness, I'm winning, aren't I? And you absolutely were, but that has absolutely brought Harstam back into it, or at least kept him alive, because before that fight, it was 3,000 resources lost for Harstam against 1k for Art. Now, 3k versus almost 2k here after that engagement. So definitely Harstam won out in that last one massively.
Yep, absolutely. There's like a couple of Immortals hanging around. The Blink is coming up, the charge coming through. Oh, Stalker continuing up as well. A couple of Stalkers actually continuing in. As Art just sits at the front and is going to have, I mean, a few Stalkers, a few Immortals continue to come out. So they're just going to begin to move on forward there. I'm just going to be seeing Art backing it up, taking a couple shots of damage, just trying to stay out of trouble as best as possible.
Yeah, and behind this, Art's supply is climbing, and oh, brazen Blink right there. He is going for charge immediately, along with the Templar Archives. I like both those things. If there's one thing that Harstam has a lot of, it's Immortals, which, what's bad against those? Or rather, what are they bad against? Well, not a lot, it's got to be said, but they aren't the best against a lot of charge lots and Archons. Both those units they don't do bonus damage against, and Art's going to have plenty of them as soon as he can afford them.
Yep, no, he's going to really have, well, just pretty much a fantastic setup. Taking his own expansion, keeping the pressure with these Stalkers, but just setting up well in general. I like that Harstam's getting that Dark Shrine. You know, he needs some way to maybe step back in this game. Dark Shrine might just do it for him. But he's in trouble, man. Like you said, he's going to have, you know, Zealots and Archons to go up against, and his army sucks against that. It really does. Art is making a perfect transition, and if he attacks, as long as he doesn't take too much damage off the DTs, I think Art has this one locked up.
The DT thing is definitely going to be rough, though. Like, okay, we've got 2 observers on the map. Let's have a look, see where those are. So we've got one in the...
Main.
In fact, where was it? So one just sat in the main. It's like, and it's proper on location there as well. So cautious, definitely cautious.
Yeah, one on the main, one on the army, so the army won't have DTs slowing it down. There's the first couple DTs warping in, so it's going to be time very soon for them to show themselves. One of them is taking a slow warp in on the far right side of the map, so a couple different directions they'll head in from. There's still definitely potential to cause chaos. I mean, there's not detection on that gold base, for example, so that is a factor. As our units from Art now make their way around, and they begin to poke around at the front here. The Stalker's going to go back and forth, the Observer there. That's going to help a little bit. See what you're fighting into, but Haram is down 40 supply. He needs these DTs to distract and do a lot, but he's already taken damage himself.
They absolutely are going to distract. I mean, they're dealing damage. Art pulls away from that gold base over there, and Haram does get out of that third base with a lot of probes still intact, but if you are in Art's shoes here, you're definitely more comfortable than Haram is. Like, Haram needed those DTs to do even more than they did,
yeah.
Which just shows you how big of a mountain he had to climb, because that army that he's up against is just way bigger than his. 22 charge lots on the field, and you've got 3 Immortals, 1 Zealot, 2 DTs, and 15 Stalkers. I mean, the charge lots can almost win by themselves, which is so crazy.
Yeah, and the DTs needed to do a lot, and that was without Haram taking damage himself as well. So losing the third, losing his own probes is obviously just real bad for him. As the Zealot Archon Stalker Force is just back Art. Now he's dealt with the DTs a little bit. He's going to just focus on denying this base once again. And you said it, the Zealots alone would probably more or less win this fight. With everything else behind it, it's absolutely more or less guaranteed. Austin will try once more with the DTs. Now supply block though. And this time I think Art probably can just attack into the natural if he wants to and just really shut Haram down. He sees no base on the other side. Again, the DTs are going to move in, but there's cannons set up as well. So it is just going to be more and more difficult to get anything done from that.
Yeah, when you start moving him across the base, it's like, oh no, there's cannons everywhere, and he's got this much. This absolutely is a surprise so far, and Art with just so much will blink in, get the shield battery overcharge. Look how much red there is. I mean, Haram is just getting a massive hug of doom on his army. I mean, GG. Art with a very surprising 1-0 lead here.
Yep, getting himself, I mean, just got the trick off, right? The base was really the catch you out. It was the perfect choice because Haram expanded himself and then I feel like he played Robo because he wanted to be defensive. And yeah, he turned it into an attack, but it wasn't any sort of like crisp time where it's like, oh yeah, this is where you're weak. Like, Blink was basically done already. It wasn't set up to punish, it was set up to kind of defend, and then it was like, oh, well, I guess I'll kind of just try and do something with what I've got. Because he knew he had to do something, but yeah, in the end, just not going to be enough. And Art does get that 1-0 lead against Haram, showing that with a bit of trickery of his own, he can absolutely stand up in this best of 3. And now a map away from going to 2-1, which is a really cool scoreline from Art. Obviously, making playoffs this season for him would be an incredible result. And obviously, 2-1 doesn't make you to playoffs, but it gives you 2 chances to get to playoffs. It's awesome.
You know, I'm thinking, like, Haram wasn't, I want to say, wasn't caught entirely off guard. Like, granted, he didn't spot it with that initial Oracle because it kind of moved. Then he saw the main base, sees the recall. Then he makes the gambit of, like, which base do you have? Moves over to that right one. It's not that. Finally gets C. He gets in that high ground position and starts denying the mining. And I was very curious why he didn't kind of, like, wrap round further. I know there was, like, some high grass, but I really feel that that was his kind of window to be like, you know, I have the high ground, Anakin, you know, like that kind of situation. But kind of went down the ramp, killed the rocks. And then the execution of the fight, losing the Immortal and not picking it up immediately, it was just, it all went awry. But I gotta say, Art definitely handled that game very well for himself.
Yep, that's in the top right-hand side. We're into game number 2 already. The Blue Protoss, who will be down 1 map and needs to bounce it back. It is going to be Haram from the Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, spawning on bottom left-hand side, as our red Protoss, it is Art. Always lovely to see some of the players that have been around for a long time, you know, still absolutely fighting, duking it out. And, you know, if Haram got 2-0 by Art, I would be surprised, but he is the kind of player that's been here countless times. Not getting owned. I mean, like, you know, he's been in many best of 3s and stuff in his life. That StarCraft 2's a beautiful game, and that every new game is just another chance to show yourself where you start off completely with a clean slate.
Yep, no, absolutely. Go from one game of StarCraft to the other and look like a completely different player, right? So there's definitely a lot of a lot to be said there. You already see that one probe of art sneakily moving around on the map, and is looking as though it might just build a pylon over here. I thought it might mine some minerals out and go to the bottom side, but looks like we might just get something pretty much to the center, just outside of Watchtower radius.
You know, I've played this map maybe at least like 10 times or so now. When I go through the Watchtower in the center, I so rarely go on this south bit where this is happening, like super rarely, because the natural like trajectory across the map is Watchtower high ground, like you just kind of keep to it. So this spot here, you very often don't go on it, like super often don't go on it. So I really like this this location here from him.
It's just going to be a third gateway as well, so we are just going to power up and maybe a pylon on the other side, maybe even potentially, I mean, look at this. Now he's going to go all the way over here and just sneak around and just, yeah, what's he going to do? He's just going to double check for no proxies on this bottom side. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm down for it.
And what was, like, so Hearthstone mined out those minerals, then went to made a proxy totally on the opposite side of the map. So
smart.
mind games galore. Yeah. And Hearthstone is the kind of guy that I used to get so mad at Hearthstone because I was like, you are such a cool guy and you're my friend, but you play blind as a bat. Like right now, these games, you know, no scout. Like he has no idea what he's up against, but he is absolutely that man in the casino. Just another Kev in the casino, you know, as well with our Rotterdam. But yeah, right now he is just kind of throwing into the wind. I don't know how the saying goes exactly, but yeah, absolutely going for an Oracle again and hoping for damage, but going up against the 3-gate, it's going to get spicy again here, Wardy.
Especially with the battery from Art in the main mineral line, that really takes away some of the potential power. This Adept still hasn't seen it. Now you're going to see the Stalkers hit, and this Adept, the Adept's finally going to figure it out. So now you see the third gateway, or what you assume is a third gateway, because you should at least know there's 2 gateways in the main base based on the fact there's nothing on the low ground, right? So that's a fairly safe assumption. And again, it is going to be already a battery in the main base. The first Oracle is not going to have the greatest of times. Odd puts down a Nexus, though. Okay, this is going to get interesting. As now the Oracle shows up, we'll have to try and stasis ward here. No, he's actually going to try and burn the battery out of energy. That's the new game plan.
Oh, it's going to be 4 Stalkers against 3, though, in the main base of Hearthstone. Warp in is about to finish, along with the shield battery as well. And probes, a couple of probes have fell so far, which isn't too bad for Art. I mean, could have been potential for a lot more if he did not have that shield battery up and ready. But right now, Hearthstone is not able to get his natural on the location here, whereas Art is starting that. And you see that Hearthstone, his mineral count, it was up to like 500 at some point there, so he has to whip out a lot of units to secure that natural of his.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and get that coming through as our probe will get down there now. Ready to expand. He knows his opponent expands, so he knows what he needs to do here. And he does still have the tech advantage. You know, Oracle out means that he still has some scouting information. He just finished up the Robo nice and quickly too, so he'll have that on his side. But again, I feel like I like where Art's taking this, where he's going to be able to gain access to Blink. And having Blink already available, I feel like is going to be really good on his point of view. Blink's just such a great ability to be able to play from.
Oh, and what's happening here? Little skirmishes here. We'll pick off a Zealot for his troubles. And remember, there's no shield battery on the low ground here for Hearthstone, so he is fighting with the ability to retreat up to that shield battery, but not there on the low ground. So maybe something that Hearthstone will have to invest in later on in time. Blink also, I like that you say it, Blink also allows you to navigate both sides of this map very freely without having to worry about these mineral walls, which is very helpful against an Oracle like this. And this Oracle, it's done a little bit, but Hearthstone was definitely looking for more. But all things said and done, Hearthstone's probe count still absolutely in line with what Art has. And he did resume Immortal production. It was good, by the way. Once he realized he could go down that ramp, he was like, okay, I cancel my Immortal. I stop building it. Take the Nexus as quickly as possible, then resume Immortal production. So Hearthstone's definitely done some good stuff this game as well.
Yeah, some good calls. Absolutely kind of taking things in the right direction and just kind of pausing aggression when he doesn't necessarily need aggression, or, you know, defensive units when he needs defensive units, I guess, that way around. He's going to be able to knock down this gateway in the center. That's one less warp-in point, and it's obviously one less gateway to warp in from. So that's less Stalkers available. As you do see Art, just being careful just in case of the attack. He's got the battery coming up. He is about to hit Blink, though. A bit supply blocked right now. Blink out. We'll see if he wants to do anything. He currently sets off a stasis ward, which is nice to catch with just one Stalker, rather than like a whole group of your army further down the line. So, decent victory there. As the Blink is only just now on the way from Haram, so we're a while away from that really kicking in for him.
And a nice and early third base from Haram here, just feeling confident with his army mix, which he's constantly getting good scouting with the Oracle. Like, that's one thing that it's absolutely paying off for. So got the couple of probe kills early on, threatened his opponent, and now it's just working as a scout, and it's doing a good job because it secured him the knowledge that he can take third right there, get his own blink on the go, and he's sitting kind of pretty here, Wardy.
He is a few Stalkers still around the top side. The Stalkers, the Sentry, the Immortal, going back just a little bit as well. And the GCR unit's just going to sit there, and the Stalkers of Art fire a couple of shots off, so getting some damage done for a few moments. Not going to find too much overall. As again, that blink continues up. The Forge is on the way. Next is coming through. Gateway is building. Everyone is just kind of setting up, and I like that Art's already starting to get that charge on the way, so really is looking towards the next stage already. His own third base coming up. Unable to really do anything with these two sets of Stalkers, but yeah, he's comfortable. He's not reliant on them. He's very happy to move into charge and everything that comes with that, including the upgrade, which Haram will match for now.
Yeah, he had a nice big old scout in the main base there. Getting to see that Haram did indeed have a Twilight Council. So he did that with his hallucination, so making good use there of his sentries that he has back at home, and just confirming what Haram's actually doing now. Haram is ahead army-wise. Like, he has 15 Stalkers. Blink is done, which he is now very much aware of. But army, what they go for, right now it's fairly identical, given that Haram has absolutely caught up and overtaken on the Stalker count. But what is he going to go behind tech-wise for this? Nice little depths here in the third base of Art, dealing some damage.
Yep, going to get 3 kills already. Stalkers blink across. First depth goes down. The Zealots are going to be there too, so that's going to be 2 depths picked off. But still not before they got a few probes. That is a nice little catch as Haram overall has just maintained supply lead. 8 workers up right now, 8 army supply up right now. And of course, he might have been behind on tech with the blink and so on initially, but those things are all catching up and cancelling out with each other. So it really is the worker and the army lead that, you know, sets the tone for the next stages of this game.
And look at this, both of them utilizing the map, both expanding through that location. Now, Art gets confirmation that his opponent has taken that base, whereas Haram has kind of wandered over here. I don't want to say blindly, but if he's taking a fourth, you got to think your opponent's taking that fourth as well. And ooh, nice cancels by Art there. He was very quick, and all of a sudden, the game is going to start spiraling here, and the supplies are about as close as they're ever going to be. And I think Art, did he spot that blink? Oh, he blinked into the blow. I thought he knew about it.
Yeah, that is rough, because that's actually going to lead you into just so much less damage output here. So your base trade scenario goes a little bit worse. Good force fields on the probes, mind you.
Very good force fields on these probes. And right now, Haram absolutely the loser when it comes to how many workers have been killed so far. But he is running in here. Will start getting his own kills going on. And where do you go from here? Where do you go from here, Art? And he's going to start buckling in here on this natural.
I love that Art's actually really kind of just already got the probes out on the map, though. And I think that's a big deal. Being a step ahead on kind of escaping. Haram obviously believes he might hold his natural, so he doesn't need probes on the map. But yeah, Art loses his natural, man. This is going to get a little bit wild. We're going to recall back to the main base just with a few units. Haram realizes that it may not be that many, and so he actually sticks around to try and fight it. Guardian Shield comes up. Art's being hurt by his own SimCity right now. The recall onto that main is obviously not fun to play around. Those Stalkers blink out. Going to drop a force field as we go, and he's going to recall home as well. So, yeah, wow. I mean, all said and done, army supplies are similar. Haram is up in workers, but Art is going to, funnily enough, have a fresher base than Haram, so he might actually have more income all said and done. It's a really intriguing scenario we end in.
Yeah, I mean, Haram's definitely benefited from the fact that he's had 2 bases mining this whole time, whereas Art didn't. Is about to get online again. But Haram's army was a lot more mobile here, so it felt like he was more ready for this happening than Art was. And 3 Archons in the mix, I mean, they're good against Zealots, but they aren't necessarily the best against Mass Stalker, given that the Stalkers can kite and blink out of there. So now, Haram's army just feels a bit better to me if it can just stay mobile.
Yeah, I think you're right, as you're going to see the blink forward here from Art wants to try and let his other units come through. Archons will blast through the force field at least. The Archons will at least be tanky even against Stalkers, but you can see the army supply definitely heading in further into Haram's favor. And just getting his third base back online obviously sets him in a good spot. It did feel like Art, at points of this base trade, maybe had the upper hand, but has not been able to do anything to necessarily close it out. And it feels as though now Haram is looking real good.
Certainly is. Upgrades neck and neck so far, 1-0 apiece, but Harstam has started his +2 quite a bit earlier than Art has, and his army supplies climb, and he's totally clued into the fact that, hey, yeah, my Stalker army is far more mobile than your army, and as long as I utilize that mobility, every fight that happens, I'm going to be the victor. And Harstam playing it a little bit safe, which I don't hate from him, just establishing a new base, a new healthy base here.
Yeah, I think it's fine, right? Just, you know, third base coming up, he's going to be, you know, comfortable in workers, comfortable in army. Even if he didn't know this base was up on the other side, I think it's kind of fine the way he's approaching it. So I like where we're taking this. Let's just have our Stalkers, the Immortal, a couple sentries gathering in. The Zealot in the center is going to go after a Stalker. Got some more damage onto that one.
I like those little moves now. The middle of this map is definitely interesting for me ever since we saw XY utilize it against Oliva.
Yeah. It's been a fun day for the middle of Al-Kayani, right? It's been a fun one. As the Robo base comes
is that
up.
how you say it?
Oh, it's been a thing, Ben.
It's been a thing, it has?
Yeah. Well, it's either Alcyone or Al-Kayani. Al-Kayani is apparently, because it's a Greek name, apparently Al-Kayani is the Greek way. Alcyone is the English way. But then certain people want to say Al-Kayani, so I will just go with the flow.
I was calling it Alcyone, so I'm totally out there.
That's almost as bad as Roddy, which is really...
What did Roddy say?
I don't know how much he was memeing, but he really wanted to call it Alky 1. So, you know.
No, he didn't.
Well,
did he really?
I like I say, I think he was just memeing a little bit, but I also think he didn't have a better way to say it. So, you know.
Oh no, that definitely sounds like a Roddy thing, man. Like one time I cooked him some food, and there was a mushroom on his plate. He's like, "What's that?" And I was like, "It's a mushroom." He's like, "No." I'm like, "What's going on?" So yeah, he's definitely done blunders. Anyhow, I feel this game's really cranking up here. Harstam's absolutely doubled down on the Stalkers here, like absolutely has, and he's kind of winning skirmishes here, there, and everywhere. And he's also got he's got a lot more probes. I've had to double check there, and he's expanding normally. If you looked on his side of things, you'd be like, "Oh, totally normal game, right?" But absolutely not.
Yeah, it took some weird turns to get here, but in the end, Harstam, I mean, you can just see he's winning these fights. He's had an upgrade lead for some of them. Obviously, that's about to even out, but he's also taking this opportunity to get to Disruptors, which is only going to improve his army composition. It puts him in that next kind of, you know, step of this game. As our Stalkers will continue down through the center here, and we are going to have ourselves the, well, yeah, pretty much just this continued push. He didn't even need to bring the Disruptors across yet or anything, just playing with the Stalkers for now, and I think he's very comfortable to do exactly that.
I think so too. I mean, some of these engagements are going to be a little bit tricky for him, just because, you know, you meet the brute force of Art's army, and it's got some of these tankier units in, but he's been utilizing the mobility really well here, and he's kind of resorting back to, I want to say, almost an old school style of PvP, where you start getting like just mass Stalker Disruptor, but it's just such a good comp, right? Like, and he's comfortable with it. Harstam's been through many eras of different stages of Protoss, and right now, what are Archons bad against? Well, they're not mobile. What are Disruptors good against? Very immobile units, and also Stalkers, actually kind of everything, but the things that Harstam's doing here, it's just good textbook RTS. Like, he's hunkered down on 4 bases, taking his 5th as well, which is actually going to be a gold base, and he's still putting on the pressure. And here, how do you fight into this choke? It's actually kind of hard to fight in the choke as well, I guess, but Harstam's making it look a little bit tricky, but his supply is still growing.
Yep, his supply is still growing. It's just, I mean, he's just got such a lead, and obviously, maybe pushing through here is not going to be easy. I wouldn't hate him just taking the rocks and taking the high ground position. Then he could also work his way towards his opponent's other base. And then that kind of forces Art to kind of move into him. So I actually think I'd like that a lot better. Just knocking the rocks down, coming in that direction. Apparently, we're just going to type out game right then and there. He's started to lose some probes just in a different mineral line. I think some DTs of Harstam showing up, and he just says GG right then and there.
You know, I respect it. First game he won, and, you know, he looked fairly in control the whole time. This game, it was weird, man. It was weird. And sometimes, you know, it's just like, why go into a territory where I know my opponent's very comfortable, and I'm just giving them time to be comfortable? Let's get it out of the way. Go on to the final map, which will be golden aura between these. So, yeah, I do. I respect that decision.
Yeah, no, it's been a It's been a fun series. I actually really thought in the base, I thought Haram was looking good, but then the base trade started, and I really felt like Art maybe had a little bit of an edge. I think he needed to really double down on getting the natural of Haram, because he kind of recalled home, and his recall was not good, because obviously he then essentially wasted it, because he couldn't, like, actually fight, right? Like, he had to fight through his main base in the Sim City there. Whereas Haram, if he maybe just found a way to jump on Haram's army on the natural, maybe that could have gone so much better for him. Obviously, as we saw in the end, it just kind of all went wrong at that point, so we'll get ourselves ready for this game number 3. Haram and Art go in the distance. We know this is a big match for them. We can discuss that this might be a fairly even one. 1-1 suggests that has been the case. And of course, there's still potential to, get aggressive and get, really aggro at the start of this game 3 again. So that's the beauty of PvP. You never quite know just how quick this next game's going to turn out to be.
No, you don't. I'm really happy it went 1-1 between these guys so far, though. Like, I'm close with Kev, close with Harston, but I do know that Art is a little warrior, man. And very often it's just like, you see these guys go up against the players that you know they can absolutely tango with, but to see it happen in a competitive setting is just to see. So whoever wins here, happy for the winner. It's just good to see some solid PvP between them, and also some crazy PvP as well.
Yeah, it's not being just standard. It's not just being like a 3-gate robo and, it was well executed and wins the game. That was our PvP earlier today. It's been back and forth. These guys are going to some wild fights. In the top left, tying the series up. Here's going to be our Blue Protoss player from the Shopify Rebellion, Austin.
And spawning in the bottom right, as our red Protoss, it is Art. No ramps on these maps so far, right, at the natural. And, I often get to see the weeklies with MaxPax making it quite far, kind of just slaughtering people. And he often opts for the gate expansion, almost regardless of the situation. But everybody else just avoids it. And I know we talked a little bit about it earlier, but it's so funny how one player that everybody kind of perceives as maybe the best at this matchup does something, and he's the only one that does that something, just because he's the only one that can. It's like very Beyond-esque with the Reaper situation, which is just funny, man.
It is wild, man. Like, I know we've already talked about it once today, but like MaxPax is just like, this map pool is so interesting too, because there's like a severe lack of ramps on maps, and obviously with 9 maps, players can really kind of get rid of the maps with ramps as well if they want to avoid like 1-gate expand on 1-gate expand. But then MaxPax just does it anyway on all these maps. It is just kind of a little bit bonkers. So, yeah, very, very interesting. It's gateway number 2 and Cybercore on both sides. For the moment, these guys mirror each other. And we just have ourselves the hidden pylon from Harston. Doesn't look like he's going to make anything of that, unless the probe just holds the tower and goes back, but looks as though he's going to continue around the map.
Yeah, this is one of those games. This is a Hearthstone special. The no scout, but kind of scouting around, but getting your own proxy pylon going. I used to get so, as I said in this series, I used to get so furious against Kevin, because he'd absolutely be the guy where I try and trick him with something, and I'm like, hey, scout this barracksless base over here. Doesn't scout it, does something totally normal, and then the thing doesn't work. And I'm just like, God damn it, Kev, you're the guy that I can like literally throw something in his face and there's 0 reaction, and then you just, win anyway. Very, very frustrating. In this game, Art was just like, you know what? I'm not going to scout you either, and I'm going to do this weird scouting around the map, and he's actually probably going to find the proxy pylon for his troubles, which isn't the biggest deal, but it is a building that you can take out later on when you find the time. And right now, Harston the one going for a Nexus early this game. Not the Oracle like he's been doing pretty much every game this series thus far. And he's going to be utilizing a Sentry for scouting, which, yeah, definitely a bit of a mix-up. And Harston does finally get a scout, and it's like, oh, there's no Nexus over there. That's interesting.
Yeah, Blink just very quick here from Art. He will now drop a Nexus down, but is obviously going to have Blink extremely quickly. And Harston, again, just straight to that Robo. I think, obviously, at this point, just a comfort build for him. Feels safe with the ability to produce Immortals should he feel the need to. Hallucination gets all the way through, doesn't see the Twilight Council, so now, okay, you saw the expand, but you don't see the Twilight. He's not maybe going to know how quick Blink is, and that could make him respond incorrectly here, so something to be careful of.
Yeah, funny how Harston's very wary of what could be out on the map, eh? And maybe that's because of the first game where there was that gold base location. And I mean, there is a gold base on this map over in the southwest side, but yeah, I wonder what kind of history these guys have playing against each other, because they're both very capable on the ladder. And oh, hallucinated probe. What? I tell you, he probably did that just because when you hallucinate a probe, and yeah, he did do that, you get more probes out. So those 4 probes were scouting the gold base at the bottom left. They scout this gateway as well. Beautiful by Harston.
So silly, but I love it, obviously. As, he sees the gateway, so now he knows. I mean, he was already on his way to Robo, the Immortal. He was already looking to play safe. As he sits at a 5-worker lead, he's already actually up on army supply as well. Can Blink overcome that when there's an Immortal defensively? I do not think so. I actually think this is looking pretty bad for Art. Let's see if he can make something happen. If he does get up to this high ground, he shoots that pylon down, he would depower both gateways and the Robo. That would be huge. He's going to go for it, but then he's going to get instantly punished, and he's not even going to get the pylon.
Wow. I mean, Harston read this like a book, didn't he? He really did. The scouting was really clean by him as well, and right away, Art gets shut down before he even began this game, and resources lost out. It's still fairly close between them, but Harston's army is just better right now, a lot better. And I like the fact that he's getting a warp prism as well, just because if you get a warp prism, or rather a force field on your ramp, it can definitely make juggling up and down a lot more difficult, but also just allows him to save his own units against the blink right now until he gets his own blink.
Yep, absolutely. This is this is going to be the right way to play it. You don't need a 3rd Immortal. A Prism's worth more than a 3rd Immortal when it comes to being able to micro blink in. I can't say I love that with the Immortals again to whack away throughout. As Art is going to start backing it up. Again, he has his own expansion, but he's just a few probes behind. He was quite committed to trying to get damage done here. And again, he really invested in that blink early. Didn't gain anything from that, so this is what Harston gains for himself. Now his own Twilight finishing, and he'll be able to get his own blink started, as charge is so fast here from Art. I don't even think he'll get enough Zealots to make charge worthwhile for quite a time now.
Absolutely. Charge, like, making a lot of Zealots. Art's play is definitely something that is uncomfortable. Is that some Adepts in the base there? Yeah. Nice play out of Harston again here, just getting quite a lot of damage done, and to soften the bleeding, Art does wall off, but he's being forced into a super all-in situation here, isn't he? And recalls back home, but to the wrong Nexus against it. Kind of annoying for him. These Adepts worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, 6 probes, it's just expensive. All these probes being running around all this time as well, so there's just so much lost mining time built into this right now. As you do see the Stalkers begin to move out onto the map, and everything from Harston begin to move out over to the right-hand side as well, so pushing across over here.
He saw the Zealots. He saw the Zealots. That was actually huge. And Harston's like, oh gosh, those Zealots are faster than any Zealot I can make. Let's get out of here. And oh my goodness, Art's definitely going to be kicking himself for giving that away a little bit just then. Because now breaking into this Wardy, even with charge lots, that is hard to do.
No, not with the batteries. A force field can obviously keep charge lots as well. Yeah. There's just not really much hope. Harston is not far from his own blink. You see Temple Archives coming in from Art. He's going to really explore all options, but the reality is that his options are quite limited, and he's just far behind, man. He's down 13 workers. He's not rebuilding any probes. He's just going to wait for Temple Archives. I imagine just one Archon so he can break force fields, and then he's just going to send it and hope it's enough.
Absolutely. Harston's ahead in supply right now, and he's against an all-in here. Like, just every second that goes by is better for Harston, and he knows it as well, but he can't get called out. He did just blink aggressively, and that is a lot of Zealots, and I tell you what, this is about as good a chance as Art's ever going to have here. One of the Immortals goes down immediately, and that one force field there is working wonders. There's no more shield battery energy left. He has none left, Woody.
He has no energy for overcharge, man. Like, he doesn't have the Nexus energy, but Harston is going to get the hold off. He's getting damaged on the other side of the map as well, and Art just doesn't quite have enough. Like, it was genuinely scary because there was obviously a few moments there where Harston just did not have, like, the energy to, you know, heal up or anything. But then Hart's just, yeah, he just runs out of stuff, and the Stalkers do enough. Harston is able to make a good enough of a hold, and he just finds himself a big W right there, as he is going to be, well, 2-1 over Art. We said it. We think this is an important series for these guys now. Harston has 2 shots at playoffs. Art must play for his tournament life tomorrow, most likely. And he'll be in the same position as a couple matches coming up are going to be, because up next we've got BattleB versus Man, ForJumi versus NightPhoenix. It's the first time on mainstream we are going to have elimination matches. So next couple of best of threes, players again eliminated from the tournament. That's obviously a pretty big deal. We're going to be getting into that very soon. Quick break from us. We'll come back. More StarCraft on the other side.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Elimination time here in Europe. BattleB and Mana are going to go up against each other. Both 0-2. Honestly, I feel like, why are these guys 0-2? Like, Mana is definitely not meant to be 0-2. BattleB is good enough to not be 0-2 as well. Obviously, one of them will survive, but one has to get eliminated, Ben, and that's just a rough draw, man. That's just a rough draw.
It's a really rough draw because, yeah, neither one of these players I really expected to be 0-2 in the group. Mana obviously had a bit of a surprise loss to Bly, and then was it to Spats afterwards, which Spats has been doing pretty damn all right. And BattleB, he had Christiana first, then Petit Drogo second, and now he's on Mana as well. Really, really tough run for BattleB. And neither one of these players is about playing the other one, because I tell you what, they're both pretty damn solid despite being in this situation.
Yeah, no, they really are. That BattleB Christiana series was a little unfortunate as well. He started off well with a cool build game 1, went back to it game 3, didn't work at all, and yeah, it was definitely a scenario where like BattleB's had winnable matches, I feel like, for the level he's at, but 0-2, and now playing against another tough one. In the top left from Berserker Esports, BattleB.
And representing Team Liquid over in the southeast side, it is Mana. He feels like he's been on Liquid forever at this point, doesn't he? Like he really does. But I remember like when he joined with Liquid. Yeah, he was Mouse Sports, so it was Mana, Mouse Sports Mana, Mouse Sports Nama. I mean, that was a tricky final. But then they joined Bunny, and I mean, back then it was a massive deal. But he's been an absolute mainstay. Now he acts as a manager as well to a lot of the Liquid members. So Liquid Mana is Liquid Manager.
Yeah, he was one of the reasons.
Pretty nice.
I think he helped to get Q assigned, which is obviously really cool. Q just top tier Terran player right now. I mean, what a roster! It's so funny how like one addition can make a roster like next level. But suddenly you add Q and you look at Liquid and WTL and you're like, oh my god, Clem, Q, and then you mix in a Skillus or a laser as necessary. Like, terrifying team. They were already good, but like now they're really terrifying. And just kind of cool to see Liquid pick up a Korean player for the first time in so many years.
Yeah, I think I saw on like forums the last pickup, like Korean pickup, was I want to say a number like 9 years ago or 10 years ago or something ridiculous, but a long time. And I mean, people that have been around forever will remember the days of, well, Hero and Tasia, quite obviously, and even before that, I think they had like Liquid Zenio as well.
Zenio.
Which
oh my god, that is a throwback.
Yeah, I remember knocking him out of an IPL. It was really cool. Yeah, I mean, that was a super throwback. And and today, here we are. They've got Cure, one of the absolute best Terrans at the moment. I mean, second place Gamers 8. What a pickup. I mean, didn't do too well in the most recent GSL. That was very unfortunate, but ooh, spicy opening. I like it.
Yeah, so BattleB the other day against Christiana, he did this double factory with 2 reactors. One of them was proxied, and he did find some success. So in general, it just seems as though he's been enjoying these Cyclones. This is obviously going to take an expansion. This is not going to be too wild for too long, but it still has that kind of like aggressive tendency to begin with at the very least. So that's going to be where we start out. And we'll have a look to see where we kind of go from there as those couple, well, the Adept and the Probe start to move around a little bit. Heading in a couple different directions. The first 2 Cyclones are going to begin to move, and let's see if they can get something done.
Yeah, normally this kind of build is done with a engineering bay block, normally speaking, but here BattleB is just moving out. And the reason I'm going for 2 Hellions afterwards, A, they build faster than the Cyclones, but B, they're also faster than the Cyclones. So they'll be out across the map as fast as they possibly can be against this kind of stuff. And honestly, this could be a little bit scary already. You need quite a few Stalkers out to deal with this, 2 being great, especially with a shield battery. But right now, having that being positioned where it is, that shield battery will run out of energy quite quickly against this. And I think Mana's actually holding this about as well as you can, given the situation. Because once that warp gate is finished, 2 more Stalkers should join the fray. And yeah, he's actually doing everything right against this.
Yeah, 2x Stalkers really makes it a lot simpler. Stalkers are actually very good against these new Cyclones. They really can. Like, the Cyclones really struggle to stay in range of the Stalkers without just taking a bunch of shots, and the Cyclone is still as fragile as it's ever been, so... Yeah, it makes this a hold, and this is pretty good for Mana. He did invest in his second battery, but I think that's absolutely fine. This can get out of control. There was 2 more Cyclones as well. I might have even been a bit scarier. Yeah, might have been taking longer to even power up than the Hellions coming across the map, but maybe could have just been then, if there's no second battery, a way to punch through. So, yeah, now Mana has Blink, and he's going to get a third gate and a Robo up. He is going to really put some pressure on himself, while BattleB is doing nothing but kind of adding tech units. He will bunker a little bit. He does have this first tank already on the low ground. Just needs to keep that tank production going. Don't hold off on it for too long, you know.
BattleB's, like, what's it called, transition after that is really cool. So he didn't just kind of like hunker on down and just keep on making... Yes, be careful about Cyclone. They're very vulnerable, and Mana makes short work of that at the front there. Does get to spot that it is a Raven and a tank as well, but behind it, he was like, you know what, 2 Hellions, 2 Cyclones, right into tank production afterwards. So utilizing that tech lab, getting the barracks back on the reactor. So absolutely not being stubborn. BattleB with a follow-up afterwards. And his follow-up is pretty decent against Stalkers as well, which Mana right now, third Nexus will start to be produced here. Charge, Warp Prism. Mana's doing a lot of stuff. He feels very comfortable after deflecting that opening here.
Yep, absolutely. Just going to be, just controlling the game, right? He's got map control. You can take a third. You can tech from this point. You know, it wasn't a huge investment from BattleB, but it was a little bit of a build-up, and to not take really any damage at all, and now they're having the Stalkers on the map to guarantee that you're safe, it just is a good feeling. It puts you in a nice little spot, and again, feeling like a comfortable start for Mana, who again hasn't even won a map in this tournament yet, so that alone would be a nice way for him to kick off today. That's the tank.
It really would. Gets a tank for a Stalker. I mean, that's good. We look at the resource loss tab. It's definitely BattleB that's losing out in a lot of these little engagements. Now having a set of Stalkers on the field, there is still a tank, which Mana does spot before taking any serious hull damage, and that Observer making its way across the map. Going to be 2 sets of 4 Stalkers to worry about very soon.
Yeah, that's actually a very cool point that we're going to be able to split up a bit. The 4 Stalkers there actually get a couple shots off on a Raven. Now we unload on the Natural a little, we'll get a few shots off. The tank is well positioned though. Tell you what, Terrans have been getting very good at kind of figuring out exactly where tanks should be to defend these things. It's something they've had to level up on lately to make sure they just stop dying. There's a lot of SCVs ripe for the picking there, like a lot of one-hittable workers that now don't go down, and BattleB is going to have a pretty scary first push across the map from this point, as he is going to have Stim Combat +1, sizable army, plus a Raven that has matrices available.
Alrighty, so this is actually a scary push out, and this Raven was upgraded, so it does have Interference Matrix available, and all those big upgrades here, Stim, Combat Shield +1, very soon to completing, and Mana's army, he is behind behind the army, but also on the other side, and he has to be so careful here, Wardy. That is a big siege up, and those Stalkers, maybe there's opportunity over there, but look at this, he is just getting pounced on. Shield Barrier Overcharge has a lot of work to do, but I think Mana's sort of doing it here.
Yeah, the pylon got targeted down. The Stalkers actually do pick off the tank on the left side. I kind of like what BattleB did, but then Mana just has enough. Those Zealots being in the front, tanky enough here apparently. There's Immortal joining in. Man, it's close. In the end, Mana pushes it back, but BattleB has very good supply coming out of this.
Yeah, that was actually kind of brutal. Like, the resources lost tab for quite a while was definitely in Mana's favor. Now it's absolutely not. Now, granted, the Raven did utilize a lot of its energy there, not just for the Matrix, but for the turrets as well. And Mana doesn't have the upgrades that he needs, just starting his Forge, getting a Storm as well, but BattleB is not about giving him that time that he needs. Lovely feedbacks, though. Lovely.
Hits the Prism with that Widow Mine, that's nice. No batteries just yet, they're still producing. I feel that we don't have the tanky units in front, we don't have the Zealots that we need. And oh no, this fight mostly happens, in fact, pretty much completely happens without the batteries. Finally, they come in. Super Battery activates. This Archon will go back to full shields after being on 0. That's amazing. Continuing to micro with the Prism here as Mana holds on for dear life, but there is just a stream of Terran continuing across the map at the moment.
Oh, they're both playing so well here, Wardy. Both microing their hearts out entirely, and this Warp Prism's been working wonders here, trying to keep these units alive. But BattleB, he is just relentless. Behind this, he's got a third base secured. He's getting more upgrades online. He's macroing really good behind this, and this is an elimination match. Both these players are 0-2, but they do not look like they're playing at that kind of level. They look like they're playing really well here, and this just showcases how tough a matchup this is between them.
Absolutely, as our units come forward, man. If that Archon had died previously, that might have just been game right there, because this one Archon now is going to continue tanking a lot, as you do have High Templars waiting to show themselves for the first storms. That is something which BattleB may not be immediately kind of prepped for, but now he sees the High Templar. They dropped out before they had the energy, so they couldn't storm. Finally, we get one storm off, and, well, that wasn't really it. Obviously, BattleB was not as stacked up as he might have been otherwise, and now he just steps away from that super battery once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a masterclass from BattleB, isn't it? Like, it was a really cool build. It was a really cool tech up from him. Really cool transitions, and it's not going to get easier for Mana. Like, the next evolution is here. It's the Ghost. He's been producing them 3 at a time, and GG, well played, BattleB. And man, what a cool build by him.
Yeah, he just transitioned so well. Obviously, I think an important part of it was he was just so good defensively back at home. Like, he did not let the Blink get anything done. He did not give an advantage away there. Very, very well done. And, man, the fact Ghosts are showing up during this, the third base was down during this, these are things that show he was really feeling it. He was really just on point back at home, getting it done. And now we have ourselves Golden Aura for map number 2 as Mana is facing elimination. You know, Mana still is good, man. Like, I see Mana sometimes, I oftentimes cast like a Mana Clem, and I'm always surprised because like Mana pushes Clem to the limit a little bit, sometimes steals a game off him, and now he's 0-5 in this regional. Like, this is not a scoreline that's representative of how good Mana has been lately. And I'm a little bit worried that Mana's like going to be a little bit tilted, you know, because he knows that it's rough being 0-2, and now he's down 0-1 as well. He has all the experience in the world, but I don't know, man. I don't have a good feeling for him. As we ready up into Golden Aura Map 2, BattleB has a 1-0 lead in a very important best of 3.
It's super important. And yeah, neither one of these players deserves to be 0-3 in this group. Like, they really don't. They're both very solid. I just wanted to clarify that I missed it early on there. He did go for the Engineering Bay block with that build, so absolutely. Very regular build. It's one that I don't know who popularized it entirely, but I definitely saw Clem destroy Max Backs in the early days of the patch, which I say the early days, it's only been around for a few weeks, but very nice to see out of BattleB. And then, yeah, the tank positioning. Terran's got so good about the positioning, just plonking those tanks literally right next to the command centers. It helps so much against all that kind of aggression.
Yep. As we have it in the top left-hand side, our red Terran player from Berserker Esports. This is BattleB.
And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, as our blue Protoss, it is Liquid's Mana. Oh, you know what would also tilt you? If you've not won a map yet and going out.
Yeah,
that'd be really brutal. Frickin' A.
I know. This format's kind of rough, you know, like, you know, it's already been like a week and a half of this event for these guys, and, you know, you've only played 5 maps, and over that week and a half, you're stressed now, you're practicing, you're prepping, and to just not get anything going on any of the days, it's tough, man.
It really is tough, because that game wasn't as if Mana played bad either. BattleB playing very good. Like, it really was. Like, it was a really good push. I love the transitions. I love how Terrans make builds just happen. You know, it's like, I'm producing Cyclones, Hellions, then switch it up, got the tanks and the Marines ready for your aggression. And those kind of Stalker plays can get out of control very quickly. But he was very nicely positioned there, wasn't he? Like, as we saw those Stalkers at the north, the 4 I'm talking about, along with that Observer, he just shut it down before it began. And yeah, very solid play out of BattleB.
Yeah. Really solid stuff. Great to see. He is playing a, yeah, he is just playing a fantastic game. Like, it's good to see him taking some maps, because we know he can play a fierce game, especially the first 10-15 minutes. Like, he can be such a good, aggressive bio player. We saw it there, keeping the pressure up, keeping on attacking, macroing great behind it all of the time. That's the BattleB we love watching, and I mean, if there is someone to see Mana 40, like, I'm sad to see either of these guys go out, basically, right? So, like, at least one of them survives. Like, I'm looking on the positive side. Like, one of these guys will fight on to the round 4 of the Swiss group stage. Yay. trying to stay positive here.
Yeah, I mean, if BattleB was to fall, you could be like, well, he went up against the likes of Cristiano first, Petit Drogo, then Mana. And you're like, well, frick me. That's actually like 3 great players in a row, right? Like they've all had their moments and times. Cristiano's obviously a bit of a young gun. Drogo has been solid, still is fairly solid. Whereas Mana, you can definitely say that him losing to Bly in his first series, definitely not what he probably expected. And then to Spats as well. I mean, Spats is definitely solid and annoying, but yeah, and then to BattleB, it'd just be like, well, frick me. It really all went hits up on that first Bly series, really.
Yeah. That's just a series that, like... I mean, it's just Bly, right? I mean, honestly, me and Cat's talking about it's like, players just aren't used to playing against Bly. Like, people figured Bly out in a big way, and people were pretty good at kind of figuring out how he likes to, like, meter you around and then hit you with this and hit you with that. It just feels like a couple players forgot how to do that because he's not been around as much lately, but... Yeah, that's kind of rough as now we come across the map here as BattleB, killed off an Adept. Gonna look for some damage on the natural.
I mean, the funny thing about Bly is once you've figured him out and figured out his tricks, and it's like, you know, you think an attack's done, and by all sense and purposes, it should be done. But this is getting quite a bit of damage done. And I mean, it's mainly the Reapers that took a bit of damage. I mean, the Hellion does survive as well. Not bad out of BattleB, and it is going to be a Reaper, or rather a Phoenix opening out of Mana, excuse me. And it's going to be a... Is that going to be a Widowmine and Marine drop out of BattleB? I mean, that'd be cool.
It was like stacking. Yeah, it was stacking up as though it could have been. He just takes the mines. Obviously, the Phoenix are very good defensively usually in these circumstances, so that's one thing we can already take a little bit of a peek at as the medevac actually turns back around. Okay. Not gonna go for
I
it.
think he sacrificed a unit for... Yeah, I think he sacrificed a Reaper there.
I saw the Phoenix.
Yeah, so he got... Yeah, I think that was actually very, very mature decision-making out of him. And now he's plonking these Widowmines in a spot where you're kind of thinking, all right, I'm vulnerable over here, or am I? So I like that out of him. And actually, okay, this is one thing that I always feel so freaking scared to do. I see Phoenix, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make a Raven. Like, I feel that is so damn gutsy. But he's doing it, realizing how good it was in that previous game, and... This game, those 2 Widowmines are quite nicely hit over there. Like, you have to be very on point not to let this deal damage to you.
You have to not fall for the Hellion bait.
no,
Absolutely.
yeah.
He's going to go for it. He's going to stack up. He sees it. Whew. Loses 1 Phoenix to the Marine.
That was actually very quick reactions out of Mana, but a very good bait out of BattleB.
Yeah.
I mean, that last little chip from that Marine in the bunker, that's the kind of move when you're 1-0 down that really gets you. Like, that cuts you deep.
Still impressed that Mana got away, though. We see so many people fall for that. He says, okay, I'm going to live the Hellion, but I'm ready in case it's a trap. And he saw it, gets the drop, gets away. I mean, if it wasn't for that pesky Marine, he would have only taken, well, he would have taken damage on 1 Phoenix, but he wouldn't have lost 1, so... Still unlucky, but like I kind of like the play. Like I say, it was a great bait from BattleB in the first place. And I actually kind of like he leaves the Widowmines there. So often after the Widowmines get found the first time, you move them around, and then maybe the pros thinks, okay, surely you've moved them. Nope, same place, just going to protect this left-hand side of this mineral line. And just really try to make sure that nothing can happen with it. Is around the back, though. Phoenix will grab the first SCV or 2.
Yeah, still trying to be a nuisance there, and... BattleB does get confirmation on what's happening over on the other side of the map. Sees a 3rd base going down. So that's nice for him, just realizing, all right, I've killed a Phoenix, I've done this, I've done that. He's by no means in a bad position here, but you can definitely say for Mana, losing a Phoenix sucks, losing a couple of probes, but they are both still in it. Mana's pro production's been solid behind all this as well, and Phoenix Colossus, unless you're very well versed against that, is actually a pretty damn tough comp to down. Oh no, this is definitely not what Mana was after.
Nope, this is not pretty. We lose a 2nd Phoenix, so a couple SCVs. And now BattleB starts to move out. And I tell you what, this Raven, because it's, you know, the Phoenix have just recalled, there's a world where this Raven gets across the map and realistically does get its matrices off. If you hit the first Colossus, there's going to be a real weak spot in this Mana army. This could be a great timing from BattleB. He's straight across the map as well. He's not really holding up apart from for his own units to play catch-up. So, yeah, I like the opportunity here. I feel like there's a lot of potential. And even reinforcements loading up in the next medevac to really speed across the map.
This probe patrolling here will give Mana heads up on what's coming, but that Raven, oh, he had much relying on that Colossus, and it will stay alive. Gets back to shield battery range just in time here, so nice reactions by Mana. And BattleB, those force fields absolutely keeping him in this.
Second Matrix, man. That's going to be a big deal, because now we can keep on fighting. Super Battery's going to turn away. Now the Marauders will be on top of the Colossus, but it's apparently not enough, as Mana will hold on for the moment. These Marauders are fighting an Immortal there, which isn't pretty. The Medevac actually came in over here and will help to get a few probes. 4 workers going down. Wow. At first I thought Mana was in trouble because the first 2 force fields didn't cut off the army, but the last force field really did make a big difference.
Yeah, that is actually really nice holding out of Mana. Like the probe that gives you a heads up, that's great. Then upon seeing that, oh my god, there's a Raven as well, which maybe he knew about earlier, was poking around that base a lot, but BattleB kept it alive. Then those force fields came in absolutely clutch there with the shield battery overcharge. But Mana's being careful. He sees these little spots on the ground here, and oh, that would have mine. Juicy connection there. Will deal quite a lot of damage to Mana. Where's his Warp Prism? Does he not have a Warp Prism with us? Okay, he does have a Warp Prism, but it's way far behind.
Yeah, first Colossus dies so quickly. SCV's pulled in, though, and as BattleB backs away, the SCVs were kind of just gifted because there was no reason for them to still be there, kind of, you know, just taking shots. They weren't giving the bio any better chances. Now BattleB gets pushed all the way back into his natural, and this counter here from Mana is doing well. He's going to kind of control the third base. BattleB's got more units popping up. He really could just do with getting rid of that Colossus. The number of units here from Mana isn't very high. Actually, around his Zealots that just showed up. There's actually a big deal, though. That tankiness in front is what you're looking for. Zealots on the third base. The pro SCV count keeps dropping. Can the 1-1 upgrades of BattleB make a difference for him in this continued fight?
Oh, I mean, this is actually kind of scary for Mana being here, because he's got so much money in the bank, and his army, you know, if that Colossus does die, can get overwhelmed pretty hard. And say if some Ghost popped out, but BattleB is going pedal to the metal on those Vikings here. Like, he's absolutely back against the wall here, but he does have that upgrade lead that you talked about. But Mana, he knows he's got a lot of money still to spend. He has to be careful here, Wardy.
Yeah, he is going to dive forward, but you're right. You got to be careful how far you're going to go. That's just going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Colossus pulling back, the Zealots as well. Marine's going to try and get the Prism. The Vikings will get there. Now the Colossus goes down. Finally, BattleB is maybe going to make this a bit better for himself, because with 1-1, Bio versus Gateway units, this is where BattleB's army actually should be that much better. And I'm actually a little bit afraid, because Mana's just rebuilding Colossus, which, when BattleB already has a good amount of Vikings up, I do not feel like that is what he needs. I feel like he actually needs something different to really buffer up a bit. BattleB actually might have a good little push across the map if Mana's really going to just keep rebuilding Colossi right now.
Yeah, what he really would love to have down is that Templar Archives a few minutes ago. He had so much money in the bank, like 1k minerals, 1k gas. Can you imagine, like, 2 or 3 Archons in that fight? It would have been lights out for BattleB, but Mana is still a good 15 supply ahead. BattleB is getting that Ghost Academy, and Mana, this Zealot run by could actually cause a lot of trouble in this natural. BattleB, with his reinforcements getting caught out, and look, that's exactly where Mana wants him to be, going back home, giving him time.
Yep, second Robo, Temple Archives, all these things are going to make it much tougher for BattleB, who does not have... Well, he's got Ghost Academy finishing soon. He actually just started up 3 Liberators. Wow, I mean, that's going to be great if... I mean, especially on this map, because this map's very choky around all the bases over here. If he can push with a bunch of Libs and a couple of Ghosts, I can still be a big BattleB believer. I can see he's not going to go 2-2 or anything. He's really going to focus on all of the other tech right now. He actually cancelled up a couple of his Libs to afford Ghosts instead. It's just going to be the 1 Lib as he does go down the left-hand side. Zealot's on the third base. I think BattleB's sick of turning back around. He might just send it right now.
Yeah, he can't go back. He can't go back. He has to deal damage. And when he sees this army of Mana, it's not the scariest army, but with those shield batteries behind it, I mean, 1 Colossus picked off before the fight begins, and that other Colossus is sat back, but he has a few bases to work with. There's a lot of static defense from Mana here.
Yeah, another Colossus just came through as well. Storm is so close to being done. If you get Storm up, I kind of feel like that's the deal done already, right?
I think Mana's army's good now. It is good. And yeah, I think you're right. I mean, 1 Storm could be so juicy against all of this. And oh my god, it's so juicy.
Absolutely what you need as Mana, as now he's going to chase down this ramp. And I don't think this BattleB army is going to last much longer. It will not. Mana gets his first map off the competition, and he will finally get rolling. And what a time to do it when his tournament life was very much so on the line.
It's very, very close between them because at different points in these games, I'm like, oh, I don't like it for Mana. Oh, I don't like it for BattleB. But it's really nice to see these two giving each other a real good battle here. Yeah, I'm very curious. Like Mana's attack time in there, very well done by him. But that Templar Archives, I guess he's wishing he did that a little bit sooner there. But still, very nicely handled by him. And the third map between them will be Site Delta between them.
Yep. No, absolutely. As we get ourselves into this next map, Site Delta, it will be to decide whether or not Mana or BattleB will be eliminated from the tournament and see who gets to fight on. And these two actually do play some pretty fun games. That was a good back and forth. And it's anyone's for the taking going into a third game. Fun map for Site Delta. Let's see whether it's Mana or BattleB keep themselves alive in the ESL SC2 Masters Winter Regionals.
Yeah, brutal, man, brutal. All comes down to one map now. Like, all comes down to one map. BattleB, obviously less experienced than Mana. Maybe nerves can get you. You know, 1-0 up, you got Mana on the ropes here. Finally, maybe going to stay in, and maybe your opponent after this at 1-2 might be quite a bit easier than a Mana. But now, really does come down to just one map here between them.
Top left-hand side, our red Terran player is going to be BattleB from Berserker Esports. Can he get it done and stay alive in the competition?
And spawning on bottom right-hand side here. First map of the tournament thus far. Will he continue? Spawning over here. It is Liquid's Mana. It's intense, man. I'm almost losing my trail of thought mid-sentence and stuff between them because, yes. I think every player that's competed professionally has been in this situation where you're up against somebody that you probably didn't want to be up against, and they probably feel the same way. And it's just like, damn, this is where we got ourselves, you know?
Yep. No, absolutely. This is a this is a yeah. No one wants to be here. Game 3 against one. They both know they can beat each other, right? They both know that this is intense. And,
absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see who kind of holds up to the situation better. BattleB has been really active and kind of aggressive with his bio. We'll see if he finds something himself here as we continue through. And there's obviously Mana on the other side. Again, he's been good at kind of being defensive in this last game and then just finding the right time to then get back across the map himself. I mean, he had a great hold when that Raven came across initially and dropped that Matrix. The force fields were exactly what they needed to be to buy him just enough time to see that fight off.
Command center very much not on location, but I mean pretty damn close to, so that probe definitely did its job. Also survives. That's a big deal as well. So it's a gas, or rather a barracks gas opening from the Terran into Marine first, then a factory. So this factory, not super early, but also your opponent doesn't really have that much information as to what you're doing, and it is going to be one Marine reactor. So the possibilities are pretty much endless for what BattleB can do, but it does mean that Mana can be quite aggressive with his first unit out, which is what we're seeing from him. And it's a Zealot of all things. This is something that we've seen a little bit from Max Packs recently, if I'm not mistaken here. And this can be quite devastating.
Yeah, Max Packs loves the first Zealot across the map, get up the ramp, put some damage in, maybe delay the CC a little bit. He's already had a nibble on that SCV, try and get a little bit lower. And that command center is now just delayed because he built a Zealot. So, yeah, nice little start.
Yeah, and look at this, having to pull multiple SCVs here. I mean, did he have to? I think maybe, but forcing that barracks to build the Marines as well, as opposed to doing some trade-off. Now, the positioning of his buildings makes me think they didn't want to do the trade anyway, but now you've got to deal with this Adept as well. This is just annoying. It's a lot of lost mining time.
This is actually really nice from Mana early on. He is finding a lot of damage in these early moments. And, yeah, just on his way to blink behind it and just, you know, again, causing some trouble. Obviously, that Adept does go down now. Just delays things a whole bunch. Another Adept shows up. Don't imagine that's going to do too much. Can't imagine it was going to try and take the fight or anything. It will indeed back it up for the moment.
Medevac would have mined to the follow-up for BattleB. Mana's actually lost a few more resources than he might have liked to. That Adept looked like it did finish its shade up kind of not super willingly. It was like, I'm but not where I wanted to be. Mana will go for Blink, and Is he on 2 gates right now? 2 gates. Most likely going to be taking a third behind all this, just to be safe and get himself into the game. BattleB getting a nice little scout here, just to see that there are indeed stalkers being made, and gets to see that it is a robo in the dark there.
Yep. It's really nice just to kind of see a little bit of what's up, and he is going to go for that drop. Obviously, knowing that it's not going to be a Stargate, he can kind of get across a little bit more easily, for example. So just going to begin to do that right now. As we do see the Widow Mines coming across down that right-hand side. So away we go. Have ourselves the...
Nicely positioned.
Yeah, defense really in place, so not really going to have ourselves any trouble from Mana. He's playing well, man. He's playing well in this third game so far. Setting up nicely, bit of harass, doing good for himself. He's putting himself in good positions for sure.
Absolutely is. And even that Widowmine denies that third for a little bit of time, and then it gets on out of there. I'm the kind of guy that I'd leave it behind just to block for as long as possible, just to be a nuisance. But, you know, BattleB being very careful. I mean, again, one map. This is it. And BattleB's been good with the Ravens so far, and that's what he's going for this game. And yet again, tanks being produced, 1 engineering bay for those upgrades later on as well. And Mana, he's gunning in the main base here, Wardy.
Yep, he's just setting it with some stalkers. They're going to come right in, and he's going to find the Raven. Perhaps Order Turret goes down. We can blink back away. It's a great start, man. Raven's dead, and Interference Matrix just finished even worse. You don't really want to build a second Raven. So that upgrade could have actually cancelled, because now he's going to get no value out of it anyways. Blinks deeper in the base. This is a little awkward, right? Because he can't actually get there with the Prism without the Marine shooting the Prism down. So I think that he went a little bit too deep there, perhaps. He has taken a couple of probes of damage on the other side of the map, blinking to the natural, and should hopefully find a few more SCVs at least for his troubles, as he still has the one single stalker going to drop back into the main.
This is not what BattleB wanted at all, though, Wardy. You kind of nailed it. Like, getting that Raven killed after you've just got the upgrade for it. BattleB's producing a Banshee here, which I don't know if that's a misclick or whether he's just trying to get out any kind of unit he can. I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like it's almost yeah, just one Banshee just to shoot a few stalkers down and just defend or something. It doesn't feel great, you know? I mean, he gets it out. Maybe he just wants one sneaky Banshee across the map, hopes if there's no batteries, he can get a few probes, and maybe it's just a cheap way of drawing you back into it, right? If it doesn't work, it's not the biggest investment. If it does, it maybe just evens out the damage you've taken.
Yeah, it could also be one of those things where he thinks, well, he's getting attacked, and you think it's way more all-in than it is, you know? And it's just like, I need a unit that deals damage to that. But I think it was a mistake, maybe. But if that gets in there, it could deal damage. It's just, as soon as some stalkers are warped in, then, you know, it's going to get in trouble. But Mana's supply blocked currently. Very supply blocked, actually. Okay. Does free that on up, and you know what? It's going to get some damage done. 3 probes for its trouble so far, but this Warp Prism, man, this has been a thorn in BattleB's side.
Yep, it is absolutely just so frustrating as we have our Banshee back around the bottom right side. As we just have ourselves the Banshee going to go back up toward the natural. And yeah, I mean, this Banshee's actually got so much potential, man. No battery. And so we're going to get 2 more probes already. Pulsing the probes to pull away from the mineral line. Sees a sentry. Take that as well, apparently. Thank you very much. Yeah, this Banshee's going to go down now, but 6 probes in total, plus a sentry, make it 7 in total, plus a sentry. I think BattleB's kind of okay with this Banshee finding so much. Definitely helps him out, and suddenly big supply lead for him.
Yeah, I think it was even more probes, actually, overall, Wardy. It was the 200 IQ Banshee. Like, I questioned it, but BattleB proved me absolutely wrong. And yeah, now he has been at a supply lead this game, but it's kind of deceiving, right? Because I feel like resources loss-wise, okay, it's fairly close, but Mana is on 3 bases. Does have that Colossus tech again, and he's going up to his 2nd Colossus. That army of BattleB is strong, though. Like, that is definitely brutal. Warp Prism falls in the main as well. This is definitely a moment for BattleB to get things going.
Yep, he is going to clean this up. 8 SCVs lost, so he takes damage, but like you say, now there's no Prism left. You can focus fully across the map. So he's going to do exactly that. Heading to the 3rd base of Mana where there is a Colossus. This is exactly where the Raven would have been incredible, but that's long gone. Can he break in anyways? Can he take a fight here? +1 attack. No battery just yet is obviously a big deal, right? So that's not ready. It's on its way. Looks as though we will not fully engage in before batteries will be done. Zealots and Stalker's going to come around the other side, so it's Mana that may look to try and really jump on this. He's going to grab one Siege Tank, trying to reinforce. And now he's going to go from both sides as the other two tanks get sieged. The Zealots melt very quickly. The tanks need to target fire down those Colossi. They're taking a little while, and the Super Battery's putting work in. We're still dealing with reinforcements too. BattleB gets one Colossus finally. Is Mana able to break through? It's very close. The extra Zealots should do it, and he will push this back for the moment at least.
It's so damn close between them, man. It really is. Like, to take down Colossus efficiently with a battery overcharge, you need a good 4 tanks minimum. So that was just missing out, but it was very spicy. Like, the reinforcements that actually got pumped in there, they were kind of mainly fighting Stalkers, and the Stalker count definitely got obliterated here. Resources lost tab. It's absolutely neck and neck, but these medevacs, this is one of those moments, Wardy. If you're BattleB, you are crying.
Yep, that's a 10 supply deficit for no reason other than trying to make a play. Mana gets a big win there. That is huge for him, and he will absolutely start to stabilize, because not just that, you know, you've also now shut down one of your opponent's points of aggression, one of the moments where they were really trying to find some further damage, find some more action on the map, and instead they come out with nothing but lost supply. So great stuff here for Mana, and he puts himself maybe into great position. The SCVs are coming, so all in time from BattleB, a 1-1 upgrade lead, but he is going up against multiple Colossi, 2 already out, and Mana hold the SCV pool.
I mean, this is kind of the worst time for Mana, the best time for BattleB that you can go. There's 6 Zealots out on the map here, which are looking to deal counter damage, but look where BattleB is. He's actually sectioning him off from his main base here.
First tank goes down, though, as we do get rid of the robots. No more Colossi coming out. Zealot counterattack from Mana, but BattleB should just be fully sending it on this side anyways. Vikings will get some shots off, force the Super Battery nice and quickly. Stalkers on the upper left still going down. Vikings have to pull back down to only 2, so not a lot of anti-Colossus really remaining here from the Terran player. And at the same time, the Zealots actually turned back around. They started to come down the bottom right to try and help fight against this.
Remember, he's already used Shield Battery Overcharge. This is really it for BattleB. Every second that goes by is worse for him, given that Mana's income is so much bigger, like 3 times that. But now BattleB is starting to get a little bit of damage done, but Mana's doing a good job. He's fighting away from where the big mass of army is, and BattleB, what does he do here? Does he move up into the natural? Does he move up into his third? He's going to go for the third here, and he's sieged up massively at the bottom, but so many Zealots, and GG. Mana takes it. That was actually a very close series between them. Jeez.
Very, very close. Mana gets it in the end, and a big sigh of relief. He was, you know, at the point of being 0-5 in the tournament, right? And then all of a sudden you get 2 in a row, you bring it back. And maybe just altogether, this can be a full point of turning for Mana in this tournament, right? Maybe going on from here, he can keep this momentum and do something with it. Because BattleB is not an easy opponent, so very good for him to be able to come through that one. GG's, and that is going to put us onto one final match today for Europe. And then we've got a couple from the Americas region. So let's have a quick peek at that schedule just to confirm that up next is some more PvP. ForJumi battles NightPhoenix, then Masa takes on Cham in the Americas. And Uka will be playing M. Canning in the Americas as well, and as an elimination match. So all of that is coming up. Stay tuned right here. We'll be right back. ForJumi and NightPhoenix is up next.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
One last match in Europe today as Swiss Round 3 is coming to a close. Obviously, there's been B-Stream matches as well. Nicorect, Milky Cow fighting for their tournament lives on the B-Stream coming up if you want to head on over there as well. We have ForJumi, NightPhoenix, and a little bit of PvP. And we're pretty much ready to dive on into it. This is a battle of two Pro Tour players who, honestly, Ben, for me, this is almost a coin flip of a series. I actually couldn't really pick between the two of them. ForJumi's good, NightPhoenix is good. Maybe I'd favor NightPhoenix ever so slightly, but like I say, clearly not enough to actually, put it out there and say it confidently, I guess.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Like, we're at 0-2, 0-2, and I never like being mean, and I don't think this is mean. These are some of the players that I might have expected to be here.
Yeah.
But when it comes to how good they actually are, like NightPhoenix, I played him a little bit on ladder, actually, and he was like 6.1k or something, which, yeah, I was genuinely like, holy crap, that's actually pretty hard to get these days, I have no idea where ForJumi is. Like, in the past, I've always felt that he's a good member of the community and not a bad little player as well. But going up against NightPhoenix, definitely two fairly young players duking it out. And, this feels like they're rightly matched for one another. So I'm curious. I think we're going to see some good PvP out of them, some solid PvP as well. NightPhoenix definitely a grinder. ForJumi, I know that he's one that Kevin always speaks fondly of.
Yeah, ForJumi's a good kid. He's out there. He streams a lot, or he was streaming a lot. Just puts in the work, puts in the time, and we'll see if he can get himself a series win here today. In the bottom left, he is going to be the blue Pro Tour player. He is ForJumi.
And spawning over in the top right-hand side as our red Protoss, it is NightPhoenix.
Alright.
This map again, Wardy. This map again. And how do you say it again?
Alkioni. That's how I'm going to say it.
Or Alki1.
Alki1. Alki1.
I was all about the Alcyone, and I never got behind the Giganatha.
Yeah.
Giganatha. I mean, I feel like people that said that also pronounce oregano, which I also think is weird. Mate, every American in chat right now is going to be like, oregano? What the hell? It's oregano, bro. And I'm like, mate, you guys say aluminum.
Dude, they really say oregano?
Yeah.
That sounds terrible.
You didn't. I know. It sounds really weird, but they also, do you know what they call basil?
Basil.
Yeah, basil. But I do love the Brits and the Americans, because I remember the whole Kalaris getting called out for urinal.
Urinal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also thought that was weird.
Oh, yeah, that was a funny one. I always love it when because I say Maru, right? And then everyone's like,
Maru?
Yeah, and everyone's like, no, it's Maru. I'm like, well, yeah, if you're American, it might be Maru, but for me, it's Maru. And like, Rrr! I've been shouted out many times for this.
I think one of my most ones that gets me a bit is when they go, you know the animal puma.
The puma, yeah.
Yeah, or like the brand Puma, and they're like, what? They're like Puma. I'm like, what the hell? Like, it just sounds. Oh, dude. Oh my god!
I can't believe you said the animal, the brand, but not the player Puma. My goodness.
I mean, that's when I used to hear it all the time. Yeah. It's when I was his teammate, dude. I remember doing an interview with him. Didn't speak a lick of English, but we were friends. It was so fun. But, dude, Adidas.
No, surely not.
Yeah, they say Adidas.
No way.
I tell you, I'm glad that we're grilling Americanisms here in the start of this game.
They can't stop us.
Absolutely gorgeous. Two Brits, what could go wrong?
Two Stalkers gonna hit this pylon as we are in this PvP. It's 2 gates against 2 gates. There's a little bit of difference though. 2 Adepts versus 2 Stalkers, but now it's 2 of each on both sides. A pylon's gonna die, man. That's actually quite nice for NightPhoenix. ForJumi gets supply blocked, and NightPhoenix is already on a Stargate as well. So I feel like NightPhoenix has everything Jumi has, but isn't supply blocked, and he has a Stargate and an Oracle on top of it. So I kind of like where this is for NightPhoenix. He's down 3 probes, I guess.
He is down 4 probes, and, you know, he is getting his tech going on and stuff. I mean, let's see, because, I mean, that Adept staying alive gets a good scout off. That's something we absolutely have to mention here. Resources lost tab is fairly close between them, though, and, yeah, we'll see how this really lines up.
Yeah, so NightPhoenix has more army ready to go, whereas ForJumi has a bit more workers. And ForJumi with the scout should be able to deflect this Oracle without taking more eco damage. So that should nullify some of the army supply from really making up for the worker count. So I actually guess initially I kind of liked it for NightPhoenix, but the more I look at it, maybe I'm actually not so bad about it for ForJumi. It's actually not so bad at all.
Yeah, PvP, my friend. So
PvP.
2 Oracles out in the field. That is something that absolutely can help a lot. But, we'll see, you know? Like, it keeps your opponent in the base for a little bit, but if they're in their base while also having a superior economy anyway, how good is it really?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because, like, you got these Stalkers pushing, you got the Oracles that can pin you in, but then blink so fast from ForJumi. I really feel as though that... what can NightPhoenix? Surely he can't actually push and do much at the front. He's going to hit a Stalker, but there's batteries everywhere. I guess he's going to distract to let the Oracles come in. This is why he's going to find 3-4 workers, so NightPhoenix is going to get damage done, and now he's actually going to get himself some damage done because the battery's out of energy, and we do not have energy for overcharge. Wow.
Oh, no. That actually was about as good as it could go. That is the first time I've seen a Protoss punished for macroing so well that they didn't have enough energy for Chrono Boost.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's
for
a
Jimmy.
real... That is rough, man.
If he has an overcharge, then he doesn't lose the army supply at least, and then he probably doesn't lose as many probes as well, obviously, right? Because then the Oracles can't stick around as much, but yeah, that really went badly. And now he's actually going to drop a Dark Shrine, so he clearly feels the need to get something done on the follow-up here. So he's going to go straight to the Dark Shrine. A Gateway drops down as well, so you'll have some Blink Pressure, a third Nexus, and he's also going to try and get the DTs in to try and deal some damage as well. So look at everything still from ForJumi. You see the Immortal up from NightPhoenix defensively set up. He does not have Blink of his own, and that will be maybe one thing as well that ForJumi can utilize in his favor as time passes by right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, kudos to NightPhoenix for pouncing on that situation because, you know, he was expecting that green battery to just turn on, and then he disengages because he had a very good army for disengaging, right? 2 Oracles in the back, 5 Stalkers in the front. Like, he could have absolutely got out of there scot-free, but nice for him to realize what was happening and pounce on the situation there. Now he's got himself a nice little lead here. Granted, they're both still pretty good on the worker count. It's just NightPhoenix's army definitely a lot more solid here. Like, so stocky with those 2 mortals in the mix.
Yeah, as long as it's in the right position, they don't get out-positioned by the Blink Stalkers, then it should be pretty fine as this Oracle comes around this bottom side, going to head in toward the main base, maybe even just a cheeky stasis ward. Stalkers are blinking across the map. The first DTs are showing up, and you know what? We do have 1 observer, but it is on the third, so 1 DT in the main, 1 TNT on the natural, and this is already looking pretty darn good because it's going to take a little while to clean this up, and the DT starts slicing, dicing, and yeah, you got the Stalkers ready to poke the third as well, so they're looking to take advantage too. Observer moves, but there's no units there. Oh no.
This is definitely what ForJumi needed this game, isn't it? And I mean, he's even getting on busy. Oh, he's going to try and deny the pylon over here as well, which stops the Immortal production. I mean, he's dealt the damage he was looking for here, Wardy. This is brutal by ForJumi.
Hello, these Stalkers of ForJumi just chased NightPhoenix into the main base as well. Well, an Immortal is here with the recall. We will blink out. Obviously, he can be blink. Well, actually, NightPhoenix can't blink, right? So he can't blink after this. So now you go back to the low ground. You kill even more probes. It just doesn't stop. And ForJumi is making plays.
He absolutely is. The resources lost tab is actually super even, but the game isn't at all. This was super nice out of him. And holy crap, that is one way to turn a game topsy-turvy over here.
Topsy-turvy, wiggledy-wobbledy, anything you pick, because that was a complete turnaround from what it was initially setting up to be. The Oracle Stasis Wards, a couple of probes as NightPhoenix is looking for damage, but that's obviously fairly minimal damage, and can't exactly say with good faith right now that we really like this at all for NightPhoenix. His army supply is a bit better, but he has to wait for Blink at least to have a bit more mobility in that army if he is going to push. Prism on the way. it does feel like he should probably just send it across the map and kind of hope he has an army supply lead, which right now he does. ForJumi's already poised to strike with Stalkers into the mineral lines. And I love that he's taking more Stalkers on the map as well, because they have the mobility, as long as they don't get caught in a stasis, they have the mobility to obviously do a lot, and even just kind of chip at this army, or even just know it's coming is good news. And now the Stalkers on the left can get moving. That was a late blink.
It's a nice little pounce from NightPhoenix at least. You know, he gets on top of this, and ForJumi, he's seizing the opportunity. He will get in there, and Probe's pulling against this. I feel that this is the last thing you want to be doing here. Just maybe keep on mining or run away. This is kind of the worst of those two options there. But he has to do something, and right now he has to go. He blinks in on top of this army over here, and he does pack a punch with a large amount of Immortals and tries to get a stasis on the go as well in the meantime. But ForJumi just has so much. A lot of this is Probes, but they're doing a good job tanking.
Probes are great against Immortal Stalker, man. Like, they really are, as he continues to chase down. He's got an army supply lead, he's got +1, he's got charge lots on top of the Immortals. NightPhoenix, I don't think he's going to do much more here. The single Stalker tries to get the Prism. That ain't going to work, but I think the Zealots will have a good enough time. Even against the Adepts, maybe they wouldn't run a little bit dry. On the other side of the map, we've killed so many workers. This is going to be GG, and ForJumi is going to take out a game number 1.
I love that just randomly, multiple times, we just look at NightPhoenix's base when he's on a 3-base situation. He's got a couple of Stalkers in his main base, you know? And it's just like, yeah, they're there. They're actually doing a good job there too. It's not as if that's a random mistake or anything. Very big turnaround there for ForJumi, because, yeah, a lot of that game didn't look the best for him. Like, that whole green battery fiasco where he didn't actually have enough energy was gnarly for him. Real gnarly, but wow, he absolutely flipped that game on its head. Played solid as well. He was against a big Stalker Immortal composition. He's like, you know, what do I need against that? Very quickly. Charge lots. Did just that. Nice game out of ForJumi there.
Yeah, lovely stuff. I actually didn't realize he ForJumi played, but he lost to Clem and young Yakov so far. And if you tell me that he's O2 because of that, you know, maybe I wouldn't have pegged ForJumi to do great in this event, or like, you know, push for playoffs necessarily. But like, when you tell me he's lost to Clem and young Yakov, I'm like, man, those are some pretty rough draws for your first 2 matches. Like, Clem is like, he's like 0-30 against Clem or something. Like, legitimately he is. And then young Yakov's really good lately. We talked about him earlier. So yeah, ForJumi's shown us, like, when he has a chance against an opponent that is more beatable for himself, he is not going to hold back, man. Excited to see this, as we have a wrong name on the logos, so we might probably regame here, because I don't think we can fix this without a regame. Let's see what that says. Uh-oh, because this is not ForJumi Arrowfire.
I see NightPhoenix ForJumi.
Yeah, you don't have the logos file. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine's all sensible, you see. Do you think is he asking why or yes?
I think he
Shift N, Wardy. Sort your life out.
Well, never knew that one. That's cool. I guess Shift and N. Yeah, I think Shift and N forces it into their real names, or the real name of the account, but that still means that the team logo is wrong. Okay, cool. All good.
You see, Bratok is an experienced caster, Wardy. He's been doing this for years.
You know, I'm glad we've got some professionals in here who knows what's going on.
You, on the other hand, you noob, you've only just started. He'll help us out.
Look, I'm just used to clicking the right name on the logos file, you know. It's in the top left. I read Protoss. Down a game is NightPhoenix. He's not from Macherino, but he is indeed NightPhoenix.
And spawning over in the bottom right, he does not say aluminum. Or maybe he does. He does not say oregano. It is ForJumi.
He maybe says aluminum, but he definitely doesn't say oregano.
He definitely. I mean, oregano, please.
There's no way Roddy would speak good about a man that talks like that. Surely not.
No, oregano. What does he think this is? A dance?
What?
I don't know.
I don't know either, man. Like, long day,
I still
man.
think the aluminum one's very funny. Sounds like a Hogwarts spell, you know? Wingardium aluminum.
I just
But actually,
Aluminum's the dumbest one though, because it literally isn't. They're literally just ignoring a letter.
I mean, they ignore a few things, but those Americans. But no, like the story behind aluminum is actually very funny. So the guy that discovered it, I don't know what his name was, but there is actually some history based on this. So he called it a name, and people got behind it. And then a few years later, he decided to rename it aluminum. And then a few years later, again, he renamed it again to aluminium. Now, the rest of the world got behind it, but America was like, we changed once, we're staying here. And so they stuck with aluminum. So that's the history. So they really went full Hogwarts. They liked the sound of it and kept with it.
So you're saying if Wayne was American, he'd still be Rattata?
Absolutely.
That's what I got from this story, StarCraft-wise.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But Jimmy loses the micro wall, the line of sight blocker. No, don't chase for it. That's, well,
Oy.
I guess that's in the end one extra stalker going down for one extra stalker going down, so maybe not so bad. So yeah, it works out in the end, I guess. If that stalker wasn't going to get away anyway, I guess it's okay.
Are you saying losing a stalker against losing two stalkers ain't bad?
No, I'm saying he'd already lost a stalker, and I thought he was going to lose the second one for free, but then it was like one extra for
maybe
one extra.
three.
Well, okay,
now he's lost three.
Yeah, this is
This is really bad. Yeah, this was bad before.
No, you was bad before.
This is getting out of control here, Wardy.
That's not what I said. God damn it.
God damn it. I mean,
at
least
behave.
ForJumi. Mate, I'm always behaving. What are you on about? Until I get a phone call, like Apollo's like, Ben, heard you making fun of Americans again. Please step it up a notch next time.
Ben,
really go into detail about how they say, oh, you know the car 350 Nissan or Nissan 350Z.
Wait,
Never hear an American say Nissan. It's that will really kill you, Wardy.
You know what's gonna kill ForJumi? These stalkers! Actually just kill the Oracle, which is pretty nice, and that will give him a chance. Battery obviously goes a long way in stalker fights, and okay, if we target down the low HP one, he's really spreading the love around on these stalkers. Super Battery's too late. Ah, man, he hit so many different stalkers so many times there. Did kill some probes at the same time as well, by the way. Yeah,
ForJumi definitely cranks out the probes, though. Like, even here, after all that kind of going wrong, and they've both killed 5 probes each, he's still 8 probes ahead somehow.
Yeah.
which is actually pretty wild, because I'm looking at that resources lost tab. It is 2k lost for ForJumi, and 1k for NightPhoenix, and this number's still spiraling. I've never seen shield batteries be so ineffective, by the way, in a series. Like, everywhere I'm looking, they're not doing anything.
ForJumi has 2 army supply against 25. I feel like shield batteries are not going to change things here, as they are out of energy as well. Like, they did a lot until they ran out of energy, There's just been a lot happening, as NightPhoenix is not letting up the pressure, and probably is going to tie this game up 1-1. I'm still laughing about you ranting about Nissans or something. It just changed so quickly from first you're talking about Apollo, then you're talking about Nissans, and
yeah, he called me.
Yeah.
I mean, 1-1 tied up between them. I mean, honestly, NightPhoenix was very good this game, and as soon as you lose a stalker early on, like, you're already in a little bit of trouble. Then losing the second one and third one, it was like, gosh darn, like, very brutal there. And everywhere we looked, it was like ForJumi was taking damage, and NightPhoenix was all about dealing the damage as well. So nice way for him to get back in the series, because a hard-fought game 1 into a very clear-cut game 2, that takes some tenacity actually from NightPhoenix there.
Cuts the momentum away from ForJumi instantly, right? Just don't let him revel in how well he did the first time around or anything like that, as we get ourselves ready for a game 3 of this series. And this time I see NightPhoenix and ForJumi correctly selected on the logos file, so no arrow fire surprise appearances. Perfect.
I mean, a lot on the line here for both these players, being Zeria and both young pro wrestlers, probably friends as well. definitely played against each other before because yeah,
They're
both
definitely friends. They're both Protoss. What other choices do they have?
they're all friends, man. Like, you know, if you read StarCraft Reddit these days, all bloody Protoss players, and they're all friends. They're all on the same side. It's like, you know, you can hand out so many wins to Zergs for tournaments, but still they'll hate the winner mines. It's like, oh my goodness, these guys, Zerg propaganda going strong.
Well, that's half hour of this stream has just gone down a hole. I don't know how to climb back out of it.
That's perspective. I think it's gone up.
You think it's gone up? I guess you just do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bottom left-hand side, blue Protoss player. It is ForJumi.
Spawning over in the top right, as a red toss, it is NightPhoenix.
Feels so much better now knowing that. Whoa! Now if I press Shift N, their names disappear. That's wild.
Yeah, you've used like Control N as well, right?
What? Control N?
Yeah.
What does that do?
Oh, does it not do anything with yours?
What does it do on yours?
It makes like the nameplates come down and the supplies and stuff.
Oh yeah, like, at the top. I thought it was Control Shift N, but yeah. No. I haven't used that since 2011.
Yeah, I'm a default overlay guy, you know.
That was like before we had like Game Hot and stuff, right? And you actually had to use that, and there was a separate program. It was called Starboard, I think. And it was basically just like a program that you could like add the score in and make it like basically like create a scoreboard over that, so that you could have the you know, a nice scoreboard and then the supplies underneath. I actually found a PC recently where I still had Starboard installed. I loaded it up. I was like, wow, it's so fun. It really wasn't that fun at all, but like
it's still fun.
Yeah, it's just nostalgia,
wild,
man. Guys,
you should see us on a Friday night. You know, we're wild.
Friday night, sat there making up scores, changing the colors of the players on my Starboard from 2011. Let's go.
Now he's really pushing it. Like, this is crazy. Okay, so we do have both these players scan each other out, so no blind play from either one of them. And double Stalker here for NightPhoenix. I mean, he's been pretty good with his Stalkers early on, hasn't he? So, I mean, might as well go for it. And he's been the one that's kind of been putting on the pressure a little bit, going for, like, Stargate plays, and he's doing it again as well, because might as well go with what's been working for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, Stargate's been good for him. It's obviously how he's comfortable opening, and oftentimes being comfortable is the best thing you can do. And, you know, especially scenarios like this, you're playing for tournament life. It's not time to do the thing you're less comfortable with. If you're already potentially nervous and all the rest, do what you feel is best for you. And it's actually going to be a Stargate as well on the side of ForJumi, so that means Stargate versus Stargate. Potentially Phoenix on Phoenix coming up.
That would actually be fun. Like, that would be fun. I feel like NightPhoenix is definitely an Oracle guy from what we've seen so far. And, I mean, I'm doing a lot of judging based on these last two games, but it definitely feels like he enjoys them, and he's also pretty good with them too. So, sticking with that, he's also got a lot of Stalkers out. So we'll quickly greet this Adept and most likely get it down.
Cool.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
He's a murderer!
Not only does the Adept live, but he's now a proclaimed critter killer. No, the probe came... Oh no, the probe came to fight, but the Adept had already regen shield, so it didn't actually die. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. 2 probes go down. What a disaster for NightPhoenix.
All for the sake of an Ursadak, or whatever the hell that thing was.
Yeah. That's actually one of the fight. You know, some people complain, the critter was in the way of my base for a moment. This is legitimately game-changing. You lost 2 probes because you misclicked the critter? Yeah, that's where you really complain. Critter's OP,
yeah,
man.
and had to, like, make the block and then cancel. Like, that was... It's up now. It's up now, that pylon. Like, what a critter. And the thing is, that critter on this map is way fatter than normal critters as well. So absolutely, the map makers screwed over NightPhoenix over here.
The map maker was like, you know what? I really want to influence PvP. I'm gonna make the critters bigger than usual.
Yeah, I mean, also that... Okay, that is another one that I wouldn't be surprised if the protesters of StarCraft Reddit do complain about, because they're like, oh, we misclick a lot more than the players playing the other races. Those fat freaking critters getting in the way.
I'm losing it, man. I don't know what to add. Stalkers are fighting back from NightPhoenix as he pushes ForJumi away. I don't know why I find this one so fun.
When you've been around for as long as I have, Wardy, you know that it's likely. you know that it's not out the realm of possibility, and that's the bit that makes it fun.
Yeah, I know. I can actually imagine it being a real thing, man. Like, it's just so true. All said and done, NightPhoenix is down 10 workers, and he put a lot of damage on that Nexus. In the end, had to back it up. He has the army lead, but I don't know if he feels confident enough to necessarily go across the map. And if he does get across the map, there's going to be batteries, assumingly. And if that's the case, I don't think he really does anything. So, straight up worker lead for ForJumi is feeling good right now.
He's got a worker lead, like pretty massive as well, considering that it's like 2 probes killed to 1. But he was up like a good. He's up a good like 9 probes at this point, which is actually pretty insane. Starting their Twilight Councils at the same time as well. Like, I gotta say, ForJumi's probe making, and maybe he does really emphasize like chrono boosting out those probes. He's been very solid.
Yeah. No,
I say that as the supply block trying to build some probes, but I mean, cast a curse up until the moment, you know.
Yeah, no. I mean, he has been.
Are you breaking?
I'm good. I'm okay.
Okay.
No, I do think that he's definitely been very focused on economy, right? Like, there's always both games or every game so far, he's really been making sure to take the worker lead, to really try and make sure he's always producing those workers. Where I think NightPhoenix has taken some turns more so into the army side of things. But yeah, obviously a worker lead like this is pretty substantial, and now he's caught back up on army supply. He's going to probably overtake in a little bit. He's going to have Blink a little faster, and he's also affording the +1 where NightPhoenix is not. But now we have a big divergence. NightPhoenix has 3 more gateways, so he's going to send it with aggression. Whereas ForJumi takes the 3rd Nexus. That's basically the 2 choices you have. You know, you have a left road and a right road. The left road, you take the path of evil, you 2-base all in. The right road, you're a good boy, you take a 3rd base. But now ForJumi realizes what's going on. He's also going to take the evil path and also 2-base all in, but now it's a defensive all in. And now he starts
This is... Yeah, the way you just worded it kind of reminded me of the old aggressive 4-gate or defensive 4-gate.
Yeah.
I don't think you were around during those times. Oh, this is not where those Phoenix want to be. But that was such a funny meta. It's like... You get 2 guys going for the defensive warp gate, and it's like nothing happens, and it's like, oh, this is awesome. But yeah, right now, ForJumi knows kind of what he's up against, and he is taking a 3rd in a very precarious location. But it's tricky against what NightPhoenix is doing here, and they both have to be so careful. They're both fighting just before Blink is done. But look at NightPhoenix. I love the way that he's kind of posturing here, and he's got that stasis warder just there and waiting, just hoping for ForJumi to make mistakes here. Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah, he is going to go Blink up into this main base. He'll get a pylon. Obviously, there's another pylon powering those gateways as the couple of Phoenix start to do some lifts as well. So ForJumi just trying to offset the numbers, give himself a good enough advantage here. There is a stasis ward that will only catch probes. Obviously, Blink Micro continues on both sides. The Phoenix gets some lifts off again. Reinforcements for ForJumi come right into the fight. +1 only just now finishes. He's pulling probes once more. Definitely an important addition. Just that tankiness goes a long way. He blinks to make sure that Stalker doesn't get away. And ForJumi holds still a worker lead. Army supply deficit, yes. And here's the reinforcements for NightPhoenix that might then make the difference as he expands on the gold base as well.
Oh, that shield battery overcharge is big, though. I mean, it's not going to be enough if he focus fires the Stalkers, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's actually doing a good job of doing that, but makes life a lot more difficult for himself. ForJumi is now on 3 bases. He does have a superior worker count, but NightPhoenix behind this, I love what he's done in such a precarious location. He's like, you know what? Let's go for that gold base, that mix base over there, while I'm being super damn aggressive.
Yeah, no, I like that a lot. Gotta be careful right now. Stalkers can one-shot, so the batteries do not matter currently. NightPhoenix getting some damage done. Again, he's fighting against the +1 attack. +2 starts from ForJumi. Just feels rich enough to do that. His own base isn't exactly where it's meant to be, so we are just all over the place, man.
Yeah, we really are. Okay, I heard a recall. Did he recall over to that base with probes? Yeah. I believe so. Yes. That is... Yeah, will help it get nicely saturated over there, so he can definitely be okay about his economy. I wouldn't be surprised if NightPhoenix... Has he done the same thing as well? Let's have a look. Recall off on cooldown here. So yeah. They both are fairly neck and neck when it comes to eco. Like, ForJumi has a lead on that number. NightPhoenix is losing probes somewhere. Let's have a look-see.
I think back over here, a couple of adepts got in. But yeah, you're right. He's got a lead on that number for ForJumi, but then the few gold mineral patches will help a little bit on the other side. NightPhoenix is still being so aggressive. I think this is where you give ForJumi chances, because some of these batteries will help out. Super battery's going to pop here. Let's see if it's enough. A few probes actually pulled forwards. ForJumi goes chasing, and when he chases, he actually gets a few stalkers. So that works out lovely for him as he pushes this back now.
We gotta remember, like, ForJumi, that +2 that you mentioned a little bit earlier, and you're absolutely spot on. That is absolutely going to pay out dividends once it finishes. Like, these stalkers benefit quite a bit from those upgrades. They do go up +2 damage against armored units each upgrade, and when you're only firing against armored units, it makes life a lot easier for you. And constantly ForJumi's trickling in units here, and NightPhoenix, he's fighting against ForJumi in his base with the shield battery. And again, these adepts just wreaking havoc in NightPhoenix's base, and he's having to use his blinks almost aggressively here. This is really bad for NightPhoenix, very good for ForJumi.
And ForJumi's about to have +2 attack, so his stalkers are only about to get even better than they've already been, which is just icing on the cake, quite frankly, as the robo facility finishes from ForJumi. That will help him out, and yeah, I wonder if NightPhoenix just, obviously he doesn't know about the third base, right? So I think he's making these calls saying, surely now, with my extra base up, I'm just gonna break through you, because you're mining out of your main, and you know, you will not have as much eco. Like, he's gonna go double check the left side, and it's not quite there, and then he gets jumped on, because now ForJumi's just afforded so much. But NightPhoenix quits out this game and rewinds it, and he sees that base, he's just going to know why he lost it. Immediately, that's going to tell him exactly what's gone wrong for him.
Absolutely is. And right now, when you see your army's got, or your opponent's got this much of an army, you're like, how? How? Does he have the other gold base? I mean, he's not only been warping in more than you back at home, but he's also being aggressive. And this random Phoenix that's been here as well has been helping pick off a unit, and Big Daddy Immortal joins the fray. NightPhoenix, I think he's feeling it. He's down and out this game. GG Grats! And ForJumi goes forward saying, take that, Ursadak killer. And obviously, he can thank that Ursadak for...
The Ursadak.
He's like...
Has anyone ever won a game after killing the Ursadak? I don't think so. And especially when you're killing it mid-fight. Absolutely.
He so kept the adept alive, killed 2 probes, and forced a pylon there that he probably had to kill later as well. That is value there, Wardy. Absolute value.
Value. Amazing stuff. All right. We are going to be rounded out for Europe here, guys, as ForJumi knocks down NightPhoenix, and ForJumi will live to see another round. He will be in Swiss round 4, which starts as early as tomorrow. That schedule will be exciting to see. The European matches all getting wrapped up. Matchings or pairings will be getting set for that next round, and that is for us another another round of this action done. But we've got 2 matches left as we move into the Americas. Let's have a quick peek at the schedule just to show you guys what is ahead in our final region of the day. 2 regions down, 1 region to go. A couple of best of 3s remain in the form of Masa versus Cham, and then Uko versus M. Canning. So that's going to be what comes up for the last couple of series here. We're a little behind schedule. I believe our American players have been waiting for us a little bit, so we will not waste too much time. We're going to go to this break. We'll come right back, head on into this TVZ. We haven't had a TVZ all day. That's why I picked this one. I thought it would be fun. So, Master Cham coming up after this. We'll see you guys in a few.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We're back once again. Masa, Cham, America's regionals are about to begin for the day. It's time to round out this group. This round of the Americas group. As we've got Masa, Cham, we've got Oko, MCAN, and a couple fun matchups and a couple different stages. Let's have a look at the standings in America as we get this opened up. Yesterday we saw Special and Scarlet book themselves into the playoffs. Australia recovered from 1-1 to go 2-1. Keller's future Discord 2-1. And a bunch of players at 0-2, including M. Canning and Oko, so they're going to be fighting to avoid elimination later on. Great match on the B stream, I want to point out, by the way. Trigger versus Nina is an amazing matchup at 1-1. We just had so many PvPs on our schedule already. I was like, I kind of feel like we'd like to cast Masa Cham. I think that's a fun series. Maybe Nina Trigger's even the better match in terms of names, but like, there was so many PvPs today. I think we deserve to cast a TVC. So we are going to be doing the 1-1 Masa Cham matchup. Which is coming up right about now. Our players should be ready. We are ready. How are you doing, Ben? We ready as well?
I am ready. I was also interested in Nina Trigger, just because, are they still roommates?
I'm not actually 100% sure, but yeah, they were roommates beforehand, so...
It is
a cool match, yeah.
Yeah, I found it cool because, Trigger's kind of like what is lined up to be the next big Protoss thing in North America, right? Like after Australia, Neeb. And also they were roommates for such a long time, and Nina's been such a mainstay. But yeah, I think Cham Masa can also be very interesting. Cham is a guy that has the South American region before. Like, I think he won like the last one that was there, which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And Masa, he's been around for so long. Like, he's a player that he was always annoying to me. Like, always annoying. And
yeah.
I'll tell you why, because he would play so little, but be so good regardless. And I remember, like, back on the day in the ladder, it's like, you know, you had a couple of hundred games, you'd have, like, your 80% win rate. Then Masa would have literally, like, a quarter of the games, but have a 90-odd% win rate. And it's like, God damn it, this guy. Like, can he just not?
And yet he did, Ben. He didn't respect how you felt. And it's in the top left.
No.
Blue term from Psystorm is indeed Masa. Doesn't play too much nowadays, but is still a mainstay in these regionals. And he does still bring out very fun build orders. It's actually really fun to see him play.
Yeah, I'll never forget him proxy raxing Scarlet like 5 times in a row or something.
Yeah.
Fabulous. And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, it is Cham.
Yeah, he proxy racked Neeb like 5 times in a row as well. It was like, he just had a season where he's like, you know what? It's proxy rack season. And he did so well with it.
Yeah, some of these Terrans really have no shame.
Yeah. Not like,
by the way,
like good old Demu, but Terran.
You know, my win record against Raynor. So Raynor, you know, the current Gamers 8 champion of the world. I think on a Ligulac, I'll forever be 4-0 against Raynor. And I think every game was 2 racks.
How long ago were those games?
I think Raynor could barely see over a desk at the time. You know, like
he had like the quadruple chair, like at Valencia that year.
Yeah, he was about waist height on a good day. You know, like granted, he's not that much taller now, but you know, waist height Raynor.
Yeah, nice. I'll never forget the Valencia he got round of 8 in, lost to Snoot, but like, man, he was just huge. He was actually like just like a tiny little kid. He's like just freaking like, it felt like it was actually like effort for him to move the mouse around the mouse pad. I was like, oh my god, like, and he's playing so fast. He's literally like whacking his mouse to the right, then whacking it to the left to get it to move. I was like, oh my goodness, this kid's insane. And then he actually became really insane.
He did, and I mean, Clem as well for a long time. Like, Clem always felt a little bit smaller than Raynor to me. Like, just, you know, he looked a bit more petite. I remember looking at Clem, this was like in Barcelona, like, you were there casting, but Clem at the time wasn't as good as he is now, because now he's freaking insane. But I remember looking at his hand holding the mouse, I was like, you can barely hold that thing. This is ridiculous. And you're competing at like a top level. And it just turned out that these kids, these tiny kids, they just needed to get big enough to hold a mouse, Swarty, and now they're amazing.
Yeah. Surprised no one ever told them about the Zowie Miko, man. That would have been perfect for them back in the day. That thing was tiny.
I think they needed something
even smaller.
Something even smaller.
No.
Yeah. Like,
It's
do you
impossible.
remember that That was he Turkish? Zergahamdi?
Oh yeah.
Do you remember his maps or no?
No, I do not.
It was like the size of my thumb. I kid you
No,
not. Like,
what?
yeah. He played with a proper like $5 you buy at the airport kind of mouse when you're traveling.
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Like the little. Sometimes they even used to come in little like elastic strings. Like you'd be able to like pull it out. Yeah. No way.
And I was like, you are kidding me. 3 drones falling for Masa's troubles here. He did go for a build that meant he got very fast Hellions, like very fast. So it was gas first into barracks, and then Reaper, obviously. But it means you get the fastest factory you possibly can. And you see that immediately with that, he utilized that little timing there just to deal as much damage as he possibly could. And this little follow-up here with these Cyclones is also kind of interesting. But yeah, if only they had the little mice, Wardy.
If only they had the little mice as our Cyclones will be kind of scary. You see the single Marine coming across. It's going to go after the Overlord right now. And just going to go hunt that down. So just going to push that to the side. The Cyclones will not do too much just yet as we get ourselves set up for these first few moments. And yeah, I expected Masa to kind of come in a bit aggressive, trying to get a couple things done. I see the lair coming up on the side of Cham, and yeah, we'll see what the next step is. That's a pretty fast lair, and it's going to be accompanied by the Roach Roaring.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a player that loves his roaches, it is Cham, right?
Yeah.
Like he will make roaches. I would almost guarantee like every game of this series, just because he loves them so much. And you know, he comes from an era where Snoot was very good with like the infestors and stuff with them, but Cham has just kind of never got out of loving them. But here, this little army, and this is a guerrilla army, man. Like 2 Cyclones, 2 Hellions, and a Cloakless Banshee over here, just taking out Overlords and stuff. It's
like
pretty wild.
Campaign mission.
It really is. It's like this army attacks you, and you're like, wow, the computer's pretty wild. except it's bloody Masa.
Yeah. I set the eye on difficult today, did I? And turns out, yeah, it is indeed Masa. Stim behind it as well, so it's going to play bio. Yeah,
Wait, these are 2 Cloakless Banshees over here. This is very odd.
You don't need cloak if you're not going to hit the mineral line, man. We're just going to harass, shut down creep, and protect the Cyclones at all costs, apparently.
That's true. And he, you know, not getting cloak, he has forced out 3 Spore Crawlers anyway, which I don't know whether Cham wanted to make those or, you know, just has done it as a result, but this amount of lings that he keeps trickling in, this is not enough to deal with this.
Nope. It is absolutely not. It's just going to have ourselves a hatchery. Still taking some damage. That's the 4th phase cancelled. This really just kind of random amount of units is doing so well. And I bet Cham cannot wait to just get himself a whole bunch more roaches up to just deal with this. Like, that's why roaches are so good, man. They don't let stuff like this happen. But yeah, need to get those roaches out. But so right, I just wanted to say, like, Cham really is the roach guy. Because I remember when Submarine was in the map pool, it was an insta-veto for every Zerg in CVT. But Cham, it was in every best of 3. He picked it first because it was so small. It was great for his roach builds. And this is before like roaches were like a more common thing in TVZ. So yeah, 100% the roach man.
Yeah, 100%. Always has been, always will be. And I don't know if it's because he's sort of scarred by playing in the South American region. Because sometimes if you went Zergling Baneling against like a Terran that went mech all of a sudden, you know, you were in a lot of trouble. He's really going for this hatchery, by the way. Like those, everything was locked onto that, so wasn't actually dealing too much damage to these units that were dealing damage to him. But yeah, if you do play against the likes of Special very often, you know, that can definitely haunt you / traumatize you to the point where you never make lings ever again.
Yeah, that's actually very true.
It kind of reminds me of Stefano, who was kind of like a point, you know, he was the roach timing guy, but also he's been I kill Terrans with only lings. I will also never forget him versus MVP in the Legends tournament, where he plays against MVP that's literally playing with not his gear at all, and MVP has learnt one build, which is mass Hellbats and tanks. And Stefano thought it was a great idea to try and beat that with Ling Bane only. Yeah, and I've never seen such a stomp in my life. I think MVP literally like A-clicked Stefano's base, went AFK and killed Stefano, trying his absolute hardest. But yeah, that's what happens to you sometimes.
That's so funny because I was like, I watched this game and I feel like MVP was like shocked. He's like, wait, why is everything dying? for him. That was funny.
Yeah, that was fantastic. It was great talking to Stefano afterwards about it, because I think it was Roddy making fun of him, you know, like, you know, you got 1 APM by MVP, how does it feel? And Stefan's like, oh, sod off, I thought I would win with Ling Bane. It's like, no, you didn't.
Heck, man. Crazy. Yeah.
I love casting StarCraft. You can make fun of all your friends.
Yeah. It's actually true, right? No, that was specifically crazy because what I thought was really funny about it was like MVP the last time you saw him play 8 years ago was only ever playing mech anymore because he had bad wrists, right? So
yeah,
shock horror, he played mech 4 games in a row. That was it was almost like surprised to see Stefano so surprised as we do have a couple of corrosive bars going to push that Medivacs away. And Masa powering up here. Did
you see the Lings run into the biles there?
Yeah.
That was like it's like the New Zealand rugby team. Like, that wasn't a mistake. That was intentional. He's instilling fear into Masa by slapping himself, just to show that he's not afraid, Wardy.
Not afraid at all. No. I did get a couple group gamers down here with their Marines, so that's a nice little catch as Medivac just retreats back home. I like what I like what Masa's done this game, but I do worry that I feel like now Cham is just on 4-5 bases. He's about to just swarm. Like, for everything that Masa did, Cham has just ended up on 5 bases anyways, and now he's maxed out. Viper's on the way, Adrenal Gland's on the way. Cham's just playing a very solid game of StarCraft. Like, yeah, he lent on the roaches to get here, but so many Zergs do nowadays. I'm impressed by the timing of everything. Like, he's so well set up.
He really is. And I mean, Masa's going for a very kind of old school push here, isn't he? Like, just straight down the middle of the map. He's on 2 factories, on 5 barracks. 2-2 is going to come online fairly soon. That +2 armor is fairly quick for Cham. And Masa was a little bit late to starting his 2-2 as well. So the timing absolutely goes against him. And you're right. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Cham with everything that he's got behind it. But Masa's good, man. Like, he will start dropping here, there, and everywhere if this starts getting a little bit messy. And that's exactly... Okay. The Banshees, they're back. Wait, did he make a... I thought he lost one.
No, you don't think he ever lost a Banshee.
Okay. So he keeps those alive, and they're back to deal damage, and yet again, a good, 6 minutes later. That's awesome.
I would love to see one more than one Viper here. You know, there's so many tanks. Blinding Clouds are going to be your absolute best friend. One Viper just isn't going to cut it. Then again, so many of the tanks are so far back. Masa could do with bringing a few of them forward, I think, if he wants to really have a good chance at a good fight. As Adrenal Glands finishes, that's the trigger for Cham to go. And he is going to send it forward here. Ling Bane on a couple different angles, a couple tanks getting some shots off. We are going to keep running through. The tank line's doing work, though, especially as a lot of this is taking place off creep. For a moment, I kind of liked it for Masa. I was like, maybe? But in the end, Cham just has so much. It's never ending, this Zerg Swarm.
It really is so much. And this is one of those fights where you as a Terran, you're like, that was going about as well as it could for me, right? And then it's like, yeah, except for that whole 2-2 thing being done right after the fight finishes. But yeah, Masa's army was just very spread out, but way less tech involved here. Like, way less. And, I mean, Cham's honestly taken some kind of bad fights here, but that upgrade deficit that Masa had, and just the fact that Cham is so rich behind this, like, Cham is not desperate at all here. I think I saw 8 Ultras on that production tab, and that, Wardy, is a pretty damn good number to be making.
Yeah, Ultras are going to be great. I mean, okay, we've got Marauders from Masa. He's got a Liberator on the way, but...
He's got 4.
Yeah, okay. I mean, 4 Marauders, 2 Libs. I don't think that's going to cut it against the... It's about to be 9 Ultras, actually, which is ridiculous. So, Cham Max, not really any reason to wait apart from just units producing. And Masa back in the center has a lot of Medivacs, but kind of feels like that's the only thing he has a lot of.
If there's any matchup I think Cham is actually pretty damn solid in, it's CVT, man. Like, to get out of the region that he played in, you had to be so good at this matchup. Like, so good. And right now, he is really showcasing, like, he's very beastly. Like, you know, there's Ultralists here. This was a solid Roach game. Wasn't a Roach all-in. It was a solid Roach game into crap loads of everything. And this army that it has right now, I mean, there's more Medivacs than Terran units alive, and Cham's rich behind this, man. He's on 97 drones.
Yeah, Cham's played a monstrous game. I said it earlier, I was impressed with where he was at, and I think that's very true right now as well. Queens could transfuse this base. I actually think it was shift click to transfuse the base, actually. I'm not sure. But anyways, either way, you know, this base goes down. That's one small loss in amongst a mountain of losses on the other side of the map. Whole position SCVs are putting in work until the Ultras just slice through them all. And yeah, there's just no answer to Ultras. These Ultras are untouchable.
Absolutely untouchable. And these tanks, they're trying their best. And the Ultras, you know, sometimes they do win games. Sometimes it's not every day you see it. You know,
Don't
sometimes
tell us
the
Zergs
Zergs on sometimes the Zergs on Reddit are correct, but this time they were not. And here, Masa is going to be significantly behind in upgrades. And oh my goodness, when your opponent is just running like a random Infestor and Viper at you just to parasitic bomb you and fungal your medevacs, that's when you know you're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those ones where, you know, Masa's like, you know what, I want to feel the pain. I'm not going to leave this game just yet. Because Cham is pretty much ready to roll into him once again. 4 fresh Ultras up in the front. He's got Infestors added on just for good measure. We do see Masa still trying to harass this right side, trying to knock down this base. That's where Masa is having his fun at the moment. As he comes in with it, the Ultra gets there. A couple of medevacs just lift up and retreat away.
Yeah, I mean, the Kree spread is very much stopped spreading in the middle of the map after that push initially from Masa, but Cham doesn't need it at this point. Like, he just went over to where he thought a 4th base might be from Masa. It wasn't there. Like, Cham absolutely knows he's in control here, and he's got, let's have a look at the numbers. He's got 6 Ultras on the field. It's a lot of Lings as well. He's maxed out entirely, and now he's like, you know what, I can just start putting down some spine crawlers here, there, and everywhere, and yeah, this is the fun kind of game if you're a Zerg player. You just rally everything across the map and just absolutely reap the rewards of your rather stellar early and mid game.
Yeah, this is not really much to add. We have a single Liberator that's going to be the defense. It forces all of these Ultras away. As Masa sets down 100 supply. Bit of bio dives on the right-hand side, still trying to make something happen there, but obviously we can see this is an unrealistic hope. It ain't going to go anywhere at all.
No, I mean, 23 workers that can't really mine that much. I mean, absolutely brutal. And Masa, you know, he realizes that, hey, this hasn't got the best, has it? And it's like, no, it hasn't. That early little squad of units that was really cool, actually. I'm kind of surprised it started off so fun and nice for him, and then went so awry. It's almost like teching out of it cost him a bit too much, and the 2-2 times a bit too off, but nicely done out of Cham, man.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm just super impressed with Cham. I especially when I thought the start was pretty good for Masa. Like, I favored Cham coming into this, but like I thought Masa was like onto something. He was getting some damage done. It felt pretty cool. I really felt he had something going, and then Cham was just like, all of a sudden I was like, oh my god, like he's almost maxed. Like he's got loads of drones. His tech switches have been absolutely fluid. Like clearly he had a little bit of, you know, back and forth early, but since then he has been steamrolling the macro. And that's definitely a statement there as we get ready for Game 2, which is going to be Oceanborn. Cham up a map, and if you win this, you get to 2-1, of course. Big breaking point, 2-1 versus 1-2. You know, 2 chances to get to playoffs, and then win-win is the only option if you're 1-2. Otherwise, you're out of the tournament. So, and in the Americas region, it's so tough. Like, there's so many good players that are, you know, down. I mean, one of Trigger and Nina are going to be 1-2, so you don't want to face against them. Like, it's difficult, man. Like, there's a lot of good players. There's a lot of competition below that very top level, where it's maybe a bit more set in stone. The rest of the group is oftentimes wide open in this region.
I mean, it super spiced this region up for me. As soon as they combined the Americas, and it was like, all right, we know that Special, Kelazor, Cham's top 3 in South America, and then it's like, all right, who's going to win out of Estrella, Scarlet, and Neeb back then? And it was like, all right. But then you combine it all, and it's like, holy crap, who actually is the best in this region? And, you know, the trickle-down effect, because right now, what's really cool is you have Scarlet and Special both being 3-0, and then you have the, like, Kelazor, Estrella 2-1, and I mean, that kind of stuff is awesome to see out of StarCraft.
Yeah. Love that a lot. It's in the bottom right. Loved his opening. Couldn't quite get it done after that big push and got picked apart. It is going to be in the bottom right, our blue Terran Masa.
Have a look. Spawning over in the top left as our red Zerg, it is Cham. By the way, very interesting that he's been starting off with a pool before making the hatch, both games. And I don't know whether that's because of proxy axes, which have kind of gone out of fashion quite a bit recently, but Cham is the kind of guy that makes me think he just likes this as a build. Like, I was just thinking about it, where Zergs have some of them have different approaches to how they deal with droning. Like, some Zergs, you'll see that they make just enough units to survive and have, like, an immaculate defense, while also trying to be as greedy as possible. Like, it's a very fine line. And then you get other Zergs that overmake drones with the knowledge that they're probably going to lose some. But if they get away with it, they're very far ahead. And Cham definitely falls into that second category. So sometimes it can look like, oh no, he's taken a lot of damage. But if I think about another Zerg that sometimes falls into that as well, it's Solar. Whereas they kind of act like the punching bag. But then you can find if they aren't punished for what they're doing, they get very, very far ahead in games. And this game, Cham, with that early pool, will have these lings very early on the map here against Masa. But it's scouted out, so that's nice for him.
Yep. As the feelings do go around the SCV, and that left side just going to get pushed away. But it found out that there's lings about, so you just know that as Masa. Honestly, he was already going CC first, right? Which, against the lings themselves, is great, because the lings can't really get there in time to do anything against CC first. You know, there's just going to be no SCV built in the command center to pick off or anything, so yeah, in that case, it's fine. Maybe of some pool first, the road drawing timing can be scary if you're going CC first as well, but again, at this point, it's already kind of past that super scary stage. At this point, you should be able to get stuff out to defend if necessary.
Yeah, it's pretty cool by Masa that you went for a CC first this game, which it's actually one of the best builds against any sort of pool first build, just because, A, even if they go for like a 12 pool or whatever, you're actually not in the most terrible shape. Like, I think it was Marine King Prime many years ago, showcasing like how to hold it. And by the way, he would never wall either while doing it at pool, and you know, is kind of nuts. But he has gone against a very not greedy opening while being pretty damn greedy himself. But Cham, look at this, that lair. He has absolutely changed what he was set out to do. That is a very quick lair this game, Wardy.
Fast lair, road run coming down. Obviously, you could think Nidus network here. There has been a couple of builds lately, which was just kind of 2 base for roaches. This was more a response to the kind of multi-Rax Reaper plays. You don't have to defend a 3rd base early, and then you have a very strong roach timing while they transition out of the Reapers. Obviously, this was not a Reaper-based opening. Cham very much so knows that. The Reaper gets in to see the lair. Well, that's terrifying, because now Masa knows, but then Masa's got to be a bit terrified too. He drops a fusion core down. Oh my goodness.
I feel like Masa right now is my spirit animal. Like, this is absolutely like, I don't know whether he planned on doing a 2 starport BC build or whatever, but that is so funny. Like, one of the things that he has to be very scared of is a Nidus hitting him before he gets everything online, you know. But I'm not sure if that's what Cham's actually going to go for here. Because, yeah, that is one thing that would absolutely knock Cham out right now.
Yeah, no, I kind of thought it as well. I don't think he ever wanted to go Nidus, but especially if the lesson, you're definitely not going to do it. And now double BC comes up, and so it's kind of funny because you have to left fast enough to get a Spire if you knew, but you don't know right now, and that's kind of the problem. There's some roaches going to move across. Yeah, Cyclone is a bunker. I don't really see these roaches doing too much. Yeah, I guess it depends how the macro goes.
So one funny thing about the new Cyclone, it's actually way worse against roaches than the old one. Like, way worse. Like, you know, his damage output is going to be so bad against this, but he just wants this Cyclone to buy time, which I think is a smart move, actually. Still probably will get caught out here, but he is buying time, and now he's going to actually suffer some losses here. Because Marine's in a bunker, as soon as they leave that bunker, they're pretty much toast against these roaches. So this is actually a really cool attack by Cham, and it's actually going to do a fair bit. But given that he's like, oh right, what's happening here? This is not meant to do this much against you. Like, he is producing Spore Crawlers back at home, but he's got no more Queens in production here, Wardy. I'm actually starting to think that Masa, I'm not going to say he's okay with this, because nobody's okay with this, but if he goes across the map now, Cham's in a lot of trouble.
The sooner he goes, the better, because Cham's underprepared at the moment. An extra Spore starts up now, realizing what's up. He's going to try and get on top of the tank and avoid the shots. He is going to get there, but the repair is going to be good enough, and all of that is going to come down to now the BC teleporting on the other side. The first queen here goes down. Obviously, because you have 2 bases from the start and you built a lair, queen production is extremely minimal with this build, right? So you only had 3 queens? Are we dead? Spire's on the way, but this is rough, man. You got a long time to go until a Spire's built.
He's my spirit animal, man. I told you. But like, no, I mean, like, this is super bad for Cham. Like, he went in there, but look, he even had a 4th base online. Like, he had no idea what was going on this game. The Spire super late. Didn't plan on nidusing or anything with that, really. I think Cham just... He was in autopilot mode, and he has been massively caught out here. And the thing is, this is... He should have been all over this, man. Like, this is very bad for him. Very bad.
Wow. Queens still trying to deal some damage. The BC's coming across. And obviously, you just chase these queens down. There's more BCs building, so it's only going to get worse as this hatchery falls. You can go elsewhere. I mean, the Spire's on the way up, but you got 600 gas. Is that really that scary an amount of corruptors?
Oh, he just scanned to try and find the Spire as well, and I think that's exactly what he's going to start going for. Yamato is going to be online very soon. Maybe that Spire goes down before it even finishes here. That would be the true nail in the coffin.
Yeah, if he sees it, I mean, I guess he sees it now. If he Yamato's it, I mean, the problem is one of his DCs is just so low, right? So I don't think he's going to go for it, so I think he's just going to get the finish, but either way, damage is already done, man.
Yeah, and he might kill the lair here. And even if he doesn't, like, how many drones have died? I mean, 17 at this point. It's like, well, and keep in the Yamatos, because that upgrade is done now. They are pretty damn good against the corruptors that are being made. Oh, he's gonna... Okay, I question everything.
I agree. Maybe the corruptors would have been better, but I think he's also a bit afraid that he's... Like, he teleported the first BC back. I think he was just afraid they're going to get picked off before he teleports them away, so... Just being safe, taking a queen rather than nothing at all, and BCs will repair up, and we've got 4 on the map against a Zerg that's down 50 supply.
Yeah, this is, you know when I said, like, Cham goes for the second approach with the, you know, losing a lot of drones but overmaking? Like, you can see here that in almost full effect, but it absolutely did not pay off. Having 0 defense against the BC stuff. And I dare say, when he sees this army moving out here, he's just like, I'm kind of dead. Yes.
Yeah. He's kind of
even going for +1/+1, like, he's he's wild. He's wild.
He believes, man. Like, his roach drone might be bleeding out, but he believes in the 1/1 for the roaches.
He believes. He believes. And how many BCs is that now? 5? I mean, there's more BCs than corruptors on the map. And I think some of them just maybe got Yamato'd.
There's more BCs than... Oh, yeah. You know, 2 corruptors, 2 queens left. Now there's more BCs than anti-air units altogether. Queens and corruptors combined, so... I'm gonna go
look at the resources lost tab, Wardy. That's pretty solid.
5k favor. 9 minutes in game. You've lost 1,000. Pretty good, yeah.
The good old 6.6k against 1.5, and, you know, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
It's not getting better in this game. This game has to end before it gets better.
This is why I love NA, man.
Yeah. It's just
you
special,
would not see this. Yeah, you would not see this anywhere else. And, you know, when they tell me, hey, Benny, you're getting hired, not paid to cast, and I'm like, oh, damn. but we're like, and they're like, don't worry, you get to watch NA. And I'm like, oh, yes, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Well, we get to watch even more of it because this goes to a game 3, so we will be going the distance. We have more matches from NA all coming up. And get that going in just a couple of moments to get this up and rolling here. And yeah, keep diving on in.
That was actually a cool game, though. I still unsure entirely about the opening from Cham. Like, it all felt a little bit off, but that was Masa just being kind of cool there, and I like a lot of what he was doing as well. Like, got to spot what he was up against. I mean, the bunker at the natural against that little roach push definitely meant that he didn't completely die, and you know, once he got the battle cruisers out. But yeah, that was absolutely Cham just being like, hey, I'm winning, but not really thinking about what was going on behind it, I feel. Like, he absolutely missed a beat there, didn't he?
Yeah, no, it felt like it just took so long for him to respond, but even if he realized, like I say, because it's 2 bases, you build a layer of 2 bases, like your queen count's naturally low, so even if you start building queens early, I'm not sure how much better it would have suddenly gone for him.
No.
So yeah, even more of a problem there is, looks as though we're just about getting ready for this game 3. We'll see if Masa, I mean, would be an upset, I think, if Masa comes through and wins this. Cham is the player who's definitely been much more active, he's been much more kind of, just around and playing in cups weekly. Masa's really here for this regional, and if he knocks Cham down, like I said, that is definitely a big upset.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe Cham, like, within the last few years, went to Korea. Like, that's how serious he's been with his training, and Masa, I have no idea what that man does these days. No idea. Like, I know he's cool, and again, I'll go back to the whole, it annoyed me with how little he practiced and that he was still pretty damn good. But yeah, we're getting into a third map here between him and Cham, and that's absolutely awesome. Spawning over in the bottom right as that blue Terran that I'm often jealous of, at least back in the day I was, it is Masa.
In the top left, that red Zerg player from the Starlight Twinkle. It is Cham.
So he... Okay, I want to bet. Do you want to bet? I bet he's going to go pool first. Yeah.
Did the last 2 games. I think he'll do it again. There's also Masa. Like, Masa's known for proxying.
I would have lost.
You would have lost. I like to save you money, Ben.
I would have bet so much.
I was kind of with you, though. I wouldn't have took out.
Interesting, because so far it's been Masa kind of changing up the builds a little bit. So first game we went for the gas first, then barracks expand, which, you get out the fast factory that we talked about, then very quick, like, Hellion in the base, then cool guerrilla warfare afterwards with a little squad. But then it was CT first. Now, 2 racks on the low ground Reaper. Like, that kind of level of divvying up your builds, I think that's really cool out of Masa. Like, regardless of how much he practices or whatever, he's very much in line and keeping up with what is meta these days, because this is a very meta build.
And what's also meta is Terran players doing different things. Like, gone are the days of, 3CC, Hellion Banshee, or just skip the Banshees. Like, that was the mix-up, right? Maybe you'd throw in an Armory and a Hellbat attack, but yeah, this is really a meta in TVZ. A lot of the time you're changing up your build game by game, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Even going to get this bunker up so he has somewhere to put the Reapers on top of the natural. Very fun.
This is kind of wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to go up, right?
I don't see him stopping it. I mean, there's going to be a Reaper out here very quickly, and already that's going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, because that is not what you want to be dealing with this early on. Like, that makes this whole thing a bit more annoying to shut down. Can't get drones down on this expansion, which you'd love to be doing right now, because you don't actually need the amount of gas that he's mining, which, we still see 3 on the gas here. So already, and again, Cham's played a little bit strange to me in this series, but that is, it's wild. Can pop in this. This is really cool out of Masa. Love it so far.
Yeah, bunker's neat because it just gives you somewhere. It's like a safe haven, it's a safe house for those Reapers. They can just jump into it when they need to regen. There's the Baneling Nest. I think that had to be what he was going for when he kept mining gas, right? So
yeah,
a Baneling Bust, not necessarily against the bunker, probably just link speed against the bunkers. We lost a Reaper. I think a Baneling Bust across the map afterwards is what he's going to look to do to win the game.
Okay, so that was actually really bad for Masa. Really bad. Cham doesn't have to respect this half as much as he initially did. And the fact that he's doing what he's doing here, like, Masa absolutely has seen a lot of links being produced from this natural, right? Absolutely has. And Cham's being kind of smart here with the fact that he's kept a lot of lings in the main, which I think is really good by him. But can you imagine if this was 3 Reapers to deal with? This would have been... You'd have to reveal more, you wouldn't be able to do all this. And now Masa's in a position where that wall off that he has, he needs to start making, like, engineering bays and stuff there pronto. Like, absolutely right now.
He's dead, man. Like, he doesn't know. And if you don't know, like, this bunker's too late. The bunker oftentimes will save you, but it has to be finished. If the bunker's not done, like, you're in trouble. Because there's more Banelings than you need to knock down depots here, so you can get some Banes towards the Marines as well, and obviously without any micro capabilities, it's not going to be easy. We knock this down. The Marines are kind of hiding in the corner. The ones on the top side of that bunker is kind of cute. You do target fire down at the Banelings, but then the entire main mineral line's in trouble.
It absolutely is in trouble, and this was Masa being called out, man. He was being fancy, he was being cute. He's got 3 CCs up, which is one thing that might be able to get him back into that. And he is re-solidifying his wall. And to be fair, Cham really did hunker down and make a lot of extra lings here. So 18 lings on the map, that could have been 9 extra drones here. I tell you what, Cham is ahead for sure, but it's not as crazy ahead as I thought it was going to be. Like, it could be even more, right?
Yeah,
He's got, what, 6? Is he just going to try?
He's going to go for round 2. I don't understand round 2 when he's been droning, if I'm going to be honest. Although the bunker's gone now, so actually if these lings can just get in, there's actually not really much damage on them. Oh, he doesn't like the idea anymore. Okay.
He cancelled it, and also he's supply blocked. Giga. He's actually making buildings just to unsupply block himself, but still not producing overlords. What's going on? Okay. There we go. That was a long time, man. Yeah. He must have thought he had overlords in production there, because that was a long supply block, and every single move like this is just very helpful if you're a Masa fan.
100%. I kind of wish he just went for round 2. I actually think he would have had some potential. It's scary. He saw the Cyclone. Clearly didn't think he had enough. Maybe if he'd kept making lings all the way throughout, because he did stop the drone. If he just made lings and then gone for round 2, it might have been good enough. But with drones as well, I think cancelling might have just been the better call. And so he'll just take these lings on the map, open up some rocks, make the map more open for himself, take a 3rd hatchery, and we're into a mid-game from this wild opening on hard lead.
Absolutely. One massive thing in favor of Cham is the upgrades. Like, if he gets them going, because no engineering bays have even been started yet for Masa, which is that if you are against Ling Bane instead of Roaches, being behind on upgrades is absolutely something that can really set you back massively, right? But he will have 2 medevacs out in the field. Stim is done and Combat Shield is on the way. Let's have a look at the unit count. Only 4 Queens for Cham. You know, a lot of Zergs tend to go with 7 or 8 being pretty damn good numbers, but Cham, a guy that likes to be a bit more greedy, and he's okay with losing drones because he tends to make so many of them.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. That's very true. You can lose a few and then still be okay. Here's a bio attack looking for the 4th base. Gets there. The Zerglings are going to be there.
Yeah, the upgrade's not yet done for Cham, and he's realizing, damn, I actually need a little bit more against this. So does get a cancel on here. That is a little bit of a victory here for Masa. And again, he is on 3 CC, but realizing, like, okay, there's more here. And now Masa's the one that's been supply blocked for a bit of time. Macro on both sides kind of faltering a little bit. Supply drop there. Still supply blocked on the new supply. Yeah, a bit of a brutal game.
Yeah, a little bit messy just all around, but sometimes that gives us the best StarCraft, especially because they're both making the mistakes. It really kind of levels the playing field, right? So, very fun.
Absolutely. Liberators, tanks. This reminds me of a Cure build. I can't remember the map pool that it was on, but it was definitely quite a few seasons ago where he would go 3 base and just go pure Marine tank Liberator. And he beat the likes of Serral during that meta, which was really cool. But I think Masa realizes, like, my upgrades are so late, I'm in such a dire spot, I'm going to need to do something. Maybe the Liberators are just for harassing, but when Cham runs these Banelings into this 3rd base, he's like, oh, there's not that much there. Oof, that was brutal.
That's a few SCVs. And watching this drop because it's been all over the place as well. And Cham's going to then just fall back to what is now a bigger... Matt's going to fall back to what's a bigger push still with a tank on the high ground too. Cham has to be careful, and he's going to realize it now as well. And it's so weird to go Ling Bane with Bane speed and then be like, you know what I need? Now I need Roaches and Roach speed. Like, Cham
he's the Roach.
He's the Roach man, yeah.
And because he has such a low Queen count in general, this Liberator on top of a hatchery is actually pretty brutal. And every Queen loss here, this is all fairly brutal. Like, can you imagine? You could actually hold the top of this ramp with 2 Liberators. That would have actually been like a killing blow.
Yeah, that would have been actually insane. I was surprised the tank shot came in. Obviously, Masa's just been moving up his units during this as well, so still playing very nicely, still keeping the pressure up. And he just keeps on dropping, man. This Liberator comes through, Siege on top of the Queens. Another Queen will go down. The Lings are going to run in, but I don't think they're going to have a good fight, even with the melee upgrade advantage. And obviously the Liberator doesn't care about upgrades. Going to slap down a couple of Banelings as we go. Corrosive Vials weren't really necessary. They drop anyways, as we do see Masa. Yeah, just still keeping a good position, keeping this pressure up. He's going to see the Ravagers as free pickings right now as well. Doesn't quite get that one. Might be worth getting Conquest Shells.
Yeah, Conquest would definitely help. And Cham, the one massive lead he had in this game was upgrades, which, whatever happened, he completely forgot about 2-2. Completely. He's got the money and has had the money. That is a big detonation on that third base, though. That is huge, because he's already economically in very good shape. But yeah, the 2-2, or even just getting +2 armor would have helped him so much. But all that extra gas being used on the Roaches and Ravagers, that's often why you don't see them do it.
Nope, absolutely. Those Lings are going to come across. Bio will step back. The tanks and the Liberator are going to keep on firing up, but this is Cham all of a sudden just grabbing control of this game, cleans out this position, just did great eco damage. He might actually be able to go across the map following this and re-attack the third base. I don't know if Masa would have a great time trying to hold on right now.
No, I mean, Masa is mortally wounded, man. Absolutely is. And starts up his +2 attack pretty darn quickly, does Masa. He's getting up to 5 barracks, which is nice, but I mean, he's got a mountain to climb here. He really does. Like, he's trying to do damage in the main base, which, what does he have over there? Nice little drop. Going to get a few drones over here.
Yeah, I think Cham just... Obviously, Cham probably feels bad because he's been kind of trailing the entire time. He's going to get into the mineral line again. The SCV's clumping a little bit. Another 11 SCVs going down. I think Cham's got to look at this and be like, man, there's like 10 Marines here. If he just sent his army, he'd have a very good fight. It is crazy, the upgrade difference, by the way. The fact it was so far ahead 1-1 from Cham, and now he's going to be so far behind on 2-2. That's something that he's just completely, continued to be negligent about, and that could come back to bite him if he doesn't go and take advantage of what he's got going for himself right now, which is a good army lead and a strong economy against a Master that's been struggling to get, beyond this 3 base and even keep the 3 base economy alive.
Yeah, like 41 SCVs have died this game. Like, that is so damn many. Like, so damn many. Granted, quite a few died from that early Ling Bane pressure, but the fact that Masa's still fighting here, he's going to have 2-2 finishing up fairly soonish as well. 5 tanks. I mean, 26 Banelings are on the field. Like, Banelings are not a unit that you need until you need them. And right now, them not being used for anything I don't want to say it's wasteful because you keep them alive, but if you don't need them, you're not using them right there and then, they could be drones, they absolutely could. So Cham is absolutely richer than you can even comprehend, really. And Masa, he's got a lot of work to do, man. A lot of work. 2-2 does finally start up here for Cham.
Yeah, finally gets that underway. Masa will have the upgrade window in his favor. These few Marines going to get crashed into by Bane, so saves a few, but doesn't save all of them, which is just obviously a bit painful as well.
Absolutely is. Masa with a drop in the northeast side here will be greeted by quite a few units, though, so it doesn't get that much done. Masa has actually put down a 4th base, and that to me is wild, considering everything that's happened here. Like, this is definitely one of those games where I'm like, those drops have caused Cham way too much trouble, and Cham has absolutely given Masa too much time here, but he's still obviously very far ahead. It's just, Masa should absolutely be dead here.
Yeah, no, he should be. Like I say, upgrades might kind of keep him around a little bit, but even then, like, the one thing is that Masa's been so all over the place that Cham just has units wherever you look, which is actually hurting him because, again, he's scared to just sort of send it across the map, right? And I get it, Terran defensive position, but this was one of those scenarios where the Terran was not well set up defensively. Maybe now they are, but there's been minutes here where he could have gone, and he's just decided, no, let's slow this game down. I'm not quite confident with where we're going. He'd rather take it in towards Hive Tech and just see what we can do with that, so that's exactly where we are going to go right now. There's a little bit of bio on the Watchtower. Just going to hold out. More Ling Bane in this bottom left. He wants to knock down this 4th base, it seems. And
that mineral situation that we see for Cham, that is what far more often see from Zerg. Like, that's why the Wayne situation from earlier was so crazy, where it was like, I had 50 minerals, but for 6k gas. Oh my goodness, it lived.
That's so bad for Cham. That was so many units he just gave up for nothing.
He gave up, an entire army. An entire army, Wardy. And Masa's gone for the world-famous Beyond move, where you start up your armor before your weapons and actually forget your weapons. So that kind of sucks for him, unless he notices it and figures it out. But Cham is up to Hive here. So he's not down and out. And also he's getting an Ultralisk Cavern. He's finished a Spire as well. But this is actually a scary Terran squad this time.
No, I mean, Cham just lost so much that any push from Masa is going to have a little bit of scare to it. And especially where right now is he's just going to be caught to the left side off creep. This is not all of his army either. He is going to dive down the right. There's a bunker and a tank left behind, so we might actually be able to hold on right now. We're holding very easily. This is terrible for Cham. The trades are horrible. He's going to lose a hatchery and probably a whole lot more as Masa will continue to chase on forward.
Oh my goodness, this is actually a disaster. An absolute disaster for Cham. Like, look how much money he has as well. He's randomly making a drop overlord right now as well. I don't know why or where or what for. Massive error. He's nervous, man. He's absolutely fallen apart.
Yes, he is. Masa is looking for the upset right now. Yeah, the drop overlord was absolutely a mistake. It's just in amongst a bunch of other overlords as he might be able to get the bottom left fourth base, and that's what Cham is kind of hoping for. Masa, he was kind of pulling back. Now he's going to sort of send it. Now he pulls back again. I mean, the planetary goes down here, but this is where you are still at your absolute highest strength, because Cham has thrown even more banelings away, knocking down your planetary. He will not have a lot to play defense back at home.
No, he won't. And Masa, despite having so many tanks and army in the middle of the map, he's like, you know what? Let's go for the main, buddy. And there's a lot of tech in the main that could be really juicy right now. Ultralisk Cavern, the Hive, and this is very well upgraded. Ultralisk Cavern, it's got 2 upgrades on the go. It's down, Wardy.
Yep, a couple ultras out on the way will not be as effective as they want to be. Baneling Nest is a great grab, and of course all these units can just lift up and get out. They really should, instead of eating Baneling connections while clumped. And pushing at the front at the same time. This hatchery is extremely low. We do have the units kind of a little bit spread out here when trying to support. Liberator is going to get sieged up. A couple of vials will not kill that off, so it will remain, and it might even get the Ultralisk. Didn't get the extra shot off. Out in the center, the tanks are putting in work right now, and Cham is still losing out big time. The drop in the main is still here as well. The Ultra that was heard from the middle of the map is going to go down as it tries to respond. We lift up against the Banelings. Masa is all over our Zerg player. 50 supply ahead, and really is looking to lock down this upset.
This is crazy, man. Like, even considering the early game, oh my goodness, what a win out of Masa, dude. You know, NA delivers for all the right reasons, dude, I swear. Like, this was gorgeous, it was messy, it was all over the shop. Masa had almost no right in winning this, and Cham, from a massive winning position, mate, he went full baseball over there, didn't he? That was a throw and a half. He
had, I actually think, 4 minutes of in-game time where he could have attacked, and it wouldn't have been close. Like, and even then, like, he was still okay. Like, it was still fine until he didn't get the planetary. You can't throw away like 20 plus supply of units to kill a planetary that survives, because then the Terran has an army edge and they still have full economy ready to go. And then immediately Masa turned on the jet engines from there, and he just never stopped. He never looked back.
Yeah, got to give Masa a bit of credit, haven't we? Like, the fact that he actually managed to make a game out of that, that was awesome by him. The fact that he even got that 4th base down, I was like, that's impressive, because he kind of should have died to the Ling Bane stuff, most likely. And then definitely the follow-up where it's like 200 supply Cham against, I don't know what supply Masa was at. It's like 120, but it's like 10 units back at home against a fully fledged army. And Cham was so scared, and he was so prepared for nothing. Like, nothing happened. And yeah, that's StarCraft, man. It's a brutal game.
Well, it's a brutal tournament because we're going to say goodbye to the player next, either M. Canning or Oko. They're 0-2. It's going to be one last best of 3 for us today on the Americas Regionals. We'll be right back. Our final series coming up in just a moment.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we dive into what will be one last match today, which is currently not shown correctly on the screen, but in 1 second it will be. It is going to be M. Canning taking on the Ucko. As, yeah, pretty fun one. 0-2, one of these players' tournament ends here tonight. They will not come back for the rest of this week. They're out. And the other man gets to fight on, a couple more chances to stay alive and to make it through to them playoffs. So, big match coming up. Ucko, M. Canning. M. Canning took a map of Scarlet, came in with a lot of other cool builds, then lost out in the match after, unfortunately, did not look so hot there. And is he now here in this really final match, final chance against Ucko? Lost to Exo too as well, which actually has me a little bit concerned for today, because I'm a little bit surprised about that.
I mean, okay, I was just looking at both their routes. Like, Ucko lost to Kelazor, then Nina, which honestly, both those are pretty damn good, right? And then McCanning lost to Scarlet 1-2, then Eggs 0-2, which Eggs actually isn't doing bad either. I think Eggs lost 1-2 to Cham, 2-0 McCanning, then 1-2 against Future. So it's one of those things where it's like really tough depending on who you run into. But I mean, let's be real. This man over here in the bottom left, McCanning, he is the people's champ. People love him. He's pausing the game.
He just wants you to make sure. He wants to make sure he's listening in.
I hate him now.
He's like, keep talking good about me. This wasn't even a please.
Hold on a minute.
This is even
Look at me a little bit more, you know.
It wasn't even a please pause, man. This was just a pause. M. Canning doesn't say please for nobody. He's just like, pause! And then we get back to it. Alright, in the bottom left, Red Protoss player. Ben was about to talk about how great he is. It's M. Canning.
He's a good lad. He's a good lad. And spawning over in the top right, as Blue Zerg once made cats lose his mind, it is Ucko.
Yeah, I was thinking this. I was like, please, not us, not tonight. You know, we've been here a while already. We've been pretty non-stop all day. Come on, Ucko. You know, give us a long game if you want to, but let's not draw for an hour and a half. You know.
You know what, Wardy? I'm gonna be the other side of the coin here. Ucko, make it last as long as you possibly can, mate. Because you know, today it's been beautiful. Wayne, that series against GungFu, those storms, Wardy. I think
they're gonna keep Zergs up at night, man.
Mate, though, I hope somebody makes a freaking clip and puts that on StarCraft Reddit, because that was some of the most glorious engagement I've ever seen, and oh, absolutely gorgeous that was. They won't do it though, because you know StarCraft is Protoss Reddit, and that makes Protoss look good.
I was gonna say because no one goes on our StarCraft anymore, but yeah, that makes sense too.
Only Protoss players.
Only Protoss players.
Which
there are none of.
And you're calling them no one. How dare you, Wardy?
Protoss is dead to me, man. Terran and Zerg for life.
For life. You know, it is a real thing though. If you go onto Reddit at any point in time, you'll see them whining about Terran, but not as much about Zerg, which drives me mental, Wardy.
Drives you mental.
Yeah, you know, you can see these graphs where it's like, oh, Serral holds like a 98% win rate against Protoss, then it'll be like, Maru holds a 73% against Protoss, and it's like, screw Terran, damn Widowmine guys, and Ghosts and Marauders, and it's like, oh.
To be fair, they complained about Zerg for about 4 years, and they really realized just nothing was going to be done, so they just moved on.
You think that's it? They've turned their attention?
No, I think the people that were vocal about it just gave up. They actually got bored of complaining, and now new people have started complaining. They're like, well, people listen to us now, something like that.
That's true. That's true. You know what I think they've done, and this is absolutely real. So when they whined about Zerg, like the Terrans would also be like, yeah, Zerg is broken, or in fact, you know, we almost wouldn't take part in it. We'd be like, oh yeah, you know, that's your guys' problem. But because Zergs are so spineless, as soon as they whine about Terran, Zergs are like, yeah, those assholes, and then they pile up, you know. So again, Zerg propaganda all the way. Nathanius was right all along. Cabal.
The Cabal. God, the Cabal memes were so good.
They were so good, dude. Like you know, he went. Nate did go full conspiracy theorist, and like, you know, he caused a lot of entertainment for all of us. So
You know, we used to have Cabal memes. Now we only have Smoothie Gate memes. So he's the real loser here.
That's true. That's true. I kind of miss the Cabal memes. Like, I see them every so often, and they always make me smile. You know. But by the way, Mechanic going for something very old school here. The Void Ray into the Oracles.
Yeah, fun,
very old school.
Fun because you kind of get out on the map and you can deny the Overlords quickly, so it's a little bit tougher for the Zerg to really ever scout what's going on. So yeah, gonna be a fairly blind Uko for a little bit. And yeah, the Void Ray obviously is doing its job so far. And only one Oracle, right? So single Oracle, no further production suggests something to follow up from there. We took a fast third Nexus, but now the Robo goes down. It's just a lack of Stargate units, which sort of suggests that maybe something else is coming. Now we see Forge and Twilight 2. I'm not sure what it would be, but yeah, just one Oracle is very weird in this day and age, even with the Void Ray first.
Absolutely. And this, like, there's a reason behind it, right? As soon as you see that Void Ray, you're not super scared about the Sky Toss that you can't pierce anymore. You're not really that scared of much, and you see that from Uko. Like, he, on his side of things, it's like, all right, I've droned up, that's great. I got a really fast lair as well, that's great too. In fact, he's had 7 Lings on the map and 7 Queens for this whole period of time, and that is not a lot of units, Wardy. He has got away with some incredible greed over here, but it's also because this build from Mechanic just doesn't really pose that much of a threat.
Yeah, that's very true. It just, I mean, the 2 devs that finally showed up did absolutely nothing. You're right, 1 Void, 1 Oracle is not that scary. The devs never came across the map early. Yeah, now we're on our way to what, Immortal, Charge, and +1. Funky stuff, man. Cannon came with some fun builds when I watched him against Skull. I didn't see his games against Eggs, I'm not gonna lie, but definitely a different splice of Protoss to what you're used to in this PvZ.
Absolutely. And I mean, he's going to have a strong, stocky ground army, but I'm just scared for him because Uko is lining up that he's going to have 4 base saturation pretty nicely as well. He's got decent tech out. He's going to be making even more drones here. And Roachling Ravager, along with some Banelings, because he's getting that Baneling nest on the go. Like, he's droned up, and there's not really much that Canning has been able to just throw out at him. Like, the only thing he's going to have is these charge lots that are expendable for the time being. And yeah, Uko now, he's got his eco where he wants it to be. He's in great shape.
He is in good shape, yeah. And this map is actually kind of a big one if you just don't let much happen, right? Like, you open up the minerals, you get a 5th base that's pretty well set back. Maybe it's a little bit large, like top left to bottom right from like base to base, but you get good creep up. I don't think there's much of an issue. You can see I'm cannon obviously just straight into Storm, so he's very happy to play into that. And yeah, we just see an infestation pit coming up. Both players are just going to tech along here, and I like that. You know, we're going to get like a bit of a macro PvZ without anything being super crazy early. I'm down to see these two really kind of duel all the way into the later stages.
Yeah, me too. Because like Canning, the way that he's played is very respectful. It is definitely not being like, I'm going to keep throwing like daggers at you and do crazy stuff, right? Like he's absolutely playing the respectful Protoss, but often the respectful Protoss, despite us all loving them, can often get themselves into a bit of a rough spot. But this army that he's got, Immortal Storm, you're going to need quite a bit to deal with that. And Uko, on his side of things, he is lining up very nicely. Like, Crete Spread's been pretty damn good, Wardy. I'm looking at his side of things. He's up to 5 bases now. Supplies ahead, just everything's good on his side of things. I'm very scared for Mechanic here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, man. This is, there's a couple of Zelds down on the other side. It just feels as though Uko is about to hit, like, full power. Okay, we'll have a hive a few moments later as well, so you'll have a bit more tech. It feels like he's going to get to the point where he can start firing up and shooting, and Mechanics going to have to do a lot of defending, and he's going to have a few fights where he's going to have to be really spot on. Otherwise, Uko may just overwhelm him a little bit, so a lot coming up in these next few moments.
Late Beacon on the way. I mean, 4-base Protoss is nothing to scoff at, is it? Like, He's going to have 8 gases rolling if he does survive the for the time being. But Uko's completely maxed out now. He's on Hive as well. He's got the ability to produce whatever he likes. The only thing that might be bad for him right now is upgrades. And 61 Banelings all in production here. Look where they're rallied.
Yeah,
That is I mean, they're all rallied onto one spot, Wardy. Look where it goes.
Right,
that is
that works.
that's a probe line.
I love that he's
It does
preemptively
work.
split though, man. Like he's kind of got the split everywhere. Let's see where the first storms come in. Storm on the bottom side would be the juiciest right now. Oh my goodness, the force field forces them all together, so the Banes really take mega storm damage. They still kill 12 pros. Would have liked to see those Banes continue through because the Zelds came in on that bottom side. The hesitation meant they finished warping in, and the super battery healed them up a little bit. There's still a lot of roaches, mind you, and that was a massive fight. And Uko is just going to clean up after. The only thing he can't stop, that one Void Ray from the start of the game, is trying to save the game.
Absolutely. 15 probes do fall with this, and I mean, cost efficiency, pretty close on resources lost. Carriers are being produced, and, you know, there is another base down here which Uko does know about, but this was not good for a mechanic, right? Like, you might be wondering why Protosses do throw so much smelly cheese to the Zerg's way or try to slow them down. Well, this is a perfect example. You try and play honest and nice against the Zerg, they will just have more than you. It's just the way the game works. And so you have all these tools to utilize, but Mechanic didn't utilize any of them, and losing out your +1 as well, just brutal.
This Void Ray is up to 14 kills. He's targeting all the low HP roaches as... Yeah, that Void Ray is the one thing that maybe stands something of a chance. You just have units swarming everywhere. A little bit of a saving grace. Stasis Ward on the bottom right side. That is going to save you a little bit, so that's kind of nice, but to be fair, if Uko keeps losing units at this rate, maybe there's a world M-Canning sort of stabilizes, maybe, possibly. I don't want to get too ahead or too hopeful, but maybe there's some wild chances. Let's see what these Banelings do as they pop out of stasis. Oh, they kill everything.
If M-Canning was to win this game, the funny thing is, we'd have seen bigger comebacks today.
Yeah, I know.
like actually not even trolling here. I've been trolling a bit, but not even trolling. And GG is called. M-Canning, he wanted to test his macro muscle there, and he was macroing nice and cleanly. It's just, if you let a Zerg do what they want to do, you're going to have a bad time, because they can make more than you. It's just the way that they work. So you have to keep them honest. You have to make sure they're not just producing drones. You have to make them produce those units that they don't really want to make. Because we talked about it earlier with the way that Cham approached the game. Like, you want to be as greedy as possible while also being safe, right? So you make just enough units. If you make it so they don't have to make that choice at all, you're making the game so much easier for the Zerg player.
Yeah. I think you nailed it, man. Like, there's just not a lot happened, and when not a lot happens, Zerg has a good time. It's as simple as that, right? And like, even just the fact it was one Oracle, like, it's the extreme of doing nothing, because even just 2 Oracles pick up 4 or 5 drones here, maybe another drone there, even just forcing the Queens to have to move around defensively against those Oracles eats into the Zerg's APM, eats into a little bit of what they can do. There was just none of that. Like, it really was, hey, Uko, you do what you want, and hey, guess what Uko does? Morph 62 Banelings and rallies them at you, and there was even monstrous storms from M-Canning. Like, it's not like he missed every storm in existence. He actually had the best storm on the bottom side. It's exactly the one he had to hit. And even that didn't make the difference because there was just that much Zerg ready. M-Canning had some really cool aggressive builds against Scarlet. I'd love to see him. If he wants to play a long game, that was not the way to do it. I'd rather him kind of go the complete opposite end of the spectrum and just say, right, I'm just going to go all out crazy aggressive into you. I think there's some potential there.
Absolutely. I mean, Mechanic can play solid. He kind of played his game in the way that he wanted to, I think. And Uko definitely got to play his game, and it was not a fair fight. It was just not. Anyhow, totally different map here. Spawning over in the top left-hand side. Life on the line at this point. It is the Red Protoss. It is M-Canning.
I'll never forget his legendary run in 2019 when he made it all the way to playoffs, took down Scarlet in the process in the full season. That was a wild time, man.
Didn't he beat Neeb as well?
Was that in the same season?
I feel like he definitely beat Neeb one time or so, and
yeah, he definitely beat Neeb
fantastic.
One time. Yeah. M-Canning just doing well is just such a great thing to witness, but also cool to see a name like Uko 1-0 up in this series and not looking to go drop out of the regionals just yet. I know M-Canning has that kind of fan favoritism around him, but Uko's been a rising star for a little bit in the NA scene. He's a name he started to recognize over the last year or two, and yeah, putting in some resilience will so far refuse to drop out 0-3.
Yeah. Again, just to mention which players these guys have played, because I always think that's very, very important. Uko so far played Kelazor and lost 0-2, and lost against Nina afterwards 0-2. Not easy players whatsoever, because both those players are kind of meant to come top 8 in this region, especially Kelazor. And then M. Canning lost to Scarlet 1-2, lost to Eggs 0-2, so also not too easy for him. Scarlet being one of the obvious overall favorites, but yeah, now both going at it against one another, and oh yeah, so far Uku played very solid. Like he was given a test. He went to that test and was like absolutely nailed it. Like he did everything he had to. He wasn't presented with any trick question. It was just like, oh, you want me to drone? Okay, I'll drone. Oh, you want me to do this as well? Okay, I'll do that. And yeah, just really good, solid play out of him. And one good thing out of him too, which we have seen people fail today, he knew how to end the game. You gave Cham a very similar situation where he's absolutely playing against a battered and bruised Masa. He didn't do that, so I think we have to give Uko quite a lot of kudos as well for just how well he played that game.
Yeah. No, absolutely. He really took the opportunity given to him and presented it. I know everyone does that, right? Because some Zergs have been like, still, oh, I'm a little unsure right now. I'm going to prepare, a couple of things. I'm not going to be quite as drone heavy as, Uko could have been. Uko took the opportunity presented and he really ran with it. Let's see what M. Canning does out the Stargate round 2. I would be shocked and horrified if he went Void Ray first single Oracle again, but let's see. Unless he goes like Void Ray 1 Oracle into Glaives, I think I'd actually kind of like that as a switch up.
If he showcases the same stuff, but like you say, does something different, yeah, I would be okay with that, because that could put your opponent into a comfort zone, and then you catch them totally off guard. By the way, cheeky little adept here, getting not 1 but 2 creep tumors, I think, like before they even began. So very nice out of him, and Uko will suffer a little bit of a supply block temporarily here. But yeah, that definitely will make you smile if you are a Protoss, slowing down a Zerg that much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No doubt about it. As the Void Ray coming through, the Warp Gate's just over halfway done. Gateway coming up on the front as well. And the hatchery and a couple more Queens on the way out from Uko. So we are going to once again see the Void Ray. Like I say, not against this, as long as it's not the exact same repeat, That's all I'm kind of slightly concerned about. There's a fast third Nexus. That's still fine. If you put your Twilight Council down now and start Glaives, M. Cannon, I'm still a big fan. And I know that's what, he really is looking for. Me being a fan. Surely.
Absolutely. I want Wardy to be my fan as well. But, yeah, hold the phone. Let's have a look-see. Over here. So drones are transferring. Lots of Queens coming out as well. Uko's going up to 8 Queens, by the way. That's a real scary number. I am a little bit worried for M. Canning that it looks very reminiscent of the first game. Although Uko this game is making a lot more links than he did previously,
yeah. But that's not a bad thing, because if it's the exact same thing and there's only 1 Oracle, you can't defend that many lings, right? So maybe it's just a fantastic play. Like the Void Ray doesn't kill lings fast enough, so if you get these all across the map, I think this is a really good way to delay that third base, and then what does M. Cannon have to show for all of this? Not a lot of anything. It's a lot of lings. They're going to get across. Yeah, they take some damage on the way. The Oracle is on its way back home as well. It is absolutely needed back there. So we're going to try and go for the Adepts for a moment. Now we're going to turn onto the Nexus. Oracle will activate. Yeah, M. Cannon gets back just about in time. He was really trying to hide those lings off around the left side before going across, but the Oracle saw it, and being able to pull back there allows M. Cannon to get the defense. And that is a moment where Uko does not make the most of being able to freely drone up. Instead tries to get something done, and it backfires.
It definitely does. Like his lair was so quick the game before, along with having a massive drone count quite quickly. This game though, after making this many lings, he does feel confident to get drones out afterwards. So even though I think this played way more into Mechanics' hands than the previous game, Uko's not down and out. Like he had a backup plan behind it, which I think is a sign of you playing very decently here. And he's still trying to get stuff done with these Zerglings. So not a total disaster for him. And also gets a lot of scouting as well.
Yeah, quite a bit of scouting coming through. The additional gates all coming out here. Let's just have MCanning setting up into that Temple Archives as well, and Bucko just going to get melee upgrade. The Baneling Nest is on the way. Bringing its hatchery through. Getting that 4th base up and rolling as well, so... Yeah, it just didn't drone as quickly as he could have done. Those Lings obviously did not really work out in the end. Let's just have our Lings going to go pick this hatch off. Oh, pick these rocks off, sorry.
Yeah. Uko's already been catching up in drones, right? And I just saw 15 drones in production here. So he's getting his melee upgrade, he's getting the roach speed. He's getting everything that he got the game before. It's just maybe a little bit later, but also he did a lot of leapfrogging to compensate. Like, his 4th base is close to finishing. 8 more drones. It's just... He feels so safe about nothing really coming at him, Wardy. Like, so safe. This is 13 more drones. He's going up to 90 plus. And you know what? I don't even think... I think it's the right call against MCanning. Like, MCanning is so reserved and conservative on his side of things. Like, he is just letting Uko get away with murder.
Yeah. No, I mean, he kind of is, man. He's just not moving out at all. It doesn't even feel like he's checking what's going on, though, right? Like, it's like, yeah, the Oracle's around, kind of, but, like, realistically, like, how much they're doing? Okay, it's actually going to get Cube Team Mode 2. That's nice. That's something. But, yeah, there's just nothing. And, okay, he's going to get Storm. But we saw in the last game, Storm was not enough to slow you down. Now, that said, last game we were like 180 supply to 125 or so. This time, you can see the difference of not having had that first round of drones a bit earlier from Uko. He's a bit low on supply, but he's also just continued to tech on through. Why has he got... He just had 13 more drones in the way. He's going to be on 99 drones in a second.
I think it's just because he knows that MCanning isn't going to attack him. I really do. Like, the way that MCanning's posturing, getting up so much static defense, and... You know, I like his SimCity, especially at that 3rd base of his with that wall and stuff. But yeah, Uko just feels unbelievably confident to do whatever he can. 99 drones while teching up to Hive. Like, his army right now, if MCanning attacked, you know, he'd be in trouble, wouldn't he? Like, he's got Storm and everything going for him. It's just, yeah, just very, very, very worried is MCanning. Or... Maybe he's so confident in the late game if he can get there. It's very unusual planning. Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking, like, obviously this game, Uko could also just take a different route and just, with the Hive done, Spire finishing, just rush Grey Spire, rush Broods. You know, if you really don't think MCanning's coming your way, get the Broods out, and MCanning is not going to be on something to deal with Brood Lords at the speed at which you can get them, so... There's the Grey Spire going down. I think I kind of like the idea, and it's also a map where Broods are not going to be punished as much for their lack of mobility. On the last map, there's definitely like a width to the map, which makes it difficult to get Broods one side or the other, even if they are faster nowadays. This map's a little bit more like you're just going to push up the center, and that's where most of the action's going to be for a good long while, so it's actually a pretty good map to just utilize Brood Lords on. I like the choice. I think it's going to do well. And knock down these rocks, and we'll see if any initial attacks here from Uko will go. I mean, at some point he has to trade out some units to afford Corruptors, supply-wise, so... Yeah, he needs to run some Banelings in, or do something at some stage. He's sending some up the left-hand side right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he can kind of trickle in some units if he really wants to. I mean, these DTs could get something done. I mean, MCanning supply is actually very high. Like, he's absolutely starting to get to a spot where it feels like he's wanted to get to in this series. But he is going to run into a lot of spines and spores here, there, and everywhere, which, given that Uko did have a huge... Oh my goodness, I mean, it's just kind of a repeat, isn't it? It's just mass Banelings again, just rallied in.
Yeah, it really is, and like I say, this time if you want to, you could maybe go around a Corruptors after. He keeps some more Mauls alive this time. Like, he does keep more units up than he did last time around. Last time he was on, like, the last couple of Zealots. This time, yeah, a little bit more. We do see a couple Corruptors on the way from Uko, who's actually going to spend pretty much all his money with 8 Corruptors. By the time they're out, though, he should have the money to morph them into Brood Lords, and that should be a good step in the right direction as our Fleet Beacon gets started up in the main base. And 2 more Stargates, but it's going to be a little while. We're definitely going to have a Brood Lord push where MCanning does not have really a good response to Brood Lords.
I tell you what, if you are a Storm fan, today's been a pretty good day for them. Those DTs that M Canning sent across the map, though, they did run into 3 spines and a spore, so they did suffer a horrible defeat. And that's what Uko has set up at most of his bases, actually, which is really cool to see that he's giga prepared for any sort of shenanigans like that. And the upgrade, his army's getting really scary here, Wardy, and he's been pretty decent about the upgrades as well. He's going to have 2-1 on the melee. He's got +1 ranged as well. He was rocking 2 Evo chambers, and the gas income for him as well. What is he on? Like 8 gases right now? Maybe 10? 10, I think, actually.
Yeah,
wow.
He has all of them. 12 now?
12, yeah, 12 now. They just kicked in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's a rich boy. 95 drones as well, static D, +3 melee starts as well. Like, he's running into a lot of the very nicely planned Sim City by M Canning. But I don't know how M Canning stops this right here, right now.
M Canning has 1 carry on the way. Now a second, like, if he had a good amount of carriers, then yes, the Broodlords maybe have a, something to answer them, but right now there's nothing to answer the call of the Broodlord, and they are just going to whack their way through. A Storm is cute almost right onto the Broodlords, which then get transfused back up, so the Queens just expend some energy, and we're just going to slowly chip away. M Canning says, I'm just going to go push across the other side of the map, which maybe isn't a bad response. This is actually one where I actually think the Broods, if they wanted to, could just turn around. But clearly Uko doesn't necessarily feel the need to fully do that, because M Canning's already disengaging from that base, while Uko is just going to bring the Banes and everything else back, and no, he's going to lose all the High Templar, no more Storms, and now the Roach Ravager Bane is going to surround this army. Forces a recall, some of the units didn't get invited to the recall. Oh no, it's just bad, bad, bad.
I just heard another DT dying, like that Zealot run by over in the far right side will be greeted by a few spores, or rather a few spines, and they will not be able to quite deal with it. But the thing is, Uko at this point, he's so rich, so wealthy, it's just like, hey man, I've got like, how many broods? 12 broods on your front door? This is a trade I'm willing to take any day of the week.
Yeah, he just needs to be slightly careful. Carriers are starting to get up. I actually am glad we see a few Corruptors already in production, because he does need to make sure he's going to be able to deal with the carriers to some extent, right? And Corruptors may very well be the answer to that, as DTs are going to jump onto this base on the bottom side. So we've done very well. We just lost all the Queens, though. Like I say, we're just going to need a few more Corruptors to really see this one through to an end with the way that it's going. So yeah, that's just going to be the next step. 12 Corruptors might just do it against what's currently only 3 carriers. Another big push might just be on the cards here. And the only thing is, Uko got slowed down a little bit. Obviously, the DTs and so on have forced him to look elsewhere and, pull armies back. So as we get set up once again, let's see if M Canning's had enough time to get set up.
It's just, like, I'm looking at the resources lost have here, Wardy. Like, M Canning, despite being the one that's holding on here, he's also lost more resources. Like, he's not trading as efficiently as he needs to against this, and he's down in economy and stuff. It's just really rough for him, and it's not as if Uko's been neglecting his upgrades either. He's totally ready for an Ultralisk switch if the time comes for it to deal with the ground army.
Yeah, first Storm was actually pretty good there. The next Storm, pretty good as well. The Corruptors, to be fair, take quite a lot of damage moving in, not target firing the carriers either, so the carriers will not immediately start falling. Now the Corruptors get rid of one. Obviously, you can just see the Nexus goes down underneath. There's a lot of drones going down too, though. The Zealots are still not stopping. M Canning is keeping up the pressure. 66 to 51 workers in the game. M Canning is making it closer, man, than it maybe should be.
He absolutely is. This right spot has been the Achilles heel for Uko in this game, hasn't it? Like, there's going to be, in fact, how many Corruptors on the field? 10, 5 more appearing. Uko needs to, like, calm it down a little bit, right? He really does. He's got 2 spies with upgrades pumping things out now. He doesn't necessarily know what kind of situation M Canning is in, upgrade-wise, but he has to be careful, because M Canning is making him bleed.
I think he just took a bad fight, honestly. Like, the Corruptors ate a Storm, and then they just did no target firing on the carriers. And carriers are the sort of unit you need to target fire, because the moment you get rid of one, boom, so many interceptors go down that, power really decreases immediately. So you really want to just go 1, 2, 3, 4, not spread that damage out. 8 more Corruptors. I think we're getting to the point where we're overwhelming in the skies. I would just love to see Uko get a bit of economy back up, so if he does win out in the skies, he can maybe, like you say, just go for that Ultra Switch to guarantee it on the ground. He might not need it. He might have enough Broodlords left that'll just be okay. We actually popped the Mothership ability here to cloak up, and so we will not be able to finish that off. Ling's going to run the left side, looking to hit that base. And Canning is still going to have issues, just that he doesn't really have an army too split up to defend multiple places.
No, and those Brutals getting caught out over there, aren't they? I mean, he has to be so careful here. The Corruptors, though, they are en masse over here, +2 weapons as well. I see the supply falling on both sides, but
he's not doing it.
A lot richer.
He's not doing it. Like he just didn't target fire anything again. He just left the Corruptors to go in and just. I don't get why. I don't understand why he's not target firing. Like all he has to do is right click a couple things. The Corruptors this time will right click a single Void Ray. Get rid of that. 12 new Corruptors coming out. We need to actually shut down this carrier force.
We certainly do. Yeah, I mean, if he waits a moment here, he will have a lot more Corruptors out with +1 air weapon or air armor, which will help a lot against this. And I mean, he doesn't need to fight it right now. He really doesn't. I mean, he will eventually, but M. Canning is mortally wounded behind this. Like, his natural is mined out. His main's getting very mined out as well. So it's his third base, actually. Like, he is running on fumes.
Yeah, I mean, he really is. Like, he's got barely any money left. Even interceptors are going to begin to be a problem for him eventually, as of course, some of his base is still a little bit fresher, of course. That goes a long way. He's on 19, about to be 25 Corruptors. I think what's incredible is that these Corruptors are well upgraded as well, and it just feels like they've killed nothing. For how many fights you've seen, they've killed one carrier. One carrier.
What, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's... You know, there's some Zergs that make it look super effortless, right? Where it just... Yeah, that flock, that cloud of Corruptors that just feels impervious to damage, and it's like, oh, Viper here, Viper there. He does have one Viper actually in the mix, so it's in the main base right now. I wonder if he's forgot about it.
Yeah. It's funny because, like, obviously the spellcasting usually does go a long way. I just felt like this one of the rare scenarios where you actually didn't need spellcasting, right? Like,
no,
you just were far enough ahead that the Corruptors should have been fine. He had enough of them to absolutely just deal with it. As the Overseer is slowly coming over. She has to cancel the base, so a little slowdown there. So yeah, this was one of the reasons you didn't really need spellcasting. Maybe now... I still don't want to believe that 25 Corruptors can't deal with this. Honestly, like, I really believe in them. They're well upgraded and not everything. But, you know, again, a few Ultras to kind of deal with the ground army too. That's big. If they can run in, take some attention, eat up everything as well, that should generally go well for you. But, yeah, I've kind of been fooled a few times already.
Absolutely. Like, even the air upgrades, you know, like, massively in favor of Uko here. 2-1 against less upgraded air units of M. Canning at 1-0. It's just, he's going in again, though, Wardy, and again, let's see what he focus fires here. It does look like, I'm not seeing the carriers fall, man. They're not falling.
No, he's targeting down a couple of the Void Rays. Now he's going to start getting through the carriers. And now he gets the mothership. Now he's going to do it. Okay, he gets there in the end. Man, these Corruptors just... I think they were still just spreading damage, you know? And, like, Corruptors are just not really a damage-spreading unit. Anyways, doesn't matter. He gets it done in the end. Couple question marks. I would say a fairly convincing series from Uko, minus the fact he just couldn't quite find the final fight for a little while at the very end of it. But in the end, he got there, Ben.
That was crazy, actually. That was crazy as hell. I mean, today was definitely a fun game of StarCraft. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Definitely some interesting results as well. And that second game, at least McCanning did get to play more a game that he was probably happier with that second game. But yeah, today I will never forget Wayne versus GungFu Banda, because that was glorious. What was the map? Site Delta?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
From
beautiful.
the Tempests to the losing to the Storms.
If that clip is not on Reddit, you know, somebody is missing out, because that is a beautiful clip.
There's no way it's on Reddit. I'm gonna check. It might be. It was that storm. It was so
beautiful, man.
It might be. All right, that is going to be it for us, though. That is going to be the end. It's not on Reddit, not what I can see. This is going to be it for us today.
But there is going to be some winding about Widowmines, right?
Probably.
Absolutely. Probably. Absolutely will be.
That is it for us today, guys. Another day is wrapped up and in the books. There'll be more StarCraft tomorrow, but first let's have a quick reminder of what we did see today. Let's bring that schedule up one final time as we had round 3 of the Swiss, rounding out across all of the regions. Oliveira and Yeshi started the day winning up and going into the playoffs of Asia. Nice, and GoGoJoey improving their scores. GoGoJoey 2-0 Haas was a bit of a shocker as well, as then Geralt and GungFu Banda opened up the PVZs in Europe with some victories. Austin took a grueler over Art. Mana gruled it out over BattleB. ForJumi battled off NightPhoenix to take the win, and then Masa and Uko got it done in Americas to round out yet another day of StarCraft action in the ESL Masters. Usually my question is your favorite series, but I think we know it was Wayne GungFu, so that question's just out the window, Ben. But it was just in general a wild day. You said like there was a lot of great storms today. We just had some really wild games. Everyone, as we get deeper in the Swiss rounds and there's more on the line because there's no second chances for some anymore. Everyone's bringing their best games. No one's going down like bam bam, just losing quickly. It really is kind of these longer kind of games that are really starting to come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, I even loved how close like a Mana versus BattleB was, and that was an elimination match. You really felt them both give absolutely everything. Yeah, it's been some good StarCraft today, honestly, Wardy, and I'm looking forward to be back again tomorrow.
Yeah, we're both going to be back here again tomorrow with a +1. We'll find out who that is when you guys do, probably. So, with that said, we'll do a quick little sponsor shout-out, which is to Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and ESL Shop. And of course, if you're watching this right now, you've just watched the Americas, you might be American, you might want to go to Atlanta, get your tickets. DreamHack.com/Atlanta/tickets, 20% off with the code StarCraft. Always appreciated if you get out to that event. It was a bonkers one last year. We watched it from Sweden, but we felt the energy all across the world because it was really wild. So get out there. Probably going to be one of the better events to attend if you're a StarCraft fan. And yeah, any final words, Ben, before we wrap this one up?
I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys.
All right, yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, starting up as today. So see you there. You guys have a great rest of your day. We'll catch you guys next time.
And it's aluminium.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.